Good morning and welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. It seems like lately, whenever I get into StreamYard, it likes to change my mic setting, so I had to change them back so you can hear me. But good morning on September 11th, 2022. And I do want to let you all know that part of this morning's program will be reflecting on the events 21 years ago and the impact those events had on the world of pop culture and entertainment, video games, comics, you name it. Its impact was felt. And because I want to have this discussion and I'll try to keep politics out of it as best I can, I decided this morning that I would only go with three articles. And normally, after reading the three articles, I would then include the invite link to anyone who wants to join the stream. This morning, however, I'm going to go ahead and post it into the chat right now. This way, anybody who wishes to talk about our three articles that we are talking about this morning here on Pop Talk, and or talk about the impact that 9/11 had, well, you're more than welcome to come on. And I do want to say good morning at this time to Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000. And I also want to say good morning to Phil McCracken. So this morning, the three stories I have selected for this edition of Pop Talk are the following. Crunchyroll is going to screen Gundam Cruise Doan's Island film in the UK, US, and Canada, along with Australia later on this month. We also have a story from Bounding in the Comics, and it says Star Trek legends Nichelle Nichols and DeForest Kelly to find final resting place among the stars. And the third story for this morning's Pop Talk is from Cosmic Book News, and it talks about a stuntman coming out and blasting Disney for The Mandalorian, Boba Fett, and Gina Carano. So, the first story I will go ahead and go into, and before I do that, and Phil, don't take any disrespect, but I figure this morning, with it being the 21st anniversary of 9/11, keep things, still flowing, still have a little bit of fun, but also keep things, a little serious because of the day. So, Phil, welcome to the stream at this time.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Sorry if my voice is a little sore, but yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you. So, we're going to go ahead and get into this first article here. And this first article is from Cosmic Book News. I will go ahead and post a link to this very article in the chat for anybody who wishes to read it on their own. And the story starts out by saying Star Wars failure confirmed. Stunt coordinator blasts Disney for Mandalorian, Boba Fett, Gina Carano. Following the Book of Boba Fett losing at the Emmys, a stunt coordinator opens up about problems in social media post. This was actually posted on Cosmic Book News on the 7th. And it says, just as I've been reporting since the release of The Last Jedi, Star Wars is indeed a failure, which is confirmed by a stunt coordinator who opens up about problems working at Lucasfilm involving Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and The Book of Boba Fett. Following The Book of Boba Fett losing at the Emmys for outstanding stunt coordination for a drama series to Netflix Stranger Things, Boba Fett did win for outstanding special visual effects. Stunt coordinator Ryan Watson posted comments and a video on Instagram describing his frustrations, where he also confirmed he is not returning for The Mandalorian Season 3. And this is his post. I'll let everybody else read it. I'm not going to read the whole post or any of the posts for that matter. It says, the post says Ryan Watson give kudos to the Mandalorian creator Jon Favreau and says they brought back Star Wars from a failing franchise and also reinvented a dying brand, which of course refers to the failure of the Kathleen Kennedy's Disney Star Wars trilogy. The comments have been edited for clarity, according to this article. The Emmys were yesterday, so that would have been on Tuesday, and Star Wars lost. We won because Jon Favreau let us do it. Thank God for you, sir. I wish I could tell you how much I love you, so I will tell you now. To my stunt team, I love you all so much. We were the underdogs, and we will forever be remembered in Star Wars history, wrote Watson. Watson continued, I will forever be thankful to him who stood by us all against all the naysayers and easily offended that big business brains. I shout out to Disney. Nobody did like we did, and I am so proud of the true martial arts and stunt performers that made seasons 1 and 2 legendary, and we made history. We brought back Star Wars from a failing franchise, and we should all be proud. Watson added, we had Mozart in our blood, and celeries salaries of the world tried to tell us we tell us we it was see you know how the other day, Phil, I had told you that there's some articles that I'm reading and it's not to any fault of my own, but sometimes it's reading these articles and you get to one line in a paragraph where it just messes you up because of the way it was written.
I'm saying it. I'm listening to sing it. Yeah. Yep. Uh,
Yeah,
just go with it, my friend. It's
I
hard. I
am. I
know.
am. But anyways, I'll just look through some key points here. This way, I don't get tripped up again. But anyways, it sounds like the art was untamable. This was 100%. They gave it their all. It also mentions down here that Watson mentioned Gina Carano in the comments and said that she got screwed over. And again, mentions her below in the video comments. So it says here, so I just got called by Disney for saying how I feel. Ask Colin Wilson why he started this mess. Ask a lot of fans of Gina Carano how they feel about my post. She got screwed over too. Ask Mr. Wilson why he started this mess in the first place. I love my art and the fans loved it too, commented Watson. And also goes on to say in a follow-up video, Ryan Watson opened up further where he made it clear his problems were not with the stunt teams, but with Disney. I was pointing out the frustration, what happens with every stunt coordinator. JJ Dashaw is a wonderful stunt coordinator, explained Watson. I'd worked with him on the Book of Boba Fett. He's a great guy who knows what he's doing. And the guys he used were a lot of guys I use. So it wasn't about that. What's it about is how sometimes it's like you can get a winning formula and then for some reason they just try to change it. Yeah. Yeah. Phil, you and I are baseball fans. We definitely know that.
Yeah.
And it happens everywhere. It happens when you go to work and somebody new comes in and they want to change everything, you know, from the bottom up of how you're doing things and they don't understand that what you have is working.
Totally. When you have older teams that have tradition and you try to mess with the tradition to whatever reason, uh, you get backlash. Definitely,
Mhm.
fans are not going to like it. You know, you do have to bring something new, but you have to also coincide it with your tradition. So yeah, that's the big conundrum when you have new management. But a lot of times beforehand, you know what you're getting into. When you go with the Cubs, you know their tradition. When you go with some of these old teams, you know you go with tradition.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, in today's world, you're seeing a lot of teams names get changed, tradition goes with them,
Yep.
and you can't get that back. It isn't like tomorrow the Cleveland Indians can go back to being the Cleveland Indians. The damage is done. So yeah, and you know, I'll say more for at the end of the article.
Okay. Article continues by saying, Watson continued, my team and myself, I was done wrong and not by John Favreau. He supports me. I love you. I hope this doesn't hurt our relationship, but what I was trying to get at is that it seems that every time you get something good, seasons 1 and 2, I did a lot of The Mandalorian. Boba Fett didn't do so well, and it wasn't because of JJ Dashaw. It was because, as some people, we don't get listened to on how to shoot action, and that's isn't that something that you should do as a director, as a producer, as an executive producer? Listen to your stunt team so they can, you know, tell you this is how we can perform the stunt and do it safely because they are risking their life a lot of the times. Some of these
I
dangerous
think on
stunts that
set
they.
that there's nobody more important after the director and then the stunt coordinator because he's in charge of all the stunt coordination. I don't
Mhm,
know a TV show or a movie that you can get away with, but your stunt coordinator can tell you, yes, we can do this stunt. No, we can't do this stunt, and you have to listen to the stunt coordinator. And he's got to be an expertise at it. He has to have a list at what he has previously done, or you get what happened with Mr. What's his name on that one start of a movie, and yeah, you try to get B-rated people outside the union, and accidents happen, and people get killed and hurt. So stunt coordination, and especially a stunt coordinator, is a very serious part of any movie, TV, film, commercial, anything. And like I said, they are not. That guy is number two after the director. That's like the director's almost like his left, right hand man. Almost, you have to listen to them. They're very important.
mhm. I mean, there was a stunt gone wrong on one of the Transformers movies where it cost the life of an extra.
You'd be surprised how many accidents do happen, and they do happen because stunts are dangerous. But
Mhm,
9 times out of 10, you have that's why you put the money out, a stunt coordinator that can say right up front to a director, "We can't do this,"
mhm. Yeah,
or "Yes, we can do it." But
yeah.
like I said, I can't think of the name of the Alex Baldwin movie thing that went bad, but
Rust.
that wouldn't have happened. I can guarantee you if it was, if they followed union policies and had hired a legit stunt coordinator. So, but they know all the lines. Check the cars. If there's a stunt's going to involve cars, check the fake guns because even a fake gun can hurt somebody if they have the
Mhm.
wrong things in there.
It
Uh,
happened to Brandon Lee when they were filming The Crow.
Yep. What people don't understand, even with a prop gun, you still put in what you would call cartridge in there, and even the cartridge has plastic with the metal at the end. Imagine the only way I can describe it. Think like a shotgun shell. It has the same thing, that metal at the end of it, and plastic, and it's supposed to explode. That metal piece, sometimes they use a cheaper metal than what the actual shell is on a shotgun shell, but it's designed to break up before impact. But
And
sometimes
it
it
doesn't always
doesn't
happen.
happen. Nope. And another problem was, people sometimes put live ammunition, and someone says, why would they ever put live ammunition in a prop? Sometimes they'll do the shot without the person there, so they can get an up close and personal look at the gun while it's being shot. So that
Hmm.
way, when it's shot, it goes off just like a gun, but it's not hitting anybody. But what's supposed to happen is they're supposed to double check the ammunition before they
They're
reload it
they're supposed to check the blanks to make
and
sure that
make sure
there's
it's blank.
blanks in the gun.
Yep. And it's a whole process. You can't skip over and get a lower person. I don't know all the ranks of different stuntmen, but you can't get a basic stuntman to do the job of an experienced 20, 25 year person that's a stunt coordinator.
Hmm.
And that's what happened on that Alex Baldwin shoot.
Yep.
He was trying to do a shot. If you notice, the other actor wasn't there. But the
Hmm.
problem was, first mistake, they had them, the director and the assistant director with the camera right in front of the gun. That should not have been. They should have been either off a little bit to the right or off to the little bit to the left of the line of sight of the gun. But
Hmm.
more importantly, they had been doing shooting of the prop gun with live ammunition, which was not supposed to be used of live ammunition. It was supposed to be a cartridge shell.
Yeah, it's supposed to be blanks.
Yep. So that's what happens when you go, unfortunately, the cheaper route and not hire a stunt coordinator. So, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't mean to take it off the topic, but yeah, I'm just trying to point out how important that a stunt coordinator it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
They're important in every movie, even if there's very few stunts. You still need someone there who can pull off the stunt and do it safely.
yeah. I mean,
And
you think of a comedy and like you'd see something like Mork and Mindy or something like that. Somebody falling down a set of stairs, not even like 6 steps, but they still have a stunt coordinator to even plan it because falling down the steps you can get hurt
yeah,
legitimately. So it doesn't matter how small the shoot, if it's like even a commercial, a TV show, a movie. Yeah, they're very important, and bottom line, they're worth the money because they know what they're doing.
yep. And I do want to say good morning to Spock's Friday Nights. Good morning, Spock. Hope you're doing well, brother. One of these days, we're gonna have to play some more Fortnite. So the article continues by giving us a quote from Watson saying, "And it just amazes me that especially at Disney, they have these people that are trying to shoot what we choreograph. We make up the action, and a lot of times we don't have a say in how it's shot." Ryan Watson continued by comparing what happened with Boba Fett to the 1980s Cannonball Run movie with Jackie Chan, and also mentions Chinese kung fu movies and Donnie Yen. If anyone remembers back in the old days of the Cannonball Run, when Jackie Chan was brought out to the American filmmakers didn't listen to him, and the action looked like crap. Watson said, and that's exactly what happened on Boba Fett. Watson added, "If Dashaw was second unit directing or myself were second unit directing, it would have never looked like crap. And it's too bad that these companies don't realize it and don't apologize for saying that because It's true. Why don't you guys listen to the masters and the artists on what we do? Watson questioned. Whether it's special effects, whether it's stunts, or the building of sets, these are all great artists, but there's always someone who comes in and goes, nah, nah, I want to put that there or whatever. Yeah, just like what we were talking about too. Somebody new comes into the workplace and they want to change things around instead of, getting the lay of the land and understanding, okay, this is working, this isn't working. We can change this. Same thing with the choreography, he added. They say, let's just do this here. You don't know what you're doing, what you're talking about. Watson also used heart surgery as an example of his thoughts. I can't imagine someone going up to a surgeon during open heart surgery and going, hey, you sure you want to cut that artery right there? I'd like to cut it over here or over there, as it says here in the article. And that's why movies sometimes fail, Watson explained, because they don't listen to the artist and the business side of it takes effect and it doesn't work. It's just frustrating because I felt I was done wrong. Well, you know, it's because the suits think they know better. No matter what business you're working in, again, I'm gonna say it in your own personal job, there's always gonna be some higher up who shows up and they think they know everything when all they do is spend time in their cubicle in the office. And the old man says a 501 blank will kill at 10 to 15 feet. Yes.
A
The
five
old
inch.
man,
He meant IN is 5
uh,
inch.
yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, just so people know, the blanks, most of them are
Well,
shaped similar to a shotgun shell.
old man knows because he used to do
Yeah,
that kind of work.
yeah. And that you still have that metal piece in the back. And what they do is they design it perfectly. They almost put like a shatter, like you would smash into glass when they're putting it together. That metal piece, and that metal is made out of soft metal. I'm not sure if it's aluminum, but I think it's a soft metal. But it's designed when you shoot it. That's supposed to either immediately shatter and go down and it doesn't impact the person. But another safety feature that they always should know, I mean, I'm not a stunt person and I don't own a gun. I have fired guns, but I don't own one personally. Um, when you're even shooting a blank, there's even like you're doing a pistol, like a 6 shooter for a Western. Them blanks in that cartridge, you do not stand anywhere in a direct, maybe for like 100 feet. You do not stand in a direct line of fire.
Even watching westerns, you see the camera angles that they're shooting at. They're not directly in front of the
Mhm.
actors firing the prop guns.
No, they do the quick angle of it, and you see the actor shoot the gun, but he's not shooting at anybody near or in the line of sight of the gun. And if you notice, look at what's his name? Clint Eastwood, some of his westerns, or John Wayne. The shot is focused on him, but you can see the camera is slightly off to an angle from where he's shooting because his aim is going in a different direction. Because the even though it's a blank, just like what happened in that shooting that happened in that the one we talked about, they put themselves in the line of fire. First of all,
Hmm.
an expert stuntman or stunt coordinator, first thing would have said that's a no-no. You're either off to the right or off to the left, but you're not right in the middle. That'd been number one. And like I said, when you don't have an expert stunt coordinator, you miss the small things, and the small things is what hurts you.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make a difference if it's a gun, it's a car. Same thing. A car can kill you.
Hmm.
A car can kill you. It's the same thing when they tell us when wrestling, when people don't imitate this because you
Yeah.
can get
Don't
hurt.
try this at home.
It's not that wrestling is coordinated, just like a stuntman is coordinated. Everything is coordinated. We might not think that in a 20-minute or 15-minute wrestling match, but had already during the week done it 3 or 4 times, and before the show starts, it's a walkthrough. And the same thing with the stunt coordinators. When they do a stunt, they first do a walkthrough.
Well,
You know?
even in wrestling, they may not do it for weeks at a time. What they might do is, do it for months at a time at a house show
Mm-hmm.
so they can work out the kinks. This way, by the time the actual match happens on a pay-per-view or say a Monday Night Raw, Wednesday Night Dynamite for AEW or any other show, they're ready to go. They worked out the kinks. Now, as someone who's watched wrestling, they still botch some moves because
Yep.
somebody's out of place, or maybe they get up on the top rope and they slip.
Mistakes happen. But like
Hmm.
you said, and a lot of people, a lot of fans, when they go to a wrestling show and they happen to be close by, let's say you go to Baltimore and then you go to the next night in Philadelphia, you're seeing the same matches. Sometimes they're like, why? Because they'll do 5 or 6 of the same matches, and then there's a live show, and then they do it on the live show, and then the next week it might be, you know, different people, and then they do it again. The like you're saying, the house shows were always the practice for what you would normally become a live shooting, or it was a pay-per-view. That's how they get their practice in. So that's why if you went to a show in Baltimore, you're getting the same wrestling matches and the same moves in Philadelphia the next night.
Yeah, and
Or
you might see something different in that match from the previous night because
Mhm.
they're looking at it this way. Okay, last night we did this, and when we got to this part of the match, that just wasn't working out. What if we try this?
Yep. Like I said, but wrestling is a perfect example. You see it there. We see it with the TV shows and commercials. Like I said, with this man on this article saying about the stunt coordinator, like I said, after the director, and I know there's now the assistant directors, the producer of cinematography, with all these different titles. But technically, after the producer, the person you listen to the most, or the director listens to the most, is the stunt coordinator. Make and break a movie. He's totally 100% right. Uh, it'll make and break you. You know.
Hmm. You know, too many hands in the pot,
Yep. And sometimes
too
that's the
many
problem.
cooks.
That's a problem with anything, like you were saying, and even in sports, you get a new management to go in there. If I'll use this analogy, when Joe Gibbs was the offensive coordinator of the San Diego Chargers, he knew what the Chargers were about. He understood the Chargers. He understood the people he was working with. Dan Fouts,
Hmm.
legendary quarterback. When he went to Washington, he knew the tradition of the Washington Redskins. He knew what they were about. He knew, hey, I guarantee he knew about the band. He knew when they played on key. He knew everything. And you don't go as the new coach. Yes, you're going to change your game plan, the systems of what the offense and the defense does. But people tend to forget the coach and the general manager are also in charge of the team as a whole. And the one thing you don't go do, you can change a lot of things. You don't change the fans, example, the band, which tend to be forgotten nowadays, the band, their songs, and you don't change your tradition. Let's just say the tradition of a sports team is put your cheerleaders out before game. They do a little cheerleading out in the field, maybe during halftime, and they do it at the end of the game. Uh, let's just say they did something like that, and that was the tradition of the team. Now, some head coach and general manager goes there, or even the owner, and says, "We're not putting the cheerleaders out there. They're staying on the sideline like every other team. We don't need them out there front and center." Well, the fans are used to it, and the fans expect it. You're messing with and that alone. Forget it. Even if the team goes 10-6 for the season in a football game, a football season for pro NFL, the fans will already be angry, and you forget about the team's record and how good the team. You cause a distraction. You cause harm to your fans. You can't do that. There's some things you can't do. I joke around with Mike about Wrigley Field. Wrigley Field has the only team that has an exemption about the ivy. They're allowed to have the ivy because it's been there so long. It's part of their tradition. So
Mhm.
even if somebody, for example, and I always joke about, don't mean it for real, but another team went there, like to say the Reds, and they say, we don't want that ivy there. We have to go climb up that to try to catch a ball. We got to go through all that ivy. Well, that's part of the game for there. That's
Mhm.
part of their tradition. And
Yeah, there you go to a different ballpark,
mhm,
and depending on the layout of the field in that particular ballpark, there are rules implemented for that particular ballpark. If the ball gets lost in the ivy at Wrigley, then it's an automatic ground rule double.
mhm. And that's put in place by Major League Baseball, you
Mhm.
know. And I think you can't mess with tradition. Baseball, more importantly than any other sport, probably maybe NASCAR, which has you've seen what happens with their ratings. You destroy your tradition there in NASCAR, you don't have ratings. And then Major League Baseball, we can say about some of the craziness done. They don't mess with tradition. They do
Except for
not.
Rob Manfred, he wants to mess with tradition. I mean, yeah, I'm glad he's getting rid of the shift, but he's putting in a pitch clock. It's like you're taking out all the strategy of the game. Leave the game alone, Manfred.
You know, I mean, like I said, I mean, some people will say, well, tradition's good, but change is better. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes that's not the case. Look at it this way. As people, we have grandparents. When you have grandparents, they teach you, and more importantly, tradition. Now, by the time it gets to you, that tradition changes a little bit, but you still keep some of that tradition.
Mhm.
You know, if for example, let's say at Mike's house Saturdays is hot dogs and French fries. Grandma put it down that way, so majority of the time on Saturday, even if he ain't at his grandma's, tradition, he's going to eat on Saturday, even in his own home, hot dogs and French fries on Saturday. That's
Well,
tradition.
even recipes that were passed down to my
Mhm.
grandmothers and grandfathers, it's down to my dad and my mom. You know, I follow those recipes to
Yeah.
the letter. Some turn out just as good as they did when mom made them, and some not so much. It's like, okay, well, what am I missing here? I followed it to the letter.
Sometimes you don't get
Yep.
the little shake it this way, but you have to stir it that way type deal. But
Mm,
for us as Americans, you have to remember we only have right maybe 400 years here in this country. Tradition wise, we don't have the longer tradition like they do in Europe and in the old world. So our traditions are even more important because it is, so new still technically. So, you know, what I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to get to this with this article, there are things, even if you do not want to do what your stunt director tells you to do, tradition states if it's involving a stunt, it's involving a shoot, you always go to your stunt director, even if you don't agree with them. For example, that shootout that they had in the Book of Boba Fett with the Black Wookiee, and the Wookiee gets shot 1,000 times and never dies. That doesn't happen in Star Wars. Maybe Chewbacca can take 2 or 3 shots, but he can't take no 20 shots and still survive. That ain't happening. Not with
no.
the laser gun or any gun. It's realistic. A stunt director would tell that to a director, so or whoever's in charge of the shooting. Hey, or I know we're fantasy here, but this doesn't work.
Yeah, and it's like Han and Greedo.
Yep.
Han shot first.
Basic on if you're watching the original movie, then you can say this one shot first. But if you watched the special edition, it's been changed.
Well, I'll always base it on the original movie because that's what I saw.
Yep. I
So
mean, that's the
Han
one I
shot
saw.
first.
But I understand people because of the special edition, and I do like the special edition. Don't get me wrong; I think it added more to it. But for me, I always go by the original movie.
Mm-hmm. The original work.
But there's an example there. George Lucas listens to his stunt coordinators. That you can. Like he tells people with Star Wars, yes, you can do this. No, you can't do that. Stunt director. You know, uh, we can't do this stunt, George. No matter how many ways, and how many, we can't do it without someone getting hurt, and we can't do it. So we have to come up with something new. Just facts, just facts. Sometimes the director wants this special shot, and then Bob's doing his stunt, and I'm not. You know what? I can think of one is the one from Indiana Jones, the very first one, where
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
yeah, he's being dragged under the truck,
Mm-hmm.
and they really didn't want to put Harrison Ford there, but George Lucas and Steven Spielberg kind of wanted him there. And the only way they can do it was they put a piece of metal, like a chest piece, underneath his shirt and everything, so that when he's being dragged by that metal piece. Now, don't get me wrong, he had to get hurt because
Mm-hmm.
he's
Because
still
that's metal.
dirt. Yeah, and your chest is on metal and that's scraping the ground. And the only thing important they did tell him, lift your back legs up as much as you can because you don't want that touching the ground, but you don't want to scrape
Nope.
your legs. But more importantly, private parts.
Yep.
But they told him, and I know it shows him really going fast, but I think they did the filming of it at a slower thing, like maybe 20 or 30 miles an hour, as opposed to maybe showing them doing it and speed up at maybe a 60-mile an hour, because of safety reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And I do want to say good morning to Kathy Skywalker. Good morning, and thank you for being around last night for my live reaction to the third episode of Lord of the Rings, which I did give a 2.5 out of 5. And what I said is I liked the opening theme music, just like I did last week, and also the music in this episode. So that's what gave it the 2.5 out of 5.
Hmm. But I'm glad this guy brought up Jackie Chan because he done all his stunts.
Mm-hmm. And
All
he's
his
paying for it
stunts,
now.
and he's paying for it. Yes, but you understand this when you have to get a stunt coordinator and he has to get a stunt double. Uh, that's money. That's
Mm-hmm.
extra money. And here's the thing: I can't tell you how many times they have to do reshoots because technically the stunt double, and sometimes even believe it or not, even for a man, his stunt double might be a woman.
Yeah.
It depends on who they can do to get the job. I'll never forget Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park. And one of the different problems in that movie is the coordinator, when he did the filming, they might film for a shot maybe 2 or 3 hours for a 10-minute scene. But one of the stunt doubles for Ace Frehley happened to be an African American. And when the camera hit, they didn't delete him out of the scene and put the image of a slower or still image of the actor or musician, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, it was a bad movie all the way around, and no fault of the stunt people because they were doing their job. But sometimes mistakes get in the movies, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, they got the stunt coordinator. They got him in there. So, I mean, you see that movie Gladiator. You see the airplane.
Yep.
You know, uh, there's a one in Days of Thunder. There's a shoot where uh, Tom Cruise and his then wife, who was soon to be his wife and then ex-wife, are walking, and there's another couple, and the lady doesn't call her by the character's name. He calls him Tom, and they made it through the movie. Sometimes there are people hired to make sure mistakes are caught, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes mistakes still get into the movies. So,
Yeah, it happens. I mean,
yep,
heck, there have been plenty of times where I've edited a video and something gets completely missed by me.
yep,
And,
and
and I'm watching it after I've uploaded. I'm thinking, well, I can either do one of two things: pull it down or just leave it as is.
leave
And
it like go and just roll with it. But
yeah,
think of this, people. A lot of people don't think when you do filming of a movie, you think there's only one crew. There's sometimes at minimum 2 or 3 crews.
yeah, you have
You
the
have
second
team
director
one.
unit who goes out and does all the beauty shots for
Mm-hmm.
a location, and then you have the director and that team actually filming the movie, and
So some of them will have team one, team two for the director. Some will have, like you said, the beauty shots. And then the third is the stunt filming. That's almost technically their own photo shoot, their own shooting of the movie is done
mhm,
with stunts. Uh all your movie's a mess, and you always see the little old fashioned black and white thing that they hit cut with or start the scene, and you'll see on there, this is shooting scene 12 of 12 minutes and 50 seconds in the movie or TV show. That's because that's where it tells the director where to insert that shot.
mhm.
And films, believe it or not, sometimes are filmed so out of order. Lord of
Yeah,
the Rings, most of the endings was shot in the beginning.
yeah, it's the same for TV shows.
Hmm.
Next Generation had through its whole entire run, and I'm just using Next Generation as an example,
Hmm.
where they would shoot certain scenes first, and then, the beginning of the episode, they could shoot that last.
Yep. Like I said, it's when you do a season, they might be on the only one I could tell you that didn't do that way, and it was because it was a rush job, and how they ever did it and got it through, not just with the writing, but with the filming, of Battlestar Galactica, because they were practically getting the script the day before or right after the due date. Like, for example, filming for that show, because they were rushed into that spot because of the cancellation of it was Marvel's Captain America that got canceled. So they were rushed into that spot. So they were getting, well, this week's episode practically on the due date or right after the due date. So you may have 5 days, but you're only getting 4 days or 3 days to actually do the filming of that. Meanwhile, they're doing other finishing up from the previous episode, or say, oh, we have this actor. Let's film episode 7 shots right now for this part. So, and everything has to be coordinated, But if
Mhm.
the actors are getting it last minute, that means the stunt people are getting it last minute. That means the director's getting it last minute. And nowadays, directors don't really do it that much, so they always pass it down. Uh, I know people like Jerry Bruckheimer as a director, but he doesn't do the directing anymore. Everything gets sent to him. He has people, let's call them sub directors.
Well, he's always been more of a producer
Yeah, and
than a director.
he's not the George Lucas type to go in there and do both roles. Some are, some aren't. But a lot of times, what you get is, you're watching a 30-minute episode of a TV show. Well, more, it's really 40 minutes when you add and then commercials. Uh, Sometimes it's done easy, and sometimes it's a rush job. You know, Movies get a little bit more, but you have to remember that's why they allot the movie. You got 30 days worth of shooting. You got this actor. You got 30 days. Make it happen. You know, After that, costs go up. You know, so. You know, I always admired the stuntman. I remember the TV show. What's his name from $1 Million Man? I can't think of his name right now. Did the show, and it was based upon stuntmen. It was dramatization, but yeah, it was based about the unknown stuntman. I can't think of the name.
Are
Sorry.
you thinking about Fall Guy?
Yeah, the Fall Guy. I love that show. And he even sung the song, remember? The
Mm-hmm.
actor? Lee
Yeah.
Majors. Lee Majors. There you go. Lee Majors. And that was all about stuntman. Because the stuntman is actually, just like his song said, I'm the one that makes Clint Eastwood a star.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And that was a cool show in the 80s. People loved it. But yeah, it was based
I loved
upon,
watching it with my dad.
yep. Yep. You know, like I said, a lot of the time these people they do get a little acknowledgement, like this man was saying, and he was disappointed that his team didn't win. Understand his feedback and hurt from it, but Disney, it don't seem to just be messing with just the fans or what you would call what they should be their content. But when you go down deep and you start messing with your stunt coordinators, you gotta say, what are they thinking? You
A
know,
lot of times, the only thing they're thinking about is dollar signs. How can we cut cost?
cost is always there. Yeah, I think it's more for the real excuse is the profit. But like he said, and he's there on the thing. He knows Disney. You know, I know people praise the first sequel movie, and even you can say the numbers for the second one, but as a whole, it didn't do well.
Mm-mm.
And there's one he missed, the big one, and that was Solo. You know,
I'm
ninety
sure he would
percent.
have mentioned it had he
Yeah,
worked on
yeah,
Solo, but
but yeah, that's 90%, and that reason is because of reshoots. In a movie, you can never go over with cost, maybe 20%, and that's still pushing it. But when you have Solo that did 90%, you're practically doing another movie. And even if that movie was a blockbuster hit, put it in there as Top Gun Maverick. Because of the 90% reshoots and rewrites and refilming, you're not going to recover the cost. It was never going to be able to make a profit,
mm-mm.
you know? So, yeah. Uh, that's all I can say about that without keep going on. I think for myself, I said a lot, but I feel bad for him for not winning, but that tends to happen. There's a lot of things, not stunt wise, but cinematography wise, that I do not like about the Book of Boba Fett and the follow up with Obi-Wan.
Mhm.
Disney for me has always been known. Well, not let forget Disney. George Lucas's Star Wars has always been known for good camera, good action. It knew where to be at, where to do the shots. It was perfect. That the last two, no. And I know a lot of people praise who was he praising from Marvel? I forgot his name already. John
Kevin
Favreau
Feige.
and Kevin Feige. But John Favreau and Dave Filoni. I can tell you this right now. I think after this year, for sure, we cannot say they're the saviors of Star Wars. You know, so yeah, and that's management. And does he have a say or no say? He's well for Dave Filoni. He's number 3 on the hierarchy of Lucasfilm. He gotta have something. Yeah, he can be overridden by Kathleen Kennedy, but John Favreau is not Lucasfilm. Let's get that right. He's put there by Disney. He was handpicked by the previous CEO. So he doesn't answer to Kathleen Kennedy. So if Dave Filoni said, hey, we need to do this, and Kathleen Kennedy says no, he Dave Filoni can then turn to what's his name and say, hey, we need this. You need to go see the CEO or the board of directors, because that's where the power is, and go over her head. But it doesn't look like they're doing that. I think they have all fallen in line. That's just my opinion. So if let's just put it this way: if we see and hear a stunt coordinator complaining, then all the complaints you ever heard about Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, it's there. It's proof. What more can you say when a stunt coordinator is saying it?
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad. That's all I can say. Because a lot of times the stunt coordinators and the stuntmen and women, just like your sound and people with sound and filming, just like your actors get recognition, they get recognition. And more importantly, if he felt he could have won if things were done right. See, when someone says to you, I worked on Clint Eastwood's Josie Wales, that's recognition. People know, oh, this guy, we know who this guy is. Or someone would have said, I did this trilogy and that trilogy. That's when he goes to another movie company or another movie or director and says, this is my MMO.
This is my resume.
Yep, that's his resume. People look at that. And if he thought he could win, that could probably been on his resume, even if however you feel about Disney Star Wars. For him, this is how he feeds his family. And the more recognition he gets, the more he can go to other films and other TV shows, or even, like I said, even commercials.
Depending on the commercial, the way it's being shot, you do need stunt coordinators. You need, stuntmen and stunt women. But
like I said, I think he felt that he could have won under maybe if Disney wasn't interfering, and maybe he's speaking because certain people can't.
he's speaking because so many people have been silenced too for speaking their mind, and he even says in the article he got a call from Disney and after he made his post, and it's like, well, you know what? If you're not going to acknowledge the issues that you're having with your product, then somebody else needs to speak out and let people know, no, we agree with the fans. We agree that this isn't right. This isn't working. This morning, I have a poll going for Pop Talk. And the question I'm asking is, would you watch Pop Talk for an hour and a half, 2 hours, or 3 hours? And I'm letting everybody who's a subscriber and non subscriber decide what they prefer. Because I know myself that Pop Talk can go on for quite a long time. So I'm trying to, you know, make a change that works for everybody. But I want to get feedback. And the only way I can get feedback is by asking subscribers and non-subscribers what they would prefer, because not everybody has a lot of time to sit through a 6-hour edition of Pop Talk.
No.
I get that. Whether you're watching, listening, or on the panel, nobody has that kind of time.
At least you listen and you put it out to the people. That's important on anything anybody does, be it radio, TV, motion picture, or even here on YouTube or anything like YouTube. The people that are listening to you is what's going to make anybody. So if they say, Mike, we don't want to talk about chocolate, candy, ice cream, or anything to do with chocolate, what's Mike's choice but to listen to the people and say, Well, we can't talk about chocolate. You know, it's just natural. You go by like we had talked about even tradition with teams, sports teams, and things. There's things you can say and you can do, and there's things that you can't do. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you don't go as a San Diego Charger announcer and intentionally hurt somebody like Dan Fouts and say, "Well, he was a great quarterback, but he never won the big one." You'll have the San Diego Chargers fans even today turn against you in a heartbeat because yeah, he might not have made it there, but it wasn't his fault that they didn't get there.
Nope.
Same thing with Dan Marino. Dan Marino was probably one of the best quarterbacks. I'll put him up there in the top 5. Only made it to one and didn't win it. But here's the thing, Dan Marino put the numbers up. It was the only person that I could tell you that can probably throw 5 touchdowns or 6 touchdowns in the game, but it wasn't his fault that his team didn't have a defense that whole entire time he was there. And even though he might put 40 or 50 points on the board, the defense was giving up 55, 56, or 60 points. So you can't win. You couldn't win. Put Dan Marino on the Washington Redskins, and I guarantee you he would have won a couple Super Bowls. You know, it's just the fact of the game. And sometimes a career that happens in sports. You'll have a baseball team that had great pitching, but it had no hitting.
Yeah.
Or even the reverse. They had the hitting, but no pitching. It happens.
I've seen that with Cub teams.
Mhm.
There's a year where our pitching's good. There's a year where our hitting's good, but you're missing, you know, a piece or two.
Yep, and it happens. That was the
Yep.
balance before free agency, that sometimes your team, according to how it's built, sometimes they miss something. Very few times does the clock strike 12 for your sports franchises. Now,
Mhm.
nowadays, people like a New Englander fan had 20 years of good football, but 20 years before that, there were some lousy football games.
Mhm.
I can remember the Patriots being the butt of jokes. You know,
Yep.
Nowadays, maybe not
Especially
so.
with Drew Bledsoe as their quarterback.
And he was a good quarterback. Just the pieces didn't fall together when he was there. You know,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
and that happens.
Yep.
In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next story here from Anime News Network. And it says Crunchyroll screens Gundam Kakuzu Domes Island film in UK, US, Canada, Australia in September. It says film opens with subtitles English dub in UK on September 21st to the 2nd, US on the 27th to the 28th, Canada on the 29th, October 1st, and Australia for 1 week from September 29th. Says Crunchyroll announced on Friday that it has acquired the rights to the Mobile Suit Gundam Dones Island. I'm not going to say the first one because I've already butchered it several times. And it says furthermore that it's going to be for the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia, and it will screen the film in theaters later this month. The film will screen in both subtitled and English dubbed versions in select theaters in the United Kingdom on September 21st and 22nd. It will also screen in the United States on the 27th and 28th, in Canada on September 29th and October 1st, and in Australia for 1 week starting on the 29th of this month. The film opened in Japan on June 3rd and sold about 200,000 tickets for 400 million yen, about 3.2 million US. And it also goes on to say the film's original announcement described the film as a retelling of the 15th episode of the original Mobile Suit Gundam television anime. The episode itself has been omitted from English releases of the series. The story is set after the Federation defense of Jaburo, with the Federation planning to renew offensives on Zeon's invasion headquarters in Odessa. Amaru and the White Base head to Belfast to resupply, but the White Base receives new orders to head to the island of no return to search and destroy any Zeon stragglers. Amaru sets out on the island in search of Zeon spies, but finds a group of children and a Zaku mobile suit on the supposedly uninhabited island. With the Gundam left behind, Amaru encounters a man who calls himself Kukuru's Dome. Yeah, I tried it again. I'm not afraid to do that. After uncovering the secret of the island, Amaru attempts to make his way back to the Gundam to escape. And it says manga creator and animator. Uh, I can't even pronounce it correctly, so I'm not going to try. But it says that the animator and manga creator directed the film and was also credited with the character designs alongside uh, Atushi Amaru. I know you're laughing. I hear you snickering. I
It's
hear
that
you.
first name that you got me on when you said that. But it's fine. It's hard. I understand. I joke
Yeah,
with you.
I know you do. But it also has an update down here. Crunchyroll's website has added an update regarding the UK screenings of the film. Due to recent events, the screenings featured within the United Kingdom have been removed from this article. We will update the article with more information on the release when available. Of course, this article was posted, just recently, so I can imagine that the reason why they decided they would cancel the screenings in the UK is because of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, which is understandable because they're going to have, I think it's either 10 or maybe 15 days of mourning.
Yeah. It's when you have monarchy, um, you have to understand they're might not be as powerful like they used to be, but they're still the head of state. That means the government, technically, yes, they do answer to their parliament, but really, they answer to the monarchy. So, for when you remove that, if someone dies or something in that situation, yeah, it's a lot more before you can say, okay, it's like a president. You do a couple days mourning and then done. No, and you have to remember the United Kingdom. We say England, we say Britain, but it's the UK. So it's more than technically one country.
Hmm.
You know, she's the Queen of the UK. That means Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England, Britain, or however you want to say it. Then you have to realize she's also the figurehead of the Commonwealth, like
Yep.
Canada, you know. So even though she's not as powerful, the Prime Minister of Canada doesn't technically have to answer to the Queen or the King. They have her as the symbol head. Everything gets changed. All your legal documents, when you go in there and you say you got to do a court proceeding, you have a queen. Well, the next day there's a king. All the wording and the title of the documentation, even though they let it slide, let's just say I'm fighting a traffic ticket and they're representing Her Majesty's government. Well, let's say at the end of the court proceedings, it's His Majesty. The wording has to
Which in
change.
this case, with Charles now being king, it is
Mhm.
His Majesty.
Yep. So all that documentation. So you go into court last week, case doesn't get settled to this week. It starts the documentation with Her Majesty. Now it ends with His Majesty. So you have a lot of stuff you have to do, a lot of changing. 15 days is about a good time for, it takes enough time to do all that changing. Not counting like your military, which has to do all the different things on their ships, or, when they're, you know, everything referring to Her Majesty has to flip over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only way I can describe it for people is you remember in 2000, you had a lot of your documents, your checks, and everything had 19 on there for 1900s. When you went into 2000, you had to get something with 20 because of the new decade. Same thing.
Yeah, you had to, you know, do the necessary paperwork to get something with 2000s on it, and
Mm-hmm.
if you only had something that said 1999, and
Like I
but
said, it just gives them time, and they have to grieve. And you notice she died in England, but I think today her body has been moved to Scotland because technically she was also the Queen of Scotland.
mhm. And this morning, because it is 9/11, I'm gonna forego playing his video, and please welcome Anonymous.
You're too kind.
Good morning, brother.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. I don't know if you've been listening or lurking, but we had started off this program by talking about an article in relation to Star Wars and a stunt coordinator, and how Disney wasn't listening to any recommendations from the stunt team when it came to directing The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett. And we just finished this article from Anime News Network talking about how the newest Gundam movie is going to be screened in the UK, US, Canada, and Australia later this month.
I was out and about doing personal errands, so I wasn't able to. That's why I'm late. So,
Honey to-do list.
yeah, basically.
You better do your honey to-do list because you don't want the honey mad.
Oh, I had to take the honey. I drive Miss Daisy, okay? She doesn't drive, so I got to take her everywhere she goes.
Oh, Lordy.
So, yeah, it was fun. It was time consuming. I did get breakfast out of it, so that's cool.
Waffle House?
That's a sweet deal.
Yeah.
You got Waffle House?
No. Sonic.
Well, Sonic's good. I like Sonic. I know a lot of people don't like Sonic, but I do like Sonic.
Yeah, ultimate meat cheese burrito for breakfast, man. That's the burrito of champions.
Believe it or not, Sonic, I love the hot dogs.
Yeah, their conies are good.
When I go to Sonic, and I can hear you now, Phil, but I'm going to tell you anyway. When I go there, all I want is a hamburger with bun, meat, cheese, bun. I don't want anything else on it.
I can understand that. I mean,
4-year-old.
You know what? I know people that will never go to Burger King because they do not believe you put mayonnaise on a hamburger. But I do know people that love ketchup and mayonnaise instead of mustard.
I'm a ketchup master. I'm a ketchup and mayonnaise guy.
Yep. I go either way. I can have mustard and ketchup, just ketchup, ketchup and mayonnaise.
No, I got to be. It's either everything on it besides mustard. I don't like mayonnaise and mustard, so it's mustard or ketchup, mayonnaise, and then like all the stuff like lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles. That's my monster burger. It's either that or I'm doing a classic: ketchup, mustard, pickles, and onions. Cheeseburger.
I like either or.
Yeah,
I like either or.
Yeah, and what's funny is Sonic is the only place I do that at because I think their burgers taste the best that way without all the extra stuff on it.
I'm gonna agree. I've the past couple of times I don't usually eat burgers from fast food joints anymore because my palate has changed and I like homemade, fresh, hand pressed hamburgers.
You don't like the soy burgers?
No.
The only place I could say that does not do that is Wendy's. Wendy's does use all legit hamburger. The other places secretly they don't tell people it's hamburger mixed with soy. You
Yeah, I
know,
bet. But the Wendy's though, even I don't like pre-made like
burgers.
meat paste burgers. I
Mhm.
can't stand that crap
You
anymore.
want that fresh taste, and I agree. Nothing beats
The
homemade
A
hamburger,
fresh
and
ground hamburger,
yep,
fresh ground
and
burger,
Mm-hmm.
just barely patted out and thinned out a little bit. Just
not to
hardly touched.
knock on people in the fast food industry or even in restaurants in this day and age. I'm a little hesitant. So if I can do it at home, or I
Uh,
would say 99% of myself is homemade. I will technically once a month maybe go to a Wendy's or a Burger King, but I prefer it. But here's the thing: when I make my burger at home, I know who touched it, I know who handled it, and I know what I'm putting on it. You know,
yep.
and
Mm-hmm.
You make
unfortunately,
it the way you want.
yeah.
It's not
But not
like you
only that,
go like I love a McDonald's cheeseburger. I think they're like something about them, the pickles and the ketchup and all that stuff together just turns into just
mush,
a
mush.
mushy. It's awesome mush. I don't
Mhm.
want to. I don't know how to explain it, but
No, I'm with you.
they're and that's the only burger there I'll eat is just a plain cheeseburger.
But
But
I will tell you guys this: I have been more a takeout person in the last 5 years. I don't eat in the restaurants or in the fast food, and more so after. I hate to say it, a lot of our news is involving incidents of inside the restaurant or inside the fast food places. Guy goes in there in Arizona and unfortunately complains about his burger and gets elderly man gets knocked in the head and hits his head on the ground and dies over
Mm-hmm.
complaining that his burger wasn't cooked all the way and he just wanted another burger cooked all the way. You know, that's all he asked.
it's an epidemic nowadays. It's like people going into fast food restaurants and just going nuts over some minor little thing,
You know,
and it's all over the freaking internet, and it's just people are gone crazy. I don't understand
Mm-hmm.
it.
I
Yep.
will tell you this. I used to, as a kid, my dad took me quite a few to uh, one Major League Baseball game, but two or three local. We have what they call the Wilmington Blue Rocks. They are a subsidiary of the Kansas City Royals. So I think they're like 1 star. I forget what they call it, but it's level one. Uh, but yeah, it's a nice small park, and I will say this: I love their hot dogs. You know, I wouldn't mind. Even though it was somewhat expensive, $7, you get a hot dog and you get a soda, but it was a ballpark. The only thing I didn't get because I can't eat popcorn as much as I used to. Only thing I don't get anymore is a popcorn. But I still
Yep.
go to the park and I get there soda, hot dog. You know,
I would go to Norfolk Tides games, and a lot of times I would skip the hot dog and go for an Italian sausage.
yeah, I love Italian sausage. But I won't buy it outside because my dear sweet mom is still alive and she would kill me if I bought outside. You know, you don't buy outside Italian food, Mike. Your Italian mother get upset. Hmm. I made that mistake one time asking for spaghetti at a restaurant, and the
Yeah, I
look
know
of
what you're
horror on my parents' face. Yeah.
Well, I can remember a few times going to some friend's house, and sometimes we would have chicken, green beans, and mashed potatoes. And I always thought, and even to this day, still believe that my mom's mashed potatoes were the best.
Hmm.
And I would tell my mom what we had, and she'd look at me and say, "Yeah, and how are the mashed potatoes? Not as good as yours."
Not as good as yours, mom. You're still the best.
Yeah, mom always made the best stuff for the most part. She couldn't cook a steak to save her life, but everything else was super awesome. So
That was like my dad grilling on the barbecue, and everything would be, just charcoaled.
yeah, oh shoot, my mom was worse. We didn't even do barbecue stuff when we were. We never had a grill. Okay, growing up, never cooked on an open flame my entire life until I did it myself. So mom used to like broil our steaks whenever we had them, which wasn't very often. So, she didn't like have a lot of practice cooking steaks, and it was just a tried out chewy nightmare. So
the wars about charcoal versus gas or wherever I'll put propane, whatever you want to use. If it ain't charcoal to me, charcoal or wood. If it ain't charcoal or wood, I don't like to call it barbecue because it's got to be charcoal or wood for me. It's got to have.
I don't mind using gas. I don't use gas, but I don't mind somebody using gas as long as they got their wood chips or their smoke. As long as it's got smoke on it, I can tolerate.
There you go.
If they're cooking without any kind of smoke, then screw you.
I don't, not to bust on our northern friends, but down south we do have a lot of people, and you can still find farmers that still do it, and you can go there and buy from the smokehouses. There he is, loves redheads. Name me 3. Go.
Can they be characters of all right, let's see. You've got Haley Atwell, right? She's a redhead. You got Agent Carter. You've got The Little Mermaid, even though I don't care for that movie much, even though I know it's considered a classic, the animated movie. And then you got what about Jessica Rabbit? There's 3.
I'll let you get away with the fictional one, but man, come on, man. I want 3 actresses. Go.
3 actresses? Dude, that's a tough one. Of redheads? They've been pretty much eliminated from Hollywood mostly. What the hell?
Are you saying they're a dying breed?
Yes, they are.
They're ignored.
They're ignored badly. Yes, we know this. We've known this for a number of years.
Well, maybe one day Mike will do a stream of the justice for redheaded women in entertainment in Hollywood.
When is the last time we saw a redhead in a show somewhere else?
Non-bleached redhead.
Non-bleached.
When they bleach their hair for the row, I don't consider that.
Isn't Atwell? Isn't her hair naturally? Isn't she a natural redhead?
That's somebody told me. I can't remember.
I thought she was. Yeah.
Amy Adams. How about Amy Adams?
Is Amy Adams a natural redhead?
Yeah.
She is. Oh, that's right. She dyed her hair blonde. Fucking.
Well, you can always tell a redhead, a real redhead.
That's
some of them they cover it. Tom Cruise's first wife, I can't think of her name.
Nicole Kidman.
She's redhead, and she has freckles, but she puts on the makeup where you cannot tell. And trust me, it's got to be caked on. She even hides it, even on her chest. But when you see her in one of her older movies, there's one that she did back in the early 80s, when she had her bright, fiery, curly red hair, and she had freckles. I have no problems with freckles. I say if the Lord gives it to you, flaunt it, show it.
Freckles is fine.
But some of these women, they don't like freckles, man. And she got some on the arch. They must paint her every morning.
Some of these women, of course, definitely more than men are getting. They always get this plastic surgery, and sometimes it's just too much. Sometimes it's fine.
Flaunt what's given to you. That's what I always say.
You can. If you want to put some Botox into you, fine, but just don't put too much. And I have no problem people admitting. Go ahead, yeah.
I do want to say good morning to Matt from Channel 66.
Good morning, Matt from Channel 66.
And also the Admiral.
I don't take his credit. I'm not gonna take Nerd Poriel's credit. It's no good. I'm sure of it. No good. But good morning, guys.
Morning, Cash.
Well, it's noon here on the East Coast. You're on the other coast. That doesn't count.
Oh my god.
I still call it Sunday morning Pop Talk because depending on where you're at, it's morning.
I think we've gone through this, and I'm going to defend Mike on this, which is he originally was born in California. He lived there a number of years, so
that's
why it's PACIFIC414. He escaped.
He escaped. He's like, I consider now California and Californians from California stand like the people from New Jersey. The only difference is Us people in Delaware make sure and do our best to keep them on their side of the river so your lands can stay safe. You do not want the invasion of the New Jerseyans. Trust me.
Okay, all right, Phil. All right.
And here we go. I picked the wrong time. All right, see you guys. No, I'm kidding.
And good morning, Boosh McFadden. Good to see you again.
Morning.
He and I were on with Potato Revan on Friday, and we were talking about classic TV. And he also
Classic
stopped by
TV.
Thursday night during the Star Trek stream from the original series to Enterprise.
At this point, I think some of these people should come back from the dead and just slap the new people around and say, nope, we're bringing back this show. It's going to be like that joke on Family Guy where they're like, we brought Jim Varney back from the dead. Did you guys ever see that? I bet we could show that clip on here. It's funny as hell. And he keeps saying Vern all the time. Hey, Vern, 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 Vern.
Hey, Vern.
Oh, gosh.
Well, Bosh,
Hey, take this out, Vern.
You have
Jim Varney had a
Mr.
successful
Franks,
career, though.
a.k.a.
Quality career.
Mr. Riker with the beard. Forever, he should keep his beard. Whoever told him in that hideous.
Oh my
Next
gosh, you
Generation
and this
movie,
beard
he
all the
shaved
time.
his face
You know what?
again.
All right.
Let's show him a picture of Riker without the beard.
No,
That's the trigger,
no,
Phil. Let's
no.
do it.
No.
Hair,
It's my
hair
show. I
seems to
make the
trigger
calls.
Phil. What is
No.
your deal with hair, Phil? I don't
No,
understand.
no. It's Riker. It's Mr. Franks. Look. The best thing they ever did was tell him to grow the beard after that first season. It made him a lot better. And then they, for some reason, years later, they give him the suggestion, time to take it off. I'll never forget that movie when he comes out.
It was part of the plot of Insurrection, Phil.
Oh God, that movie that ruined the movie right then and there. Right then and there. Forget the white coats, but that beardless Riker should never exist in any universe.
Yeah, it was the
Phil,
beard that ruined
Phil,
Insurrection.
Phil.
Insurrection is still way better than Star Trek 5. Yeah, I went there. That's right.
I don't know.
Phil. I just have
I like
something
the
to
whole
say to you.
political-
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
That's right.
Yeah, but the difference is when you're a beardless Riker, you really feel the tissue. When you have the beard, you really don't see it. So, and you don't.
So-
need it.
Dude,
Well-
do you have nightmares of that, Phil? Is it you see the beardless Riker and then you just
Soak it in.
Oh God!
Chasing him.
For the
Chasing
love
him
that
in his
everything
dreams.
is holy in this world,
Phil.
look. Let alone that he has a butt chin. And if anybody doesn't know, when you look at the bottom of the chin, you see that little circle there, the line. That's what you call a butt chin.
He's
He
in
needs
good
a
company
beard.
with people like Clark W. Griswold.
They need
Leave him
he
alone.
needs that beard.
I have a chin like
he
that
looks
too, Phil. You got a
disproportionate
problem?
in the
You
face.
got a problem with that chin? Huh?
Look how sad he looks. Look at Worf in the background. Look at him in absolute horror. Look, you can see him right off the screen there towards the right.
Worf doesn't even care.
Grow some facial hair. Be a man.
Oh gosh, Phil.
It's great.
Speaking of Star Trek, though, that is our next article here on the program. But before I do that, I do want to catch up on the comments. Let's see.
Bush is right about that, though. I mean, that happened, and that happened. Deanna did shave him. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep. They were in Deanna's quarters, and
Promiscuity.
and as I recall, they're both in the bathtub, and Worf comes over on the comms and says that Admiral Dougherty is wondering why the Enterprise hasn't left, and Riker does say to Worf over the comms, "Can I get back to you, Mr. Worf?" Because, well, giggity.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that Deanna Troy does not like the roughness of a beard on her whatever part.
So remember, we should all send Phil a beardless Riker T-shirt.
I will
Make
hate
sure
you
they
guys with
exist.
guts forever and a day.
Let's all send him a 3x5 of Jonathan Frakes with no beard.
Yes, I like it.
You do notice after that movie, he grew that beard back and has kept it forever since.
Yeah, no, he's never he likes having the beard. Yeah, he's never gotten rid of it.
And I do want to say good morning to GMC Games, Moves, and Comics. Good to see you, brother, and thank you for the addition to your Twitter group.
Oh, Twitter group.
Yep. And Bush McFadden says, "It isn't morning everywhere. Games, geez. Oh, come on. Easy there, guys. Easy there."
I think he's just being sarcastic.
I know.
I think Games can take it. I think he'll be all right.
So,
Oh man.
our final article before we get on to our next topic is from Bounding into Comics, and it says Star Trek Legends, Nichelle Nichols and DeForest Kelley to find final resting place amongst the stars. I know I already posted this in the chat, but I'm going to go ahead and post the article in the chat again. This way you can all read it. And it's by Spencer McCauley. It was posted on Friday. It says, having given a significant portion of their careers to going where no man has gone before, it's only fitting that Star Trek Legends Nichelle Nichols and DeForest Kelley, who respectively portrayed Lieutenant Uhura and Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy in the original series, excuse me, will have their ashes laid to rest amongst the stars. Nichols and Kelly are set to fly off into the unknown together aboard Memorial Spaceflight Company Celestis inaugural Voyager level offering named the Enterprise flight in honor of its prestigious guest, which will launch from planet Earth and travel beyond the Earth-Moon system, beyond the James Webb Telescope, and into interplanetary deep space, where it will join the other planets, moons, comets, and asteroids in our solar system on a never-ending journey through the cosmos. The Enterprise flight, carrying specially manufactured and inscribed individual flight capsules containing cremated remains, complete human genome, individual DNA samples, and names and messages of well wishers from around the globe, will be launched aboard a United Launch Alliance Vulcan Centaur rocket from Cape Canaveral, Florida, explains Solstice. However, the two Enterprise shipmates will not be alone in their journey, as aboard Enterprise fittingly will be series creator Gene Roddenberry and several cast members of the original television series, as well as an Apollo era astronaut, together with people from all walks of life, interests, and vocations. These additional posthumous guests will include Lieutenant Montgomery Scott, actor James Doohan, Faith 7 mission astronaut L. Gordon Cooper Jr., Roddenberry's wife, Majel Barrett, Star Trek The Motion Picture and 2001 A Space Oddity visual effects supervisor Douglas H. Trumbull, and Apollo 14 astronaut Phil Chapman. In an official press release offering Nichols' addition to the flight, Celsius co-founder and CEO Charles M. Schaefer wrote to fans, "We are very pleased to be fulfilling with this mission a promise I made to Majel Barrett in 1997 that one day we would fly her and husband, Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry, together on a deep space memorial space flight. This mission is named Enterprise in tribute to them, and also follows fellow mission participant and beloved actor James Scotty Doohan, as well as many Star Trek fans who are joining them on this, the 20th Solstice Memorial Space Flight," he asserted. "We look forward to launching this historic mission on a rocket named Vulcan. Interesting, though, Kelly's ashes were spread across the Pacific Ocean following his death from stomach cancer in 1999. The esteemed fictional doctor will be making the journey courtesy of a lock of his hair saved by his caregiver and close family friend, Chris Smith. Goes on to say, speaking to TMZ, Smith explained that she donated the lock from which the actor's DNA extracted and added to the Enterprise flight on board cargo so that Kelly could make a final journey into interstellar space. I think the a nickname used to refer to Kelly by close friends would have loved to go hopping galaxies again with casting crewmates, she added. As of writing, the Enterprise flight does not have a confirmed launch date, but is set to take off sometime later this year. In the meantime, fans can submit a tribute message to Nichols, the most recent to pass on July 30th, 2022, via the Enterprise Flight's official website. I will go ahead and copy the link to that website and post it into the chat for anybody who wishes to, add their comments and also check out the website. Once the mission is officially scheduled, submitted messages will be placed aboard the Vulcan rocket and accompany the actress into her next adventure. So that's a very touching tribute to those actors and Gene Roddenberry and everyone else who has been lost and who's going on this flight.
I'd like to say that I myself would kill for the chance to have my body ejected to deep space, to fly the spaceways, and run into an alien race one day and scare the crap out of them. And I'd also like to say, can we put George Takei on this flight also?
Oh my.
Oh my.
Will he be jealous as he was with William Shatner going into space?
Don't care.
Yeah.
Just stick this time to the front end of the rocket. Just light that candle.
Yeah. I respect the symbolism, but for me, at this point, I love the actors. I love their characters. Does it matter to me if they get ejected into space or not? That's on them, to me, it's like be buried in the earth, be buried in the ocean, be buried in ice, or wherever they want to go. To me, it doesn't have to be advertised. I know they do it because sometimes believe it or not, the actors and the actresses, especially these two, being said by the said private industry of space now, that's probably going to get turned maybe a couple people to invest, make their company more verbally known. There's reasons also why companies do this. So, but yeah, if their family's fine with it and they want to do it, more power to them.
Yep, I agree.
To me, they're deceased. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
My
Unless
dog dies. I'm sad and everything, but
unless they put it in their will,
and then I move on.
Right. They
To
put
me,
it
the
in
actors' bodies or anything or anybody, even family members, just a
They
body.
they will always live on through their work. So.
There you go.
Mhm.
And their bodies is not important. So even if they're in space or buried in the ground next to family, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
It's
To me, the
still a nice
person,
tribute to them, though.
yeah, it is a nice tribute. I mean, you can still do the tribute to them. Don't get me wrong, you still can. But for me, I guess you can say it's just a different belief. My father had died and he's buried. Well, he's not cremated, but I don't go there because that's just a body. My belief, my my dad's body's there, but his spirit, more importantly, spirit isn't somewhere else. Wherever that else, whatever people think, that's where it's at. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know the symbolism. You have to remember, most of the time when it comes to respecting the dead or visiting the dead or honoring the dead, it's not for the dead. It's for the living. When I have family
I don't
members,
know.
when I have family members put like Christmas time, they put like a little Christmas ornament, and I understand it, but it's not really for them. It's for the living. Same thing with this. I think it's not really for these, because they have gone to their other place. It's more for us. It's more for us. It's the last remembrance for us. So yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is what it is. Not to take or subtract.
Yeah, I haven't.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry
Cash.
if I got too deep there, guys. I didn't mean to do it.
It's just you're starting to bring back up memories again. I don't know. I just
And I
like
apologize.
it's like when my original guitar teacher and mentor and good friend died of brain cancer in 2006, and I was just I'm not going to go into details, but the day of the funeral, I remember I ran into you guys ever heard of Cindy Margolis?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. She was friends with some of the family, and she asked me, she says, are you going to go to the house, this? And I says, I don't think so. I was so torn up about that, and I still sometimes think, should I have actually gone to the house? But it was one of those situations where it's like, I think I was mad at him at the time, because I'm like, couldn't he have gone into the doctor sooner and tried to save himself? And I think it was just like the day of his funeral, like for a number of people, obviously, it's just, I was just shattered. And I don't know. Sometimes I think like maybe I should have gone to his house and stuff. This was of course after the funeral, and to have a party, honor the man some more and stuff. Like I forgot what the exact name of it is called. But I sometimes I thought maybe, but I was just too shattered. That day I had to also go somewhere else, but yeah.
I know people in Cash. I know you suffered through it. You have to remember, it's like standing outside in a thunderstorm. You might see thunder and you say, I'm going to move slightly to my right, or I might move slightly to the left. And because you did that, actually put you in the line of being struck by the lightning and the thunder. It's fate.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to change a person's fate.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I could tell you, I could say, Cash, don't go in your car tomorrow. You're going to get in a car accident and might get killed. And doing so, you might not do it. But the next day you get in your car and it happens anyway. It's fate. There's nothing you can do to take you out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's predetermined for us. I hate to use this line. When you were born, you're destined to die. It's just how it happens. You don't get a say. My father died of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell you the doctor never told him he had cancer. Doctor claimed that he did tell my father, but anyway, he died within a year of that.
Mm-hmm.
And could he have been saved? Possibly. But in my heart, the way I see it, my dad fulfilled his purpose.
Mm-hmm.
He lived his life. He did his thing as a husband and a father, and as a son. He did his thing, and his death was predetermined. That he to me, he finished what he might not have felt that way, but higher power determined it was his time. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
then there's also those people out there who like, like that woman. You remember that story a number of years ago? I think it was Josh Hamilton or something.
Mhm.
At the time he was still playing baseball. He threw that ball up there and that person fell over and died. Do you remember that story?
Yes.
Yeah. It was very tragic, but then some people came out and said, "Oh, it was his time." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like that was just a freak accident." Sometimes I get tired of that nonsense, dude. When people are like, "Oh,
I
it
understand.
was your time," and I'm like, in that situation, like, and then I thought to myself, "Oh, really? I think it's going to be your time next." And like, that's how I felt. Like, I just hate people when they say that, dude.
I know they
To
use
me,
it as
it's
a
just
cop out,
stupid. Yeah,
but
exactly.
for me, I will tell you like this: just like today is about 9/11.
hmm
There's nothing we could do to ever change what happened.
Only
The
if we could
only thing we can
actually go
do,
back in the past.
yeah,
Obviously, we
and
can't.
even if you do, we're
hmm
able to.
Could you prove to those people that this was
Yeah,
going to happen?
and on
Yeah.
top of that, it
Uh-huh.
doesn't mean in another form or fashion, even if you could change it, which none of us can, only the dear Lord, and for me, the dear Lord determines things. If you change it, it might be December
Yes.
25th, 2020,
Right.
2003, something like that happened. Look, I'm for 9/11. I'm not for my 95, where the Maryland State Trooper pulled over the ones for Dallas Airport and gave them a ticket, and they went on to the airport to take the plane to do their deed.
hmm
How would us feel being that cop that pulled him over and gave him a ticket? And maybe if he did a little bit more, I guess today it wouldn't be acceptable, but even if he did a little bit more, check out things, search the car, something, he might have been able to prevent it. But again, you go by what you can do today. What we know, we don't have the visions of the future. And I always tell people, and I hear this anytime a tragedy happens, this shouldn't have happened. Thing
Yeah.
is, nothing you can do to change it. I mean, tomorrow you can go right out front of your house and just say, beautiful morning, and something
Yeah.
falls from the sky and kills you. It's a tragedy. But then again, we are, some point in time, we're determined we're going to die. How we die, all four of us, it's going to happen. One of us could be in a car. One can be from, hey, I had a family member when Richard Nixon lost the election to John F. Kennedy, literally died of a heart attack.
Yeah, but see, I don't buy into the fact or the
Yeah.
theory that I skipped my death one day and then the next day it happened
Yeah.
anyway.
I just.
That
Yeah. I don't
you know
know.
how many times I've avoided not dying. I can count them.
Exactly.
I can count on almost both. I can count on one hand for sure, maybe a little bit on the other. If I had been in the wrong spot, if I had, if I had a tree, a giant freaking tree fall in front of my house, if it would want the 180-degree opposite way while I was sleeping, I would be dead. So there's many times people avoid death in life and then we're still here kicking. So, yes, we are all appointed a time to die. How that happens is all determined by circumstance, free will of other people. Somebody could enter my house 5 minutes from now and shoot me in the face.
No, I don't see
And
it.
that happens. That does happen, but that was his free will to do so, and nothing that I did. But there's
sometimes
also
you go-
things
No,
that
I
I
think
could
it would
do
go
that
the
kills
other way.
myself.
He comes into the house and I'm like, "Oh, what are you doing in here?"
And it's funny that Animas mentions about a tree. A couple of years ago, I had this beautiful tree. It was, I would say, darn near 30 feet tall. Got struck by lightning and practically split in half. But had it falling in the right direction, would have hit hit our house. You know,
Yeah,
it happened.
if it had grown to the left, just a little bit, leaned to the left just a little bit. When it fell, it would have fell, on me.
It's
on my
like
wife.
What
It's
brings
like when you're
what brings me to more sadness, and this is not to belittle adults, was that every life is precious and everything. For me, when I locally we have what they call DuPont's Children's Hospital, and it's an equivalent to like your John Hopkins and everything, but it's for kids. You know, some of these kids are not even like having hit 10 years old, and here they are dying and do die and don't even get a chance in life. It's tragic.
Yeah,
But
it is.
we have to say to ourselves, how many times some of them don't even children die at birth. It still happens. Nothing's guaranteed in life, not even life itself.
Well,
So,
speaking as someone who was told that he was supposed to die at birth because I was born premature, the
mhm,
doctors didn't give me a hell of a chance.
I mean, it happens. My younger brother, I only have one. When he was being born, it was actually at a Catholic hospital with a nun, and the nun realized the umbilical cords around his neck, so he was going to, if he came out the regular way, he would have literally hung on the umbilical cord. And this is still at the time when the father wasn't allowed into the room. So that nun literally had to hold my brother back with her hands to stop my mom from giving birth to him, while they ran out there to my dad in the room to sign the papers so they can do an emergency C-section. And my dad was so traumatized by that, he told the nun right then and there, if you save my child, you get to name my child. And the nun named the child, my brother, after the name of the hospital. It was St. Francis, so my brother got named Francis. That's how traumatized and how, distraught they were. But yeah, had that nun hold him back to do that, because at that time they couldn't do it without the signature. And my mom's in the middle of childbirth, so they didn't get the signature from her. You know, she literally had to hold him back for a good 5-10 minutes to get everything done and everything ready for the C-section. So yeah, sometimes at birth, even like I said, nothing's guaranteed. And I'm not trying to belittle death or anybody's death. My dad died. He was only 61. He probably could have, if he didn't have cancer, if he would die naturally, he probably could have went to live on to his 80s or 90s. But sadly, there's sometimes people, they drop dead for no reason, 40, 50 years old. Sometimes even now today's year, 30 years old.
My dad was 58 when he
Yep.
passed away due to a heart attack.
Yep. I mean, you never know. Like I said, and he probably was a healthy man up until that point.
Yeah, listen. Well, look at nowadays. All these young, healthy athletes are dropping on the freaking fields. Is it their time to go? Was it their time to go then? No. They're dropping because of the actions of another dude, and or a whole group of people who lied and
Oh yeah.
and
Let's
did
not
stuff.
let's not be hiding the fact that sports enhancements start at a young age, inspired by the young age. So like I said, you can look at a picture of Mark McGuire when he first joined the A's on his rookie card. You can see it. The man's skin and bones.
Mm-hmm.
He's a tall, lanky rookie
Yep.
back in
And
'88, and then you
True.
see him during his career,
1989, he is
and he
Arnold
gets bigger
Schwarzenegger.
and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and you look a year later on his '89 card, the man's about least. It's not the same person. But yes, look, I always say this: there's the natural way where you train your body, you train yourself. You don't need anything included. Do it all natural.
Yeah.
It's work, but when you want to and people do it, it's quick and easy.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not one of them people that you hear go to the gym and decide they're going to use, well, I'm going to take this so I can build muscle mass, even if it's natural. Uh, why do you think athletes and a lot of bodybuilders and even people going to the gym get later have problems because their body couldn't handle the mass that they had developed on their heart? It
Well, it's
happened.
happened to professional wrestlers
Yep.
because they took
I can't even tell
steroids.
you how many old Eastern European and ex-Soviet Russian athletes die young age, heart exploded because they were giving them the injections. We knew about that in the 80s. We knew about it. Hey, these Germans and the Russians were winning gold medals, and you're like, wow, how are they really doing this? So they're giving them sports enhancement drugs.
Well, I mean, it's just it's that. It's also the fact that, like, you still have kids dying in a car. You have these young athletes who are not hydrated enough. You have, like, the list just goes on and on and on.
It happens, and like I said, you don't like hearing it, and I understand it, but it gets thrown like a penny. Well, this is their fate, or this is that. It just there's no other explanation about what it does.
No.
So, you know,
Mm.
the only
Right
thing.
now,
Sorry, go ahead. Apologies.
r- right now, I do want to, focus on, remembering 9/11 and the impact that Tuesday, September 11th, 2001 had on the world and entertainment. Because you can't say that that impact isn't still felt. It's still felt even to this day.
But
Waking up
those, go ahead. I'm sorry.
that Tuesday morning and turning on the TV and seeing the first tower that was struck on fire and, you know, going, what's going on? And then you hear that a plane impacted the side of the tower. And then, you're watching the news coverage and you see the, ball of fire and smoke when the second tower is hit. And you're realizing this isn't right. Something's going on. And then you hear about the Pentagon. And when you hear about the Pentagon, and I know what was going through my head at the time, going, we're under attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then, of course, you hear about the plane going down Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. And you're saying to yourself, someone's declared war. And you're scared because you don't know where, you're going to hear the next report of another impact. I know I was. And then, of course, you also think to yourself, they tried to take down the World Trade Center towers back in 93. So
Yep.
8 years prior.
They knew, we knew they had that planned. Uh, like I said, I remember '93. I'm not far from New York City. I'm about good 4.5 hours on a good day, depending on traffic. But I remember the '93 attack. That should have been a wake up call.
That's exactly.
That
Yeah,
should have
it
been a
should
wake
have
up call.
been. Mm-hmm. It should have been.
And
Yeah.
I hate to say sometimes, look, when people came from Europe over here, we had Ellis Island. And Ellis Island was designed as a checkpoint. That was before we let anybody in, we checked you out. And in some cases, yes, we sent people back.
Mm-hmm.
That happened. We didn't have that. We were open. You could walk through an airport, there was no airport security. Nothing before 9/11. Nothing. But when you look at '93 and then you go to 2000 and you go up to 2001, we should have been known better. We should have been alerted. We should have been on our heels, which we weren't. Kind of like the same thing happened with Pearl Harbor. Identical. We knew we were going to get dragged into the war. We knew at some point it was going to happen. They weren't prepared. I give it credit to the Japanese; they planned it well, but on our part, we were ill prepared. Our military pretty much putting planes on the airfield lined up next to each other perfectly so an airplane can come by and stripe it. One airplane doing that took out more planes than the planes that ever took off. We only had two planes that managed to take off the ground. So we tend to forget. When you fail to remember, you tend to forget. But the more importantly thing, the people who plan 9/11, it doesn't get said much, is because they planned it for 9/11. Because to a degree, 9/11 symbolized, and I'm trying to be unreligious as possible, the breaking of the siege of Vienna, where 300,000 Turks held the city of Vienna under siege. And on the night of 9/11, the Polish king came. Didn't have a big army, but he led the Wing Hussars the next day on a charge that crushed the forces of Islam and saved Christian Europe. That's why when you go to certain channels or you look at certain comments, they say Poland saved Europe. It did. And the people that attacked us were, let's make no qualms about it, I don't hate the people of Islam, were Islamic. And that's why they chose the state. To this day, it's a Catholic holiday, September the 11th into the 12th, to remember that the Polish came to save Europe from Islam. Take the symbolism as you will, but that's what the symbolism is there. And not to be mean, we should remember, importantly, most of these people on these planes didn't think anything or do anything because they were in shock. But the ones on the plane in Pennsylvania got the news, knew what was happening, knew that they probably were going to die, but they were probably determined they were not going to let that plane go on and do what they were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
they saved people.
Yeah, they
by
made
what
a
they
movie
did.
of it. It's
They
actually
saved people.
good.
Sometimes we talk about the heroes of the firefighters and the police officers and the people in the Pentagon. Let me tell you this. All of them were trained. All of them knew at some point their life will be in danger. Not in that way, but they knew. They are brave. But heroes are people that aren't trained for that. That in a moment of utter desperation, stand up and do something wonderful. The brave heroes were the people on the plane that was in Pennsylvania.
yeah, Flight
That,
93.
yep. I'm not taking away from the lives of the firefighters or the police officers or the people in the military. I'm not. They were brave. But heroes are not people trained to do that type of job. They're ordinary people just were going on a flight to go probably to family or to a job and just decided, hey, it's better us to stop them. That is brave. That is a true hero. And we should always remember everybody on 9/11. But when we say heroes, the people on the plane from Pennsylvania really are the heroes.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And, when you think about 9/11 and everything that went on, I can remember the first entertainment that actually happened after the attacks was WWF, now known as WWE. They had the first show. They had SmackDown. They were the first ones to go out there to try to bring us back to normal.
Yep.
And then
Baseball was a big part of it as well.
yes, because I was going to say baseball followed, football followed. We tried to use sports as a healing mechanism, and then the movies that would come out, they had a shift in tone. There's a lot of pro America movies after 9/11 happened. patriotism was at an all-time high
It was,
after what happened.
but I will say this, and remember this even a few years later. Politics start coming out. People were protesting. I remember a mother who lost her son in a couple of years in the war in Iraq, who, unknowns to a lot of people still to this day, people. Why did we attack Iraq? Because were they a part of the 9/11? Not to a degree, some degree, but they were trying to buy the triggers so they can make a bomb for a nuclear bomb. They needed a nuclear triggers. And thankfully, the Dutch caught on to it and prevented it. So it was, let's end all time what we can do to end terrorism. Well, this mother lost her son, and I understand the loss and the grieving. And she kind of took it out on the then said president. And I can understand that. But she asked why her son died. And I will tell anybody that's in the military or in any type of war, and all wars are not good, but sometimes you have to fight a war. That if her son didn't die in the defense of this country and its people, and he didn't stand up, 5 other people that were innocent could probably pay the price by not standing up. That was the importance of this country from the start of this country, even before in the French and Indian War. People in this country stood up to protect people. Period. George Washington and his army stood up to protect his people.
Pat Tillman left the Arizona Cardinals
To do it.
sign up and defend this country. Unfortunately, he lost his life to friendly fire. But still,
it happens.
Yes.
But we always have to remember, look, I'm not in the military. I know the risk of going into the military. You know, they do a job that I freely choose not to, and some of us didn't because we didn't want to be in the military. Doesn't make us less patriotic. I'm pretty sure here, if the day ever come and unfortunately someone invaded our soil, you're going to do something to protect your family, your fellow people, and in your community. You know, our country is based upon that. You know, Civil War. It didn't matter what you thought if you lived in the South. At that one point when the war started, you're defending your community, regardless if you thought whatever way. Same thing for people in the North. No matter what you thought, when the war started, you're trying to save your country. So you things fall into place. 9/11 was a point in time like Pearl Harbor. It's not the end. That's just the beginning. You know, we can say, well, the Japanese did its damage at Pearl Harbor, but we know later on what happens. We win World War II. It doesn't end there. A lot of people like to say this incident stands out. Yes, but it's not the end. That was just the beginning. And today we're a lot smarter. Okay. We know we're more cautious because of it. And maybe we should have had that caution in 1993 after they attacked the World Trade Center the first time. But we thought, and we had this myth that still goes with our country. We have 2 big oceans. They're not going to reach over here. Well, that myth got busted. When you fail to defend your country will fall. The Romans didn't defend their borders against the barbarians, and some of them didn't come across warlike. They came across peacefully. But when you don't bet and protect and say, okay, we'll take 5,000, 10,000, what happens? It's an invasion. You're seeing what's going down on our southern border today. We don't know who's crossing that border or what intent they have. We have no vet. We don't vet people. Like I said,
we know who's crossing the border.
Ellis
We-
Island.
You're asking too many tough questions, Phil. You just have to say
Sometimes
yes.
people have to think, and 9/11 should have made them people think.
You,
And
you,
at the
you-
rate we're going, we're forgetting an awful lot. I'm not talking about just, hey, let's be brave and go to this border and put our soldiers there. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. There's other ways to protect your borders. You don't need a military there. You talk to the country next to you, Mexico, and ask them to do their share on their side of the border and further their share on their border. Because guess what? Not everybody crossing the border, like a lot of people think, are coming from Mexico.
But Phil, you're making too much sense. Don't you understand? You're supposed to hate the country you live in. Everything about it.
Yeah. I don't hate my country.
No.
But I will use this term. What is my country? Is it my state? Look, you guys don't believe me on this. This is my belief. What's your driver's license?
Nobody's saying whether they believe you or don't believe you, Phil.
Yep, they need to think. Well, I'm hoping to get people to think. When you get your driver's license, it doesn't say United States.
Nope.
When you get your birth certificate, it doesn't say United States.
Nope.
Your loyalty, your first loyalty as growing up should be your community. Your next loyalty as an American should be your state. Then the United States as a whole. They're the three. If you're not loyal to your community, how can you be loyal to your state or your country? And if you're not loyal to your state, how can you be loyal to your country?
But that's why people have forgotten about a lot of different things. Like you brought up the driver's license, for example. There's people out there who think that you have a right to drive. The reality is that it's a privilege. That's right.
It can be taken away for you for any reason.
That's right.
There's the difference. When you say somebody with a gun, for an example, that's not a privilege. That's a right. And regardless of what your government says to you, that can never be taken away. Even if I do agree lately in the last 100 years, somebody that commits a felon, you don't get the right to own a gun. But technically the Constitution doesn't say that. Constitution says you have the right to bear arms, not the right to hunt, as what other people will tell you. The right to bear arms. It's put there for a reason. Our military could be wiped out tomorrow. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think anybody is going to be brave enough to invade our country? Because our civilians are armed. We are the citizen soldiers of this nation. We are what George Washington called upon to defend and make this country be born. Is the person that just owned a rifle to go hunt deer, to go hunt boar, whatever he was hunting. That same rifle was used to fight the British.
Right. Well, what do you think about people who say, we have to change the Constitution?
We don't have a country. The whole purpose of that Constitution is set. And yes, it has been broken. Mm-hmm. I sit there and joke with people about the state of West Virginia. It shouldn't exist to this. It's illegally created. Regardless, read the Constitution and what it says. It's there in black and white. No state can be created from a state without the original state conceding to give up the land for that state. Regardless, there's no clause A, clause B, clause C. Virginia, there's no legislature ever elected that gave up the right for West Virginia to be a state. Now, I'm not going to argue about it if it's over 100 years ago, but the fact is it broke the Constitution. That's why my state didn't ratify the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment till 1901 because they always said that broke the Constitution. When you break it once, you're going to break it again.
Mm-hmm.
They tried many times. Look in our prohibition. They made a constitutional amendment in there. It didn't work. So they had to go back. It should never have been there in the first place.
I agree.
But there's still counties in different states. They call them dry counties.
Right. It's true.
You know, I don't. I'm like I told you Pacific before. I'm a libertarian, and it's in there. What's it say? I don't think a government should interfere in our liberties. And what's in the Constitution and was framed is our liberties. And when you change that, you're changing your liberty. And it doesn't just affect you; it affects everybody that comes after you. Sorry,
Yeah,
if I
but
read.
there's well, the Constitution is number one. Sorry, not your community, not your state. This
Right.
doesn't go. It doesn't go up.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of America is what we defend. It's not a piece of land. It's the idea of freedom and liberty. It's the idea of our Constitution. And the Constitution can be changed, and sometimes it should be changed, especially when the government itself is breaking the Constitution on a daily basis. We have the right to get together at a convention of states to rein them in, and put more control on the government and make sure that they're not doing what they're supposed to not be doing. And dang it, Phil, you talked so stinking long. I don't remember what everything you said. Now
Sometimes you cannot. Some topics you have to do the long words and the long sentences because there's no shortening it.
I should have been writing it down. My long term or my short term memory is terrible. So
I know, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to lose you in as I was going. I apologize.
Just slap him with a fish.
yeah,
Why you want to abuse a fish? With the fish
I just want to abuse you, Phil.
Everybody wants to look. I'm a target, and I love it. I can take it. So don't feel bad in making me the target.
That's another thing we've lost in this society is healthy debate. Unfortunately,
yeah.
That's a big problem. Huge
problem.
There's a thing where myths sometimes play a part, and sometimes in our thinking, and especially about the founding of our country. And I'm not scared to say it. Our 13 colonies did not always get along. Some of them actually did go to war against each other. You hear today, Pete Jean taught in school, the Mason-Dixon line was put there to divide northern states and southern states where there were slaves. No. Hate to burst it to you. Pennsylvania had slavery. New Jersey had slavery. New York had slavery. That line was put there because Pennsylvania and Maryland went to war over the boundary. That's the sole purpose of the Mason-Dixon line. Had nothing to do with slavery. We don't get taught about the Crispus War, but it's there if you want to look it up. That's why there's a line there. But we put myths there. We put myths in there when people say our country was not founded on religion. Every one of these colonies of the 13 was founded by religion. Maryland was a Catholic. Pennsylvania was Quaker. Most of the South at the time, from Virginia to North Carolina, was pretty much Church of England, whatever you call it now, Presbyterian, and Methodist. The northern ones were what you would call Puritans. So yes, we were founded on religion. But the purpose of when our government was formed after we won our independence was to accept everybody's religion. But to make no mistake, we were founded on religion.
Yes.
And the myth that we all got along, no, we didn't get along.
We're still not getting along.
Still not. Yeah, we don't. It's natural. Yes. Every country has the same problem as we do. North, south, east, west. They have it. Germany has it. Well, before it was north, south. But after the wars, it's east and west. They still ain't got over that part. I'm Italian. I can tell you there's a north-south difference. It's there in every country. You can paint everybody blue and we'll have the same problems tomorrow. It's just the thing. But we here tend to paint the brush. I mean,
want us to be the Blue Man Group? Is that what
The
you're
Blue
saying?
Man Group, definitely.
right.
Or Justice,
Well,
Justice
you know,
for the Green Man Group. Yeah.
you're talking about differences. Cash and I could say this. I mean, yeah, I'm no longer in California, but I can say this as someone who grew up in California, was born in California. There is a difference between Northern California and Southern California.
Yes.
The attitudes.
Yeah, the attitudes, people aren't pooping on the streets, Not that I've seen yet.
In
so.
my state, we only have 3 small counties. We're the second smallest state. Yet, in the very northern portion, it's even divided. Whatever's below the canal is the southern part, and above it is the northern part. And the people in the northern part call that southern part of that county and the other two Slower Delaware. That still goes on today. Regardless if you move from out of state into our state, if you end up in that region, that's what you get referred to. It's in every state. I know people in Maryland, Eastern Shore, Maryland, was near the Atlantic and the Chesapeake. They have a different way than Western Maryland that you see attached to close to West Virginia and Maryland. They have a different way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Politics is totally just by crossing the line. Sometimes not even by county. It's there. Just different way of thinking.
Yeah, but you're about to see that on a grand scale. To be honest,
it's going to happen when we have the election. If you ever throw any of the elections up there and you see the map, look on your states, you can see sea of one color and little patches of the other, and vice versa. It's crazy. Just by different politics. Sometimes I know some states you guys have what they call townships. Some have townships. We don't have that, but there's some states that have it. Even though it's smaller than a county, townships different, just simply crossing the line. What you can do in one township, they're going to think you're crazy in the other one. It just happens. And 9/11 was a uniting thing, but here we are 21 years, what is it, 21 years later?
21 years.
And you're seeing the divide that should never be what we're having today.
Yeah, it didn't last long.
No, it didn't. I mean, you could tell people, we'll say on the freeway, I remember after 9/11, you start driving, you can just tell that people even in cars had a better attitude. And then a few weeks later, it's like, get out of my way, you a-hole. So,
yeah. And it was by design, too. They could not have a United States. To be honest, it's the people who came afterwards and started dividing everybody up again by issue and politics and by their ideology, and that's when it really started kicking in.
Mm-hmm.
I know we had divides, we had arguments, we had we don't want to go this way, but we want to go this way. But after 9/11, it really started taking off,
And, And then when people get what they want and they win, to them it's a win. They get this, what we usually now call it pandering, but they get what they want. Then it's never enough, and it's never enough, and it's never enough. And then they're blaming other people for their problems. And one of the can I just finish this film?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Then it comes into the play where I'm a victim. It's everybody else's fault. Why should I take any responsibilities for my actions? And then it just keeps going down a horrible, horrible hill.
Yeah, and that's how they were taught. That's how they divided the country. This is a victim class. You are the oppressor class. Mm-hmm. And that's the quickest way to drive a wedge between an entire country. And that's why you're going to see, like Phil said, you're going to see that divide of thought and action on a grand scale. If we don't actually go to Civil War Part 2, then it's going to be, you guys go over there, we'll go over here. We'll have two different Americas. We'll have two different economies. We'll have two different everything. And we will be completely divided. Because how do you reconcile with what's going on nowadays? How do you do it? When they put drag queens in front of our kids and love every single second of it, and then call us bigots for not agreeing with that and trying to stop them. How do you reconcile with that?
You
Other
can't
than a
even say you
divide.
don't like something like Rings of Power. I say I don't like it because it's not Tolkien, but that automatically makes me a racist. Where I sing the praises of the sequel or prequel
No.
of
Phil,
Game
we
of
all know you're a
Thrones.
racist, but that's
Yeah,
beside the point.
well, I'm Italian. I think the dominant. We're top of the tree. I'm sorry. Look, what can I joke, but really, like look, we even during the Revolutionary War, there was a divide. There was a third of us that was in favor of, hey, let's go our own way. There was another third that was pro-British, the loyalist, and they did exist, people. They did not want to break away from England. And there was a third that was caught in between. And it wasn't until that third that was caught in between that we did win our war. And the one
We
thing
still
that,
had to get help from Spain.
yeah, and Spain, France, and everybody, because at the time everybody hated the British. There was a chance to twist the tail of the British line. But what we did here, we didn't tell the loyalists, hey, get out. But we did say, if you want to stay, you can stay, and you'll be treated just like everybody else, just like a loyal American that fought the Revolutionary War. We're not going to come after you. Some stayed and some left to go to Canada. So, yeah, we compromised, we accepted, and we accepted. There was no witch hunt. Oh, you were a loyalist after the Revolutionary War. It didn't happen. We just said if you feel you want to stay, we're going to treat you the same. And if you felt that you needed to be under the British Crown, Canada's there for you.
I'd like to say something about
I do want to welcome Gap. He's been patiently waiting.
Hey
Hello, Gap.
guys.
Again.
Hey, Gab.
Hey Cash. Hey Elmer.
It's a true elder abuser.
I'll show you elder abuse. I'm older than you, MF.
See,
I
now
will
he's
take you
threatening.
down.
Now he's threatening to hurt a minor elderly person with violence.
You are just like the woke people.
No.
That's something a woke person would say.
I'm not woke. I am Phil McCracken.
The Booligans.
You are really a woke person.
Morning,
but
Crit.
I think we're gonna have to push Crit out of the airlock. It's all right.
Yeah, let's push him
Just
out
a little
the airlock.
push. Just a little push.
But I'd like to say something about you mentioned the drag queen stuff. I think that's 100% wrong. And I saw something else that continues to piss me off is they've got sex education books that they're sending to young teachers to teach young kids stuff. And I mean, you can't paint a broad stroke over every group. You can't do that. So what I think we need to do is try to get the older gay and lesbians, the LGBT group, to push back. They're not pushing back. They got hijacked by their, I don't want to say the word, but rumors, if you know what I mean. Comb your hair, groom yourself. They let their movement get hijacked, and they need to take it back. And,
Well,
and then
some
we're
are,
older,
and I appreciate those people like gays against groomers on Twitter. That's great.
Well,
yeah.
It should be gays and lesbians and bisexuals against all the other shit that added the BT, ABCDEFG plus shit on top of. Oops, excuse me. On top of their and changed their flags and shit. They divided their own self. I remember in Atlanta when they had their first gay black pride, and I got invited to go with my friends, and I went, and I'm like, why are they having their own?
Well, the other thing is, Gab,
why are they having their own?
they want to.
Because it's more of,
Infiltrate.
these are the same people, all these different groups, and I talked about this before. They say they're welcoming, they say they're open about new ideas, but the reality is it's not true. If
That's
you're
true.
a different party, if you think differently than them, you don't belong with them. You don't belong in this group. You're the enemy. And it's just crazy to me. I mean, we're now in the point where we see people from Antifa or one of these more whatever groups. I don't want to get Pacific's channel in trouble, because I'm always feeling like the evil YouTube overlords are somewhere looking at us. But that they are armed with weapons and they're protecting stuff because they feel that if they don't, someone might come in and try to do something or attack these people. And it's really crazy to me. I mean, there was something recently with, I don't even want to bring up the group. Like I said, I only.
Well, don't bring up the group. I mean, I've got some gay and lesbian friends, and they're afraid that the newer factions that added their alphabet onto theirs are going to turn on them and cancel them and ruin them, but throw in the BLM Antifa group in there to get them back under control.
That's what they will.
That's what they're afraid of. But
Right.
what? Somebody's got. I told them. I said, y'all, somebody's got to stand up. And you got to keep on finding that other voice that you can add to your voice, so that you can become one mission and one voice. And that should be for everybody, straight, gay, whatever.
Yes.
But there should be lines, and I have family members that are gay, and they even say there are some lines that shall not be crossed. And I know people like to push it, but I even showed Cash. I gave him an example of one the other night. Teacher in Texas decides to tell, and these are elementary kids, so you're looking at maybe.
Oh yes.
Told the kid he called them the P word because these people like children, and I don't really like in a good way. And the teacher said you shouldn't stereotype and call them that.
That's what they are.
Well, I can think anybody in this world would say, leave the kids alone.
Yes, definitely leave the kids alone. There are the POs, if you will. There are those type of people. You just need to kick them the hell out. And they're not all. See, that's what I keep on saying about don't paint a broad stroke. That's what a lot of people do. No, I don't think none of us here do that. But yes, there are bad pedos, straight and gay and women. And straight women. I mean, I saw a pedo woman on live PD. I mean, she had raped, like little boys and stuff. And it's disgusting. Yeah, leave the kids freaking alone. Let them be kids. They don't need to know all this sexual stuff at age 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That should be in high school. That's where we learned it at. If we didn't learn it from family.
Yeah.
Let's get back. Let's get back on the main topic, and I just want to ask you guys.
He's about to yell "Con." That's what Pacific is about to yell.
He's about to execute Order 66 on us.
Not on me, on you guys. I'm out of this.
You're on the panel. You're included.
But my question is, did entertainment get better after 9/11? Did it get worse? Or is it somewhere in the middle?
Good question.
I think there is still that patriotic feel because you still got shows like FBI, NCIS, and I think more of those shows continued and were made because of after 9/11. I think there's still, even in this country, there's still people want to feel patriotic, which is not a bad thing, obviously, at all. You should try to feel patriotic about your country. It can be hard a lot of times, but I think that's why there's still NCIS and there's still that feeling of good and evil. But of course,
Top Gun Maverick.
Like definitely. Movies like Top Gun and the Terminal List and
Yeah.
You know, those things, soldier movies, the Chris Kyle movie. Dang it, I can't remember that.
Yeah.
The Sniper, American Sniper. Yeah, people
American
people
Sniper.
love that sort of thing, and they want that that tie to their freedom and the American hero and
Yeah.
the soldier. You know, it's ingrained in most of us.
I
Well,
would love to see more stuff like Black Hawk Down, and even
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's just very
I
interesting
know
story
everybody.
based on true story, and yeah, it's just
I know
Saving Private
everybody's
Ryan. I'd
big
love to
on-
see more movies like that. Yeah,
Now,
go
I
ahead.
know everybody's big on 9/11, but patriotic, yes, it was high. But even if you go back, it was not as high as it was in the end of 1990-91 when we first went into Gulf War. When you had the Giants Buffalo Bills Super Bowl, it wasn't just about the Super Bowl. And it wasn't just about Whitney Houston singing our national anthem. Popularity of patriotism was at all-time high at that point. I would even say higher than 9/11. And Hollywood kind of embraced it, but like I said, Hollywood's is a double-edged sword.
Very much so.
They
Look,
embrace the trends, Phil, right?
yeah,
I
they
mean-
embraced it because I hate to say it, they're always looking at the dollar sign. Look, I grew up in the worst time in America to be a patriot. I dare anybody here on YouTube or anything, find me 1976, anything patriotic with the flag. Anything on our 200th
That's going to be
anniversary.
hard to find because you got to take into account that the Vietnam War
Yes. a
was
big
going
flag.
on.
But the only people that you'll ever find in 1976 that had the American flag, but in more particular, the bicentennial flag, was the rock band Kiss. That was a turning point. Look, I grew up, I can remember like tomorrow,
Rocky.
the fall of Saigon, where I seen veterans of World War One, World War II, even Korea, and even had members of my own family that even served in Vietnam literally cry when they saw the people of South Vietnam being left behind. People even to this day do not know the horrors. Yes, we got out of there, but the people we were defending and swore to protect were left behind. And I cannot believe in my lifetime, almost 50 years later, seeing the same thing happen in Afghanistan. Not that I didn't agree with getting out of there, but the way we got out of there and the people we left behind again repeat. So do I think our country is divided patriotically, and do I feel patriotic to our government? Look,
No.
in the
No.
80s, in the 80s, if any of this stuff was to be done, butts would have been kicked.
Oh yeah,
Butts would
absolutely.
have been. I would tell you this: if I was in high school in 1980, and anybody was doing the wokeness, our parents didn't have to say anything. Our teachers didn't have to say. Nobody would have had to say anything. We would have stomped them to the ground. And it's not to mean to sound mean or anything like that. It's the truth. The children of the 80s were more tied with the people that grew up during World War II. We were more tied. We understood them and we were patriotic like they were. You can go look at the movies and TV shows made. They were throwing it in our faces, our own entertainment. We were going to lose the Cold War. Battlestar Galactica pretty much showed that. They even had TV shows. So one TV show series was called America with a K.
Oh yeah, can I interrupt you, Phil? Yeah,
Sure.
The Battlestar Galactica, there was that episode with the nukes.
Yes,
And,
that's
and
the one I'm talking
that was
about.
like the U.S. and the Soviet in my mind, So that's what I wanted to interject.
Yeah, you remember what he said, and it's a proven.
Yes, I did.
To come from history. He said, "People think the opposite of war is peace. The opposite of war, when you fail to remember, is destruction. When the Trojans lost the Trojan War, there was no choice for them to stay. They had to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's destruction.
Yeah.
That's sometimes what happens when you lose a war. Here in the United States, we don't have that because we never experienced that. We never experienced, I'm not talking like a loss like Vietnam. I'm talking about here, someone come and conquered us. The South can understand that a little bit because they went through it. But everybody else, you don't understand it. You don't know what it's like to have someone from another place tell you, yes, you can go outside. No, you can't go outside. We never experienced that.
Well, we didn't. We stopped teaching that also.
Yeah.
And when you stop teaching the history of the world and
Civics.
and yes, basic civics, and people, God, I see these videos pop up on my feed all the time about some guy on the street running around just asking basic freaking questions a 4-year-old can answer, and college graduates can't answer.
No.
How many freaking stars are on the flag? What do the stars stand for? Is a Hawaii, what country does Hawaii belong to? And they can't answer it.
Yeah.
Kids are not being taught.
No, they're functionally retarded. And that's literal. I mean, they have no knowledge of basic math. They have no knowledge of history. They have no knowledge of civics because they're being taught how to be activists. And
well, they're being taught Common Core math, which I'm sorry, it doesn't work.
No, I had to deal with that crap when that came out with my kid. It was the dumbest thing in the history of the world. I was like, why are we doing this? And I even had I had most of the teachers were like, we have to. I know it's terrible. Yeah, but we have to do this, And then I had one teacher who was like, "Oh, it's good for them. It's rigorous." I mean, she threw out all the stupid talking points that the left, did when they brought it out, and I almost lost my crap. It just, I had to teach my kid. I had to teach my kid stuff when he came home from school. He got another lesson on stuff. So anybody with kids out there who's in public school, teach your own kid. Even if you send them to regular school, undo what they did, and then bring them home and teach them your own stuff. Teach them the real information.
Yeah, teach them how to stand up for themselves as well.
I will tell you guys this. When I was in high school and there was a history class, I knew more than my teacher, and I'm not trying to brag. And if I had friends that I could bring them on here, they would back me up on this. The teacher sat down and said, "You go ahead and teach." And you know what I did? I went ahead and teached.
That's right.
And they went through the whole entire school about me. And they, even after I left high school, I had ex-sister-in-law, I had friends. They still talk about it. And I told the teacher then, as I would tell anybody now, don't take my word for it. Look it up and read yourself. Prove me wrong if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but you know what? What books can you trust?
Nowadays, none. I'm not picking up a history book from school because you know what? That history book's been turned into chop suey.
I still have my high school history book.
Oh, I still have mine too. Smart people keep it. You know what? I watch a lot of history stuff, Mike, and everybody. I go on YouTube, and I can't tell you how so many claim I'm a history person. Like I just told you guys about the Mason-Dixon line. Had nothing to do with slavery.
Nope.
Had everything to do about a war between Maryland and Pennsylvania, period. They don't teach that. They don't teach that.
I can tell you I'm a product of public education.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll
was,
make you smarter than half the people going
It was okay back then. I mean, I graduated in 99. So
but here's the difference between 9/11 and the patriotism that sadly we seem fade. And the difference when I could say 80s leading up to that 91 where patriotism hit an all-time high for the Gulf War If kids at that day and age would have went to high school wearing a hammer and sickle, if they were out in the street protesting with a hammer and sickle on their jackets or painted onto them, do you know what we would have done? We would have been on that street and we would have been fighting them. And it's not about trying to hurt somebody or kill somebody. That's not what I'm saying. But when they throw violence, and you can see the videos of them with the hammer and sickle using a chain and a lock as a weapon, I would have dared them to done that to me in high school.
Yeah, and back to the question, I think that what was the question? What was the question?
The question was, do you think after 9/11 entertainment got better? Do you think it got worse, or do you think it's somewhere in the middle?
I think it got in bed with politics and went downhill actually prior to 9/11. I'm thinking Clinton for some reason with the sex scandal and all of that sort of, they glorified, and let him basically get away with it, basically. And I just think that Hollywood and politics were in bed around Clinton time. And then 9/11, you had that brief moment of, I think I still remember exactly where I was when I found out what happened with 9/11, but I think its politics was in bed with Hollywood. And I think it's actually gone down to pandering and trends. And whoever, and the internet is good and bad, and social media is good and bad. And I think they got into bed with all of them. And now the loudest voice might be the minority voice, but they pander to that minority voice who's got the big ass loud mouth. And so they just suck in the trends, and, they could be pushing patriotism and all kinds of things. I remember damn Schoolhouse Rock on TV, what a damn bill was. I mean, you ask them today, they're like, yeah, I get one once a month. No, idiot. No, not that kind.
We were told we had that videos being played when we were watching back in the 70s and 80s, our cartoons in the morning.
Yeah.
And I remember the song, I Am a Bill. I am here sitting here on Capitol Hill. You had that thing.
I am a bill. Here's some
and now you guys bring up cartoons. How many cartoons are really something that, like, if you have kids, you're like, I really want them to see this, because there's always that. Exactly. No, I would still recommend SpongeBob and a few others, but
really, SpongeBob.
Yeah,
I don't think kids should watch Rick and Morty.
Patty, man, come on.
I don't think kids should watch Rick and Morty.
Really? Oh no. Yeah, that's
adult
I think
cartoons.
It's more adult. Yeah. I don't.
And then cable. I think cable TV. And, the 24-hour cycle of everything. I remember waking up with them playing the national anthem, and then all of a sudden the TV went
the network sign off.
Yeah, the nuclear sign.
Yeah, you only now get that from certain networks that wanted to that are more patriotic. You won't get that from a lot of the mainstream networks because it's all about basically saying that our country is this and that and the other.
I want to throw this out because I think it pertains today. We don't, not just for our country. Look at Britain. They lost their queen. There's people out there celebrating. And I also sent a link to Cash the other day about it. Here's my beef with it. The person on there that's complaining lives in Britain. Parents are from Ghana, which wasn't a British colony, and Trinidad, which wasn't a British colony. But you're living in England, and you're mocking the Queen dying. My thing to you is, you have a problem with the British.
Get the hell out.
People. Why are you there? If I don't like Virginia, I'm not in Virginia. Why am I there? It's look, there's fine to say you don't like what the British stood for, but a lot of times some of these countries, I hate to say it, a little jealousy. Look, I'm Italian. I'm proud of my ancestors. I am proud that my ancestors, I do have blood ties. Being they weren't considered Roman, but they were a different tribe. They were not Latin, but they were Italian. Fought in legions and everything. My town that I'm from in Italy is a legion town. So I can say, and there's a strong possibility, and I'm not scared to say this, that the blood of Pontius Pilate flows through my veins because he was from the same area in town that my family comes from.
My grandmother was from
Kick him out.
Sicily.
I am not.
Yeah,
look,
kick
look,
him
look,
out.
Look. Here's the thing. I don't want to be today scared that
Jesus killer.
some people of Judaism going to come after me because my ancestors tore their temple down.
Well, we're going to tell them where you are. So
You
Yeah.
can tell them, good luck. Good
Let's
luck.
dox him.
Good luck. But my thing is, if you hate a
We know
country,
where you are, Phil McCracken. We know how to find you.
you'll find me.
We have a very special set of skills.
Yeah.
you're the number one. You're number
Yeah,
one on their hit
like I
list.
said, I can take it. But my point is, if you don't like a country, you don't like a state,
Get the hell out.
get out. Look,
Yeah.
there was a girl just moved, and I also shared this a couple weeks ago. She moved from New York to Virginia. Her right to do so. She got mad to find out that the sons and daughters of Confederacy don't have to pay state tax to Virginia. Well, guess what? That's a federal law because in 1885, the federal government accepted Confederates and the sons and daughters of Confederacy as veterans. They did so to make peace. So they're just as much a veteran association as any other ones. So they don't have to pay state or federal tax.
So you burn
And
both
she's-
ends of the candles, huh?
Yeah. But here's the thing. She's upset. Well, if you're upset, don't move to Virginia. Stay in New York, and then you don't have to accept anything Confederate.
The thing is, like, you guys, well, some of you guys and other people, it's like, when is, like, especially Phil and some other people are saying, when is California going to fall into the ocean? And I understand why people feel that way. But
I'm here to help that happen, Cash, by the way.
sure you are. But it's there. I can tell you guys, and I've lived here. I'm about more than 20 years, and I was born here in Southern California. There's still good people here. The problem is that it's the politicians, it's other garbage that goes on here. It's people feeling entitled that if they want to protest, they deserve to basically block streets or do these kind of horrible things, and they're horrible because they're impeding other people from getting places. And also, I gotta say, there's just too many fucking people in California, and even when they leave, there's still too many
There's
fucking
still more
people.
coming-
So yes,
back.
they just
You know,
More coming in.
You know,
It's
we
still
had,
like
You know,
40
they hear about
million.
California. They go,
Mhm.
we
hey,
had
the weather's
actors
great out there. There's sun most of the year. You do have the wet seasons in January and February into March, but for most of the year, you have 70 degrees, upper 60 degrees, and sun.
Mhm.
And that goes for New York and too,
Yeah,
because
definitely.
and that's by design, I think, because if it wasn't for the this thing, our way of doing elections, I can't remember the freaking name of it now.
Rank voting.
No,
Talk about the electoral college.
the electoral college. Dang it,
Yeah,
thanks, Mike.
Victoria-
If it wasn't for that, California and New York would dominate
Right.
and elect all our freaking
Yes,
politicians.
I will tell you guys this. My
Yes.
state was a slave state that fought for the North, for the Constitution. But more importantly, if they ever do away with the electoral college, Delaware is out. Because we protected the rights of a small state along with Connecticut. Connecticut was blackmailed to be a part of the United States because Connecticut didn't want to join, or excuse me, Rhode Island didn't want
Rhode
to
Island,
join
yeah.
because they were scared their vote wouldn't matter. So the compromise was the electoral college. You get what you got depending on how many electors. Delaware, we got 3. We're not important. But them 3 electrical votes could
Or
matter.
electoral.
one day.
I don't know about the electrical votes, but the electoral votes are
I don't know. Yeah,
The whole
don't
purpose of the electrical
vote would
college
sting.
is to make a politician go to all states because you don't know if one state, even if it's only 3 electrical votes, that 3 along with maybe another 3 might be enough to push you to be president.
I just voted.
But I will tell you this: how we feel in Delaware, left, right, center is electrical college, and we only go to a popular vote. We're out. I don't want to be swamped by New York or California.
Delaware, you guys are so freaking woke over there.
We are not broke.
Yeah. Oh my God,
Here's
you
the
in
problem.
Massachusetts.
Let me explain something to you, just so you guys. You hear about the Californians fleeing California, going into other red states, Nevada,
Texas,
Arizona, Texas. Well, New York.
Well, Nevada's more of a blue state.
Well, now it is. But New York is the same thing for years. Maryland, Delaware, in particular Florida, got swamped. Florida, there was the biggest joke for the longest time. It's no longer a southern state, that it's New York South. Because guess what? They destroyed their state pretty much on a grander scale than what's happening in Chicago. And what people don't understand, look at what's happening to Chicago. Businesses are on the point of leaving. When you can't have a grocery store, you don't have a city.
But they want it to be destroyed.
And
they don't want to fix
do.
anything.
And here's the problem. The
All right.
people are not going to stay in their city, and they're going to have to come out.
All right, let's get to the question at hand.
Okay, yeah, I still haven't answered that, by the way.
Again, the question was for entertainment and the impact on 9/11. Did entertainment get better? Did it get worse? Or is it somewhere in the middle?
All right,
Worse.
My turn. I'm going. Okay.
Go ahead and get your electrical vote in.
I'm gonna get my electrical vote in here. In some ways it got worse, some ways it got better until a certain point, and then it just took a nosedive. Right? We got some great movies from between 9/11 and now, and then we got a lot of crappers too. So I'm not saying it's all bad. So, but for the last 5, 6, 7 years, it's really taken a nosedive, and it's going down the toilet. So I'm gonna go with it's somewhere in between, because I mean, crap, you got phase 1 through 4 Marvel. Who in the world would have thought that we would have got all our superhero movies, and most of them are freaking great. You know, in my lifetime, I never thought I was going to get a decent superhero movie. You know, we got our low budget ones. We got The Punisher, you know, Blade, with the things that they could do with the technology they had. But I never thought we were going to get an Iron Man or a Spider-Man or, you know, any of that stuff. Well, so I'm going to go ahead and, you know, and it's not just Marvel, it's not just the superhero genre, but you know, we got some pretty good other movies also that during that time. But at this moment in time, no, it's like I said, 5, 6 years. It took the nosedive. It's on its way down. It's circling the drain, and you know, it's just a big giant turd.
And isn't that because, don't you think it really hit the pinnacle change with 2020 change of the guard? Prior to that, 2015.
I think it was somewhere around the Orange Man election.
Yeah, around, you know, the Cheetos bag.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think it was slowly starting before, you know, but what's I mean, does Hollywood have an end game when it, you know, now that they're in bed with everybody, including the government? What do you think their end game is? Are we going to still get, you know, I think maybe one company, I think Paramount, I think Sony first actually realize, oh crap, we're going to lose that dollar if we don't start centering ourselves back to the middle.
Yeah, there's stuff. Yeah, they're not as indoctrinated as everybody else because they want their money. But yet, that being said, they can make a really good movie and then they can make a really big stinker.
So when do you think they're going to stop shoving agendas down our throat? I mean, because you got all these YouTubers. I won't watch Ring of Power or Rings or whatever that's called because I read the books and
I'm with you on that, Gab. I'm with you, brother.
I just cannot. Other than Jackson, and I understand what he did and how, because he had to take some liberties, but you know what? He sure as the hell the only one that caught the heart and spirit of Tolkien, and I don't want that ruined, and I don't want my mind, soiled and poisoned with garbage that you're trying to shove down my throat. I don't want that. So what is it going to take to change it? Because now we've got to change it we got to change politics and the media and the activists all at the same time. How in the hell are we going to do that?
It happened before.
It
happened before.
Yeah, well,
I just want to add something to that real quick.
Yeah.
Gap, you were there last night when I was watching Reigns of Power live.
Oh God, yes.
I said during my live reaction, I do think it's because I've seen the Peter Jackson films that I can't move past what I saw in those movies when I go into this.
I thought you were going to rub your mustache off, your upper and your lower lip, because, and then when you hunched over in that thinking man pose, I'm thinking, geez, there's going to be any hair left around his mouth, because I could tell on your reaction last night.
I said something earlier when I said, I don't like the Rings of Power, and then the hatred that you're racist. Okay?
Well, fine.
On the same thing, they don't understand when you say, I like the new prequel, I guess they call it, of Game of Thrones. They say, how can that be acceptable to you, but you can't accept the one with Tolkien?
Wait a minute.
Power? Because none of that what you're getting was given to you by Tolkien or his son.
You got the damn appendices. That's all you got.
All of it.
What we're getting from the writer and creator of the Game of Thrones, he's creating it, which I'm good. Look, I'm glad he's including everybody in the Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
I'm all for it. But what Tolkien wrote is what Tolkien wrote. Look, I do not want to see Robin Hood, and no offense, be Japanese. Because he wasn't Japanese.
Quantum Leap. Look at Quantum Leap.
Didn't that?
I do want to acknowledge Jet Sparks. Welcome to the panel, brother.
I know. Sorry.
Jet Sparks, man, dude, it's morphin time, man. Come on.
Yeah, ironically enough, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say about the whole thing with 9/11, its effect on it. Yeah, given what happened recently, what happened around that time, Power Rangers Time Force, which was airing at the time, because I think in the Sentai that it was based on, Time Ranger, they did show a lot of shots with buildings blowing up, but they had to change it to like just a simple quarry explosion because, again, 9/11 had just happened around that time. So they edited a lot of those scenes that they were going to use in the show. But I know it's just that one other thing. And again, I was like 7 years old when the towers fell, and hearing the valiant story of the passengers who took back the plane and crashed it harmlessly in Pennsylvania, but due to the cost of their own lives.
Did you ever watch that movie? It was good.
Which one?
The
Flight 93.
That's it.
No, but I have seen it. I've seen that documentary about inside 9/11 from some accounts of people who were actually in the towers when the planes hit, and some other people who were like, and just like other firsthand accounts of that day. It's just really it was just a really interesting little documentary, 2-hour long documentary.
Yeah, and I think Hollywood, thinks that we're not it doesn't fit our agenda, and we're not going to make any money on remembering 9/11. But I'll never forget what I saw. I mean,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, heck, even when I was like, I kind of left in the chat saying when I was writing that script for I just want to show you. I'm actually watching a little bit of it for research.
Do you guys also get this feeling like, you know, a lot of Hollywood, they're
Yeah, I'm doing
Let me
Nice.
highlight that.
Yeah, this show I'm actually watching. Actually, ironically enough, today is the very day it actually first aired back in 1993.
wow.
So I'm gonna be doing a retrospective on it a little bit later. And it's all. I mean, it's just kind of crazy though. Heck, I've been like watching it the whole morning, just trying to research it a little bit, trying to research back through it a little bit, and I understand. I even wrote a script for it.
Cool. And I just want to say to clear what I said to Gab when I said it happened before. This has happened before.
Mhm.
You know, we had the turbulent 60s to the unsureness of the 70s to a total reversal in the 80s. I lived through it, you know. The same people that were saying we need to get out of Vietnam and everything, on the day when they were showing on TV the fall of Saigon and the people being left behind, they were nowhere to be seen. And if they were to be seen, they were crying just as much as we were, because now you realize after it's too late what we were there fighting for.
Well, why isn't it too late now?
It's not too late.
Okay, what's the linchpin that's going to turn it around?
What's missing was I would say we had that World War II and even World War I patriotism. Even during Vietnam and all that went through and survived, and then it metaphored in the 80s with their grandchildren. Our parents, I can't say my parents were, but some people's parents were hippies, anti-war, anti-everything, 60s. You didn't connect with them. You connected with your grandparents. And here's what happened. You had the pro-80s where, you know, hey, if we ever went to war with Russia, we're ready to kick some butt. We don't care. We're not taking no crap. To the 90s where now your children are being inspired by the hippies of the 60s.
Yeah, but see, at least the hippies of the '60s actually fought for something.
Yeah, they did.
I don't feel inspired. I don't feel inspired by the hippies.
Do you feel inspired? I know, but if we didn't agree with them, they wouldn't be like, "Oh,
no, there's
let's get together and attack these people who don't agree with us."
And you can say we're not against the war,
right?
Or we are against the war, but we're not against our soldiers.
Well, most kids want to be
The problem is, back in Vietnam, there were a lot of people against the soldiers. I know this from people I've worked with. I know this from people I grew up with. My parents told me. My uncle who served in Vietnam told me.
They would spit on the soldiers coming home.
Yes.
And
it's
there were
not their
fights.
fault. And it was wrong of any Americans to do that.
We were divided. But them people, you did not see in the 80s. They lived in the 80s, but they weren't doing that craziness. You know why? Because, like I said, the grandchildren, and that's not, I'm throwing a broad thing when I say that. But the truth of the matter is, and you even had Family Ties show it, Mr. Back to the Future, pro-Republican, pro-everything. His dad, liberal left. And everybody in the 80s didn't hate the character, but they didn't like the motive of that guy. They related to Michael Keaton. No, well, not Michael Keaton.
Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox. They related to that. Like I said, if you were somebody today in Antifa and you're going to high school and you're wearing the hammer and the sickle in 1980 to 1991, you're putting your life in danger. It's a fact. Today, you're seeing we destroyed communism when it said we couldn't be done. If somebody would have told you in 1974 that there would be no Warsaw Pact, there would be a united Germany, there was no Soviet Union, they would look at you like you were crazy.
Well, let me ask you this, and this, of course, Phil, with this whole impact of entertainment, since 9/11, don't you think that there could, in Hollywood, movies in general, there could be more happy stories again, especially after everything's happened, even considering with COVID and this and that?
You can change it, Cash, but it has to be changed in a drastic way. Like I said, in the
But
early
what I'm
70s,
saying is, there's just still too many doom and gloom stories
you
all
got
the time.
yeah, the problem is you got too many people in your entertainment in charge. Look, music-wise, in the 60s and early 70s, you got that peace and love type thing, Beatles type thing. Nothing against the Beatles,
but you still also had quality movie in the 90s and early 2000s.
But look at this. You had the Beatles, peace and love. America needs to get out of Vietnam. Bad. 1982, Britain goes to war with Argentina over the Falkland Islands. There were still 3 British Beatles left. Did you hear any of the British people or anybody involved in their entertainment, like they were against us in Vietnam, stood out and say we should not be in the Falklands? No. Paul McCartney was quiet, John Harrison was quiet, and Ringo Starr was quiet. But it's fine to point the finger, and it's what's happening to this very day. Point the finger at somebody else and say that's bad. But when you do the same thing, it's a totally different story. Falklands are like equivalent to Britain to what our Hawaii is.
But don't you think Hollywood is doing a wag the dog version of politics?
It is. And here's the thing: we don't have anybody in none of our entertainment, music, film, TV, radio. Most of your networks, besides maybe one and the one over in Australia that does over here, they're all one way left.
Yes.
There's a problem. We didn't have that in the 70s. You could not tell me Walter Cronkite was left, right, center, Democrat, or Republican.
No, he was a real journalist. And hell, I think any person who's a journalist today should have followed by his example.
And there's your problem with what's going on with today. And you want to know why 9/11, the patriotism didn't last that long? Entertainment more than anybody. It was all yes, fine, let's get behind the country, let's do this. But less than 3 or 4 years later, you see the drop off. And the drop didn't just drop by a foot or a step. We're now in a chasm. So, yes, people forgot 9/11. Look, we were sitting here while the war is still being fought, and all during the early 2000s.
Yeah.
But we still were playing our video games, watching our movies. We forgot totally about the war.
Yeah, everyone really, when you think about it, sure, we hear about that kind of stuff on the news, but you kind of felt, I mean, as a kid, I didn't really feel too much about it because I didn't know anyone I knew who was overseas there. I never had dealt with it. I mean, sure, we heard stuff about hurricanes, gas prices at the time getting high, and just all of that now, it just seems so quaint because we still just kind of felt like, because again, everything that was going on overseas was just a distant threat because we were fighting insurgents, people who weren't a very large or no nation. The only thing, sure, Iraq probably had a standing air force, maybe, but other than that, they couldn't project any naval power or anything. They were more or less stuck in a very landlocked country, and plus, not to mention, a majority population of the country was being governed by another group leader in Saddam Hussein. He was a Sunni dictator, and the Shiites were mostly the majority population of the population of Iraq at the time, and that's mostly how it all sort of changed. We don't really, it just sees it as more of just more of a distant threat. That's all it was to most of us.
I will show you how Hollywood tends to forget, even during 9/11. Do you guys remember that Rambo movie that nobody mentions or talks about?
No.
The one where he's in Afghanistan and he's backing up and supporting the Mujahideen?
Was that 4?
Remember that? Do you know why they don't talk about that anymore and why you don't even see it being shown?
Because
the Taliban are the Mujahideen.
Yes,
The
they
very
are.
people we train to fight the Russians end up, how grateful? They end up fighting us.
That's something you could really knock Reagan for. That is one big thing you can knock him for.
Charlie Wilson.
Yep.
I don't think you can just throw that blame right on Reagan. Charlie Wilson was the man who facilitated the weapons transfer to the Afghan.
Okay.
And they were supposed to finish the job if you've watched the movie, because of course the movie is based on a true story, because Charlie Wilson.
But 9/11 hits, and we go after the Taliban. That movie gets pushed aside, and we forget about it. Even Hollywood wants you to forget that third Rambo movie. And I guarantee you, before I mentioned, most of us forgot about it as well. But that's how quick Hollywood can turn on the dime.
Well, I can't agree on the turn on the dime. I don't think they forget. I think that it doesn't fit.
No, Hollywood's way of forgetting is like when
memory
Walt Disney creates Song of the South, one of his prides and joy, and they shout it's racism and everything, and shall never be shown again. And when that movie was put in place, has nothing to do about slavery, has about a guy that was happy living in Reconstruction, trying to live through a dark time for change, not just for him, but everybody living in the South. And he was it's based on a character. There's a book that's where Walt
the
Disney
author is a black sharecropper.
And the whole point of the thing was, no matter what dark times you live or what struggles you're going through or what situation you're in at that time, there's still room to be happiness. And at the time he made it, the movie was to bring our country together. People at the time were in a social divide. And
I'm sorry for not chiming in when it comes to Rambo 3, but I had to turn off my mic because I was sneezing.
It's okay. I have allergies too, so I know what you're going through.
But I do want to say, I never forgot about Rambo 3.
No, when I mean forget, I'm not meaning about us in particular, individuals. I'm talking as a whole. Hollywood wants you to forget that movie.
Yeah, but they'll still sell it and make money.
No, they'll still sell it if they can make money off of it.
Yeah, they'll still find it in the Rambo box sets.
Yeah, and it's nothing against Sylvester Stallone and his Rambo, because at the time it was a good movie, and it shows what we were trying to do, but how sometimes trying to do the good thing bites you in the rear. If we weren't involved then over there, we would probably not be involved in it now.
And I think Hollywood is, before I forget, since they're in bed with politics, it's a kind of wag the dog. Let's get people's eyeballs on and an uproar and divide on this, and this, so the government can do that, and that, while nobody's quote unquote looking.
Yeah, there's always watch what the other hand's doing. That's the standard operating procedure.
The biggest problem is we don't have that escapism anymore. You turn on something, there has to be some stupid politics.
It's particularly that way.
You can't escape it at all.
No,
and if there's politics, then it should fit into the story and make sense.
Exactly. I mean, heck, in many ways, you already see that with Star Wars. It's
any of your listeners that have a view, like we would say, let's say conservative, all right? I say center, which where everybody should meet. It's a center, but entertainment. The guy who played Hercules,
Kevin Sorbo.
He's a known conservative Christian. Guess what? Anything he does is racist. The R word is thrown like a penny on the street. That's their cop out. You don't like something, you're racist immediately.
Go ahead. They'll say the exact same thing to people, especially since, once again, I can't believe I had to stress it, but yeah, all this woke stuff, I find it stupid, and yet you're gonna call me that exact same word? Like,
yeah,
seriously?
they will actually. Yes. Jed, they will. I'm going to say it like I always said. They've always been the racist. They always will be the racist.
Yes.
They do the same racist stuff, but they hide it behind virtue. They will use you and everybody who looks like you as a shield against your stupidity.
Anyone who's a minority.
Yes,
And,
and if you don't go along with them, they will call you the racist. You are
or the other is
any other istophobe that they could think of. But your color doesn't matter to them as far as as long as you're towing their line.
Yeah, well, maybe it'll matter if I basically give them a good slap across the face. Maybe then they'll listen.
I'll give you guys an example. There was an actress. We all love her from Star Wars. The one who played Padme. She went on there.
Padme.
Yeah, we love her. Yeah.
She went on
Padme.
there, and during the whole craziness of the 2020, canceled the police. She's doing a TV show for Amazon Prime, I believe, or Netflix. I'm not sure which one.
I think it was for Apple.
Yeah, Baltimore. Okay, the filming. Well, Baltimore is almost in the same predicament as Chicago. Well, the gangs said, if you want to film in our section of the city, you're going to pay. She didn't like that. She didn't like it at all. So then she asked the Baltimore Police Department to come help them out. Yeah, I can call upon the police when I have a need. But if I don't have a need and I feel like, let me put my finger, wet it up, put it in the air, that's where things are going. Yeah, cancel them.
It's just funny too. Like, how can you let mafia and gangs and stuff run your cities? Like, no,
They do.
Chaos.
They
That
do.
is the whole
That's right,
point.
chaos. Yeah,
The Chaz in Portland too.
Yes.
And all this, Mike,
Yes.
Atlanta.
is
Yes.
involved
Oh yes.
in our entertainment and by the very people. So if you ask why the feeling of patriotism died a little bit after 9/11, it's because Hollywood killed it and wants to kill it. And it's going to keep going until either a point they get like Warner Brothers and they have to sell, or they collapse.
I would add politics, government, and Hollywood are now embedded with each other.
Oh,
So
it's
you know,
terrible.
because you know, we were, in my mind, I grew up, you know, around all kinds of people, and you know, before Cheeto came in, you know, and even before that, there really wasn't any issues. There are always going to be bad eggs, and you're always going to have istphobes and Yahtzees and racist people.
Yes.
But on the whole, it was going pretty damn good. And then they're like, oh crap, wait a minute. If how are we going to make our money if we don't stir this crap up again?
Yep.
How are we going to get control if we don't stir it back up again? So, hey, Hollywood, you know, we're going to do this for you, and you do what we want you to do. And that's what they're doing. And they stirred that crap up again. It's just like the drug companies.
Yep.
Cure this. What are you going to do when you cure something big? What are you going to do after that? Oh, crap, I ain't going to make no damn money. Same thing with Hollywood.
We should have known in the late 90s when Clinton got out of office, and we realized George Stephanopoulos and most of the people around him
George
are going into news. That's where the first change. You can see the danger right there. When you start hiring people in politics to do your news, George Stephanopoulos was in the camp, and there's nothing wrong to be a Democrat. Be a Democrat all you want. But when you bring the Democratic Party and everything it stands for, and you cannot separate that in the news, you get what you have in news today. It started there with the news. Then it spread to all our entertainment. It is not a secret. We don't have to know about the exact date or who was there to know that our government sat down with entertainment, and particularly the movie industry, in, say, about 2012, 2015-ish. Hey, let's start implement this government policy.
Now listen, as much as you see it in 2000, as much as you see it now, and even then you saw Barack Obama, he was always like inviting Hollywood up to White House, and it was doing all kinds of things. Hollywood come out for him, make freaking videos for Barack Obama, blah blah blah. As much as you've seen that out in the open, before that even happened, they were infiltrated Hollywood behind the scenes. Everything that when they show their face, when they take the mask off, they've been doing this for years before.
Oprah.
Yeah,
Oprah.
it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat. It's happened throughout the decades.
Yes.
Yeah,
It has, and then they put people up there like Harvey Weinstein, and the guy had been doing this for so many years. So it's
Hollywood
just
was
the
following
reason.
Roman Polanski for years, and they knew what he did.
Yes.
But
And
you know,
then today, you had Mr. Tom Hanks. You know what? I used to love Tom Hanks.
oh God, he's nuts
After that
now.
incident
He's
with Netflix,
crazy, man.
and the reason why he went to Greece was so that way, if he ever got charged for what they were suspecting him of doing,
He wouldn't be extradited.
by Greece. Now, I'm not saying he's guilty. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But when you run like that, he pulled a Roman Polanski.
But
remember that now that they're out there pushing the pedo stuff, they're taking the mask off. Just remember that they've been doing this for years behind closed doors.
Yeah, now they're just like, let's just do it.
Oh,
yep.
But Oprah was one. David,
remember,
the
Gap.
talk shows at night brought all the politicians on and entertainmentized them. The nighttime talk shows. It kind of started then too, and then Oprah, and bringing politicians on, and then I can't think of his name.
Remember, Gap, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to add to your point, man, about Oprah. Oprah had come out and said, I am not going to campaign or support any political people. Then who comes into the limelight? Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Why be a hypocrite?
And there was nighttime talk show hosts who did that too.
Yeah, David Letterman.
David Letterman, yes. And then what's the other guy? Oh God, he was a comedian.
What are you talking about? Conan?
He had
I mentioned
Bill
Jay
Clinton.
Leno and
No, the other one.
No,
Bill Clinton. He had Bill Clinton play the saxophone.
Or Arsenio Hall?
Arsenio Hall.
Yes.
I would still have an issue with if Barack Obama was from Greenland and he had the same policies and everything. I don't hate him because he's black.
No,
I hate him for his politics. And let me say this: hate as more disagreement. Maybe hatred's the wrong term, but a disagreement with his policies. Doesn't mean I hate the man. Doesn't mean I want harm to the man. I just don't like his policies. And anybody can say that. You're not a racist if you say that. There's the politician I showed you, Cash, the lieutenant governor of North Carolina. He's happens to be African American, and I like his policy. And if you hear him speech, you would be like, wow, this man should one day be president. And he's not scared. He's just like Trump. He's not scared to say it. If he says he doesn't like communism and they can paint their hair blue, he goes, I do not like communism.
Yeah.
Good.
That's good not being racist.
Yeah, exactly. You can still you automatically think that every person who is black all think the same. No,
exactly. That's ignorant.
And that's what our president thinks. You don't know how to vote Democrat, and you ain't black.
Sorry, Mr. Creepy Joe who likes to sniff girls' hair. Guess what I got for you?
And the taco comment.
That's a loser sign, right? That's
I wanted to go more vulgar, but Mary knows.
I already did that during the anime stream.
Mike, it's not just about politics, and it's not just about your entertainment. They're trying to tell you how to think, how to thought, and what everything. Look, there's a time where if I go up and say Merry Christmas, and let's just use Sparks here as an example. Let's say he's Muslim. Most of the time, you know what a Muslim's going to say? Merry Christmas back, even though he's Muslim. I work for Jewish people, and they gave me Christmas bonus and wished me Merry Christmas. Guess what? I wish them a Hanukkah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't matter if you know.
Like here in California, I just would say like happy holidays, just so I don't have to deal
Yeah,
with
I mean, there's
nonsense.
nothing wrong with saying that
don't-
too. There's
No.
nothing wrong with saying
Yeah.
it.
We can recognize our differences and we can celebrate the differences just as much as look, but however someone feels about, well, let's use it down south. They have certain days for remembering the veterans of the Confederacy. Whatever you feel about that, let them have their day just as much as like I have black friends. My best friend for almost 45 years is black. And I love him just as much as I love my own brother. But I will tell you this, I wish him Kwanzaa and whatever else he believes. Half the time he tells me, man, I don't do that crap.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, if you'd already acknowledged that, just say to him Merry Christmas from now on.
He's just like everybody's the same. The only time they try to categorize you is the news for, let's say, today is their racism. They got to categorize you, or you're white. So if the queen dies and you are crying about it, you shouldn't be. You're a racist.
Yeah, well, guess what? All those chicks that say they're queens, no. You are the type of chicks who basically stand around the street asking for favors.
Yeah,
Right.
you know that's right.
Hey,
Yeah.
also use some common sense. If somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, Merry Christmas," and you say to them, "Oh, I don't celebrate Christmas, but thanks anyways," like that's something nice to say instead of,
There you go.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Like that's just it's
What
stupid.
kind of
Entertainment
moron will just tell them, I don't celebrate? Well, I mean,
entertainment.
But we
be
have
nice.
morons, though.
We're just
Yeah, and
so many.
there's something that
thank you and move on.
I told you guys, man, what we need to do is we all get a bunch of Acme mallets and we just start hitting each other one day a week.
here's
I'm for
something
that.
that my mom told me. And my mom was a registered nurse for over 30 years. She had patients of different nationalities, different backgrounds, different religious backgrounds. But she told me whenever somebody says, Happy Kwanzaa or Happy Hanukkah, even though you don't celebrate it, wish them a Happy Kwanzaa, a Happy Hanukkah back.
totally.
Because she wanted me to, broaden my horizons and accept other people's cultures and beliefs.
Yes.
And my
But
dad
it's
was all
okay-
for it too.
It's okay for Hollywood to destroy other people's cultures and beliefs.
Yeah, but we
I
can
won't even
destroy.
talk about Pinocchio. but
Oh
that
no,
is-
no,
that
no,
is-
no,
That
no,
is
no,
an
no,
Italian
no,
myth.
no,
and folklore.
No, Phil. No, Phil.
no,
Yeah.
no,
No,
Pokemon.
no.
No.
Phil,
My
by the
Pinocchio.
way,
Oh,
if you do,
no.
Be silent.
Phil, if
Justice
you talk
for
about that, I'm
Pinocchio.
going to bring up Beardless Riker. I'm going to do it.
Don't do that.
Do it.
That-
God.
Do it.
That's just wrong in so many other levels.
Yeah, he looks. Yeah, there are just some people who just look better with facial hair. When you see them
You need to
without
keep
it, it's
it
just
on.
like no.
You need to keep it on.
Oh, man.
Thank God he grew it back after that horror movie.
But we can destroy Hollywood too if the part, when our current president did the Omen with the background, with the devil looking Omen background.
You mean him emulating Chancellor Sattler from V for
Yes,
Vendetta?
like something from from the dark side or something. We not enough of us are voting with our wallet.
No.
Nope.
We did
No.
break this trend one time where we made corporation bend
To their knees. They were on their
Coca-Cola,
knees.
when they tried to push us with the new Coke. Absolutely. I knew people that only thing they drank for years since they was a kid, even before Coke was popular, drank Coca-Cola. But when they did that, they were drinking Pepsi, they were drinking RC. They didn't, for them couple months,
RC's
they
good,
didn't
but-
touch nothing Coke.
What? Nobody in your neighborhood drank Shasta?
No. Get the hell out
I
of
had
here
to
with
because
that.
that's all we can afford.
But here's the thing: Coke bent, and they relented, and they gave us Coca-Cola Classic. You
They
can
had to. They
do
were
that.
losing money.
They realized the mistake, and they changed real quick.
But look at what's happened with Coca-Cola lately and the pandering and the virtue signaling. Like my my family and I, we decided that we weren't going to buy Coke anymore. We started buying Dr. Pepsi. What am I saying? Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepsi.
Dr. Pepsi.
They combined, but no,
That's like the electric vote, right?
right. But we started buying that because you get tired of this stuff, and all these companies, it's like you give them money, there's some kind of hidden agenda. Especially now, you keep giving them money, there's still some kind of hidden agenda. Why can't we just have shirts or signs that say just do better for the customers? You're about
Because
making
they have
money.
to do the
Yes.
public stunt because it's all about, oh, look, Coca-Cola was sporting the Olympics. Let's give it up for Coca-Cola for being a great. No,
Cat,
they're
Well, look
doing
at
it
what
for their
happened
own
with the
reason.
Olympics.
But
A
here's the
ton
thing, you
of
said
politics.
Dr. Pepper.
Let's bring that up.
Over here, where I get Dr. Pepper, even though Dr. Pepper's owned by 7-Up, it's its own company, they give the rights here. I can't speak everywhere. It depends on what region. Coca-Cola bottles Dr. Pepper. They pay royalties every year so they can do Dr. Pepper. So over
well,
here,
then you can't say anything, Phil. You should just shut up and drink your rainbow.
I want my Sun Drop, which I don't have anymore. They don't send it up north to where I'm at in Delaware anymore.
And speaking
I
of
want
the
my Sun Drop.
rainbow, why
And I
does
want
it
my
feel?
McDonald's coupons.
Oh no, we're back to the McDonald's.
Yeah,
no.
once again.
Hold on.
JPRPH1 is correct. Dr. Pepper is Pepsi,
No,
and
it's
Mr.
not.
Pibb
It's
is
its
Coke.
own company. It's belonged by the Dr.
Yeah,
Pepper.
Dr.
7-Up.
Pepper and 7-Up is a
I want to see receipts, Phil.
They give out. They allow Pepsi in certain
too.
regions and Cokes in some
Yeah.
regions to produce it.
But
Produce
yeah,
the receipt, Phil.
they only bottle it, Phil, but
Yeah.
they can be like Pepsi and 7-Up can be in any restaurant that Pepsi or Coke is in.
at
You
that
know,
region. In that
There's
region.
no
Yeah.
rights issues with that. So like every restaurant that I go to has either Coke or Pepsi, but they all have Dr. Pecker
Dr.
Pecker
Pepper.
products.
Dr. Pecker.
The reason is, like I said, they
Well,
allow
we got an electric.
the Dr. Pepper 7-Up
Electric
company
Pecker.
certain
We got
regions
electric Pecker Pepsi.
Wouldn't you like to be a pecker too?
bottle.
Electric college vote instead of electoral.
It's
But
yeah.
my
So
whole point of
you
bringing
know,
up the Coca-Cola.
I knew
also-
you were a liberal, Phil. You drinking your
Never.
damn woke Dr.
Look,
Pep.
look, I'm gonna say this. I
Pepper.
always, and I said this before, Mike. You heard me. I'm libertarian, which was
Libertarians
considered
don't
liberal.
drink woke.
Yes, but due to modern politics, they have moved what was considered left center. Libertarian has now become center. I have become center, not by choice. Look, I am conservative in a lot of things, but I am for some social programs. Our Social Security should always be protected. I think
Yeah,
we
but
need to help our own people rather
damn
than
mu-
doing things everywhere else.
Yeah,
I'm a
but
libertarian.
you're still be damned. I'm going to drink my Dr. Woke Pepper.
I want my Sun
Yeah,
Drop.
and I just wanted
Is
to
something
add
wrong with
something
Dr.
too.
Pepper now? Jeez, all right, I'll throw it in the trash. No, I'm kidding.
That my family, we always drank Coke, but I didn't go to someone's house and pitch a fit if all they had was RC Cola, Shasta, Pepsi, you name it. It's like that's what they have. So
Mr. Pibb.
I love Mr. Pibb. That's Coke's real version of what was supposed to be Dr. Pepper.
Tab.
no.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
that's generic, copied, photocopied a million times version of Dr. Pepper.
I
Pepper
agree
kicks
with you
Pibb's
on that.
butt.
It was Coke's cheap knockoff, but
I never
Shasta
had
should
it.
never be accepted unless you're in the hospital because they give you no choice. It's Shasta or what's that? River Rock soda. Yeah.
Sasco.
Yeah.
I know it's soda you'll like, dude. Broccoli soda. You gotta try that.
Really, really, really.
you can have that.
Oh
Is
my
he kale?
gosh.
I will say
Dude,
this:
it's not.
just
It's
for
nasty,
soda in a
man.
bottle, not in
Yeah.
a can, because it tastes funny in a can, just like beer. Beer should be in a bottle, not a can.
I will agree.
All right.
I'm
All
going
right,
to
since
agree
we're-
with Phil.
Since we're talking about sodas, I'm gonna
Yes.
throw this one out.
Don't do a Shasta.
A&W root beer
Yes.
or
Yes.
Barg's root beer.
Hold up.
Mug
Hey,
root
yeah.
beer.
You're missing one
I like 'em
that
both.
they
Mug.
eliminated.
Mug is the
Hires.
third option.
Mug.
I used to love Hires, but then A&W bought the competition out,
Right.
and yeah, I'll drink A&W, but I did
A&W,
love Hires root
So
beer.
good. Yeah, it's good.
Also a frosty root beer.
Yep. And I do not like Pepsi's version. What is it?
Oh no, Mug's the
No,
best.
no,
Sorry.
no.
I'm sorry, Phil. Listen to me. You listen to me right now. Pepsi makes the best versions of every soda there is out there. Mountain Dew is better than Mellow Yellow.
Oh,
Cherry
no.
Pepsi is better than Cherry Coke. Diet Pepsi's better than Cherry or
I'll
Diet
give it to
Coke. What else they
you.
got?
Sprite is better than the Pepsi version of what is Spear, whatever they call it.
Sierra
Sprite is
Mist.
Pepsi.
So
Sierra
I
Mist.
get
Sierra
it.
Mist.
Sprite.
Okay, I
It
don't like
used to
either
be-
one of them.
It
So
used to
you
be
can
called
have that.
Slice before they changed it to Sierra Mist.
Yeah, I don't like
I
either
get it.
one
I
of them, so
remember
you can have
Slice.
it.
I have
Mike,
a
I
problem
get
with
what you're
Phil
doing.
being on the
Sprite's
top
better
left.
than Sierra Mist, definitely. That's for sure.
But
I see
7 Up's
your
better
games,
than them
Mike.
all. There, I said it.
I
7 Up
see-
all the way.
I see your games.
Oh, yep.
Mike.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
You got Phil on the left, you have Anonymous on the right, and then you have Gap in the middle because of the gap, right? Come on.
He's
That
filling
has
the
to be
gap.
it.
Fill the gap,
I see it.
Anonymous.
You should be in the
You
bottom
figured
left
me out.
corner.
You figured me
If
out.
you're a California fan and you're leftist, you should be in the bottom left corner.
Look, you better mind the gap.
Uh-huh.
Jet Pacific Cash.
But you can tell how life is going in your world today, going by people at the dollar store. The amount of people go when troubled times, more people go to the dollar store, and people in their soda.
So
You can
let me
you
even
can
make
find
Alabama
some
happy.
name
Hot
brand
soda,
products
pop.
at the
Let
dollar
me say
store.
pop.
I know. I
Yes.
used to work at a dollar store.
yeah, you can find name brand for sure.
But there's one thing you never do. Just like you don't bring GoBots to a Transformer and get together,
Oh my gosh.
you don't bring Shaska to a soda party.
And done.
Get out of here with your GoBots.
You know the way you had it before, Pacific, is me and you were in the center. Cash and Anana was on the far right, and Phil and Spark were on the far left.
Poor the Jet.
Phil
He just
got timed out.
you got typecast.
I'll bring it back in a little bit. I'm not ready to bring it back yet.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I'll be a
He's gonna hate me for that.
Justice for hatred for Shaska. Did you see?
Shaska.
Oh,
Phil.
man.
He reminds me of my dad. He always said words wrong.
It's not the word; it's how you say it.
Yeah, we know how you say stuff.
We're soon
That
we're gonna
tinge
have
of racism.
Phil saying the Japanese words.
I've already promised him there's going to be an episode of Pop Talk where I'm going to make
can't
him
wait.
read the article.
Are
We're gonna all stay quiet, and we're
gonna
gonna mute ourselves.
How you handle tough Japanese words. So take notes on that day.
Shanikiwa.
And I'll say it ain't no secret. When you have a tough Japanese word, you say it really quick and don't act like you're knowing you're making a mistake. But if you say it so fast, sometimes people don't realize you might be saying it incorrectly.
Like Shaska.
Shaska, man. Now, you know, if your dad said it the same way I do it and spell it the same way, you don't question it. You know what he meant, and that was what's more important.
Yeah,
Dr.
I won't
Pepper
go there.
has made you I can't even say it.
I just had a Dr. Pepper yesterday. What are you trying to say, Gap?
Real people,
Nothing-
real people
nothing.
drink cherry Dr. Pepper, though I did like that fountain version, that Dr. Pepper cherry vanilla. Oh, you can get it out of fountain. They have like the fountain sodas, like you had like McDonald's, Burger King. You can still get it, but
I still like Coke vanilla. I think that's.
I
good.
love strawberry Dr. Pepper. Oh God,
Grape Co. I like Grape Co.
What the strawberry Dr.
It's in the
Pepper?
fountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Phil,
Fanta.
Phil.
No,
All right, youngster, out you go.
Oops, I already played that one.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
hey, I
No,
love
see, you can get all these things if you just go to Sonic. You can get a. My wife just got a strawberry Diet Dr. Pepper this morning. I got me a Coke Zero with cherry and vanilla.
Yeah.
What
See?
do you guys
like
expect
flavors.
from Phil, man? He puts pineapple on his pizza.
Oh God, well, yeah.
I go
That's the end
to
of him.
Chick-fil-A just to get their peach milkshake.
How'd you go, youngster?
You know, McDonald's used to have during St. Patrick's Day, they had the Shamrock Shake.
Yeah, that wasn't that good.
What?
I don't know if they didn't make it right or something, but I can hardly taste anything out of it.
It was supposed to be
All
like
right. Real quick, Jet Sparks has got to go.
No, Jet.
No, he's
I gotta
dude.
get back to doing my retrospective on the SWAT cats. I'm actually still trying to watch back through the series to get all my bearings for my retrospective. So yeah, so expect to see that later on today. I mean, I'm kind of changing the time around because I'm trying to sift through all 26 episodes of the show.
So what time can we expect the drop?
Probably around maybe 3 or 4, like 3:30 at least.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna watch it.
So tomorrow, right?
No, today. Today.
I'm just teasing you, man.
Yeah, but like I said, though, guys, Phil, Mike, thanks for having me on, and I'll see you guys then. So again, go and subscribe to my channel. And again, I also did a 100 subscriber milestone video on talking pinheads, and I kind of like did an EFAP style of like some of my oldest videos, and just hung out with Drew Dat Underground and my friend Bear64. So, and also they have channels on YouTube, so go check them out.
Well, have a good
Very
day.
nice.
Before you
Yeah,
leave,
have a
Justice
good
for the
day,
Green
Jeff.
Ranger. Justice for the Green Ranger. Doesn't get enough love.
I don't go. I'm not going to go into that debate. It doesn't matter because, again, everybody, there are other seasons of Power Rangers besides Mighty Morphin. Just remember that.
It's true.
They
Bye.
lost me when they went White Ranger. They lost me.
There you go.
Phil.
You will be silent.
The White Ranger was not good.
Play
I'm
it
sorry.
again. Play it again.
You will be silent.
One
Green
more time.
Ranger
One more
all
time.
the way. He had the flute. What was wrong with the flute? I used to love hearing that flute.
If you have an issue, Phil, here's a tissue.
It's kind of like Anonymous without having the song. It's never the same.
Oh,
Anonymous.
Oh, God.
Fast, Anonymous.
I hate you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, anyone who's new to the channel and watching this spectacle of chaos, and no, TKO, the chaotic one, isn't here. But
Oh, man.
the chaos that is brought to us by Phil McCracken, you just need to know one thing about Phil. He suffers from
Emotional damage.
I do.
He gives me emotional damage.
I do. I didn't hear the Anonymous song today, which I was kind of sad.
I wasn't gonna play it out of
Suffer.
respect for the day.
Yes.
I
I
wasn't
thought
gonna
you
play
said
it.
respect for the dead.
Well, I understand that, but I just want to stay for the record that anytime now, thanks to Mike, that
Cash, you want me to unsub? I'll do it.
I hear that
All
song
right,
in
all
my
right.
head. It's triggered.
He's not threatening.
It's triggering. Okay, so Phil,
All right.
I've got a suggestion for you. If it triggers you that much, don't listen to it.
But I like the song.
Yes, you say you like the song, yet it triggers you.
It triggers me to sing it.
Oh God.
Oh, man.
Yes.
It's just like a woke person to respond like that.
Oh God.
I will send you to Jesus.
I want to go to Jesus.
You
We're all
need
going to go
Jesus.
there someday.
Well, you better get right with him, boy.
I'm going to- He wants
Jesus don't
strawberry
accept
Dr.
woke
Pepper.
people.
Oh,
We're going to
man.
sit down and talk about things with the strawberry Dr. Pepper.
You're going to get up to the gates of heaven, and Jesus is going to. You see that slide to hell, Phil? Here's your ticket.
Here's the thing. I know one thing. Jesus looks great with the beard. I know he ain't going to pull a Joan Franks and shave it off.
He's gonna shave it off just for you. He's gonna get up there and he's gonna be his whole face is gonna be bald and
No.
say, "Look at me, Phil. Look at me."
No.
It's either this or hell, Phil. What are you gonna do?
Hell.
See ya.
He'll go,
That's right,
Phil.
Phil.
It's not no. He'll go. God will go, Phil. It's not no shave November.
But you have to remember, imaging is important.
Oh my god. This is tough.
Okay,
You
well,
worried about image?
All right,
then
oh,
I'm going to
Phil,
say
by the
it.
way,
I'm going to say it whether people agree with me or not. People watch this channel, they must think you're crazy. They think I'm crazy for having you on, which that just is part of being a Cub fan. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. The Cubs have done some emotional damage to me over the years.
Phil will tell me 100 times that I'm supposed to enjoy Star Trek V, but I can't do it. He'll also tell me 1,000 times that I hate redheads, and that's not even true. So.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder you like Pinocchio, Phil.
Did you watch Red Sonja yet, Cash?
I told you I'd watch it with you. So
Okay.
whenever.
Well, have you
Told
fall
you.
in love with a bleached redhead?
Okay.
And hello, Lorenzo. How are you doing? Welcome to the craziness that is PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, especially when Phil's on.
Special guest Phil McCracken.
Look, I told you guys.
Well,
I am not
special guest could have
crazy.
been a little bit
It's
more special.
everybody else that's crazy.
I'm not watching
Right,
Red Sonja because
right.
her carpet doesn't match her drapes. I'm not
Oh
watching.
no!
Oh, come on.
No.
You're going to be that technical? Come on.
Yeah,
It was a joke.
that was great. I love that. I wish one of my friends was in here just to hear that. It'd be like, she would be so offended. It'd be great. Just great. Just
So
so
if you
great.
bring her on next time, hey, you want to be offended? Let's go on Pop Talk.
She might be
PACIFIC414 is so Eastern Obanyachi. No, I'm a Cub fan. I've been through a lot.
I think we could have a lot more fun with her than we can with Phil.
I sure hope so.
oh,
She's
yeah.
a female. I don't want you guys to have fun with me. What's the matter with you?
What?
Wow, dude, why would you go there?
Where'd your perverted mind
Yeah.
go
You
there?
made it awkward.
Don't
You're
you
gonna
guys
make me.
try to play that
You
on
made
me.
it
Don't
awkward.
try to
Phil.
play that on me. You know
Look.
when you guys were going
You
off,
know,
and then you try to drag me into it. You
None of
guys,
us guys like to play with little
Uh,
raisins.
You're crazies.
No. You're the crazy one. I'm just gonna say
now
you're
I'm
the crazy one.
I always say this, people, before you get on YouTube or any type of thing or entertainment or anything you do, please take your medication before you get on.
Well, take your own
Obviously-
All
advice.
right, Phil, I'm going to ask you a serious
Take your own
question. I want
take your own
I want
advice.
it answered
Take your own
immediately.
advice.
I'm just saying one here. That's
Your
Are you
nurse
on
not
helium
come around with
today?
your pills yet?
Yeah,
Phil,
are
I'm
you
going to
on
ask you a
helium?
serious question. I want it answered immediately. Who is your daddy? No, I'm just kidding. But
Who hurt you, Phil?
who hurt you?
Show us on the doll.
Show us on the
Where
doll.
Look at me on this
is
diagram.
on the
You know
puppet?
who-
Where does it hurt?
You know who hurt me? The people 7-Up Dr. Pepper for not making any more of my region Sundrop soda.
Wait, I thought
You've got an issue. Here's a tissue.
That don't give me that.
I thought you were going to say the people who stopped playing Skyrim. That hurt you.
I told
Yeah,
you before.
Yeah.
There's right now at least 3 people streaming Skyrim gameplay. It goes on all day. You can never not find Skyrim not being streamed.
Aha.
Of course not. No, I mean that's true because
Yeah,
it
and-
viewers. It does. It's a popular game. It's well made, and even with all the bugs that when it came out, the modding has done
10
so
years
much.
later, they're still playing it
Oh yeah,
and still releasing it and making money.
because of modding, dude. Yeah, and they're still releasing versions for some reason, different versions. I don't know why, but yeah,
Yeah,
You know,
because
it makes money. Yeah.
I was over there yesterday. Phil was on Brandon the Anime's channel in the
Mhm.
chat. Why? Because Brandon's playing Skyrim.
That's the reason. That's the main reason.
He was
Has
probably
to be.
disappointed that Paul was playing Transformers War for Cybertron.
No,
Oh,
he was too
but-
busy spouting elderly abuse in the chat.
I am the victim of elderly abuse. This is prime example, seeing it right here. The amount of abuse that I sustain.
How about no?
Yeah, it's true.
And besides, when it comes to Skyrim and Transformers,
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Throw away your life.
Only thing I have to say to that
I can work on that
Transformers
if I ever
comment.
Megatron.
Remind me how good the last two Transformers movies were.
Okay, they weren't that good, but
Okay, then.
they're good to make fun of.
Yeah, there
I'll
you
admit
go.
that. They're good to
Dude,
make fun of.
I feel like I didn't think man, now we're on to Transformers. You see what you've done, Phil?
Yeah, you're bringing them in now. That's not right. You're attracting the riffraff.
John,
Riff-raff,
John.
Star
riff-raff.
Trek 5 was not the worst Star Trek movie. The worst one ever made was
Star Trek the motion picture.
No,
No, I don't agree with that.
it is.
No, I like
I like
Motion
motion picture. It was
No,
it was-
that's not
Nemesis.
the worst Star Trek movie. Was
Nemesis
The
was
Next
a, was a
Generation.
mess,
No,
but
Insurrection
worse
was
than
worse.
5. Ooh, no.
Well,
I'm gonna have to say
you know why Star Trek 5 crashed and burned at the box office, don't you?
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
Batman. I said that before.
Oh yeah.
I told
that
Cash
is-
that
yeah,
it went up
well,
against that.
89.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
You don't release some of these movies would do good, but when you see Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, you don't throw up another movie in there because you know you're going to get crushed, even if it's a good movie.
Yeah,
You
no,
don't
I
go up
agree.
against the
But they've
powerhouse.
done this with gaming too. Like Titanfall 2 went up against Battlefield 1. Like, why? I know it's the same company, the same publisher, but that's not smart.
You know,
It's
it's
not
not,
smart.
and most of these people they do it, and I hate to say it, they think it's some type of miracle. But look, in a movie theater, you can have 2 blockbusters. You rarely ever see 3. There's not enough room for it. There's not enough room for it. So same
But
thing
you-
for
but
gaming,
still,
just like you said. Can't.
It still doesn't change the fact that Star Trek 5 is still Search for a Plot.
Well, don't forget there was a writer's strike. There was also, I believe, a cameraman strike at the same time. So he had to come up with the story, and I give him on short notice. He didn't have the same writers from Star Trek 4 because, like I said, there was a strike. Really,
Set
Star Trek 5
excuses
should not
on
have been made.
kill.
Man, dude, so many excuses, man.
Release the Shatner cut. We'll end this. Release the Shatner cut.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that
and,
will
and
end
this is what the rest of us are going to do. The 4 of us, at least, because
So,
you know
back
we
on-
keep hearing about your love for Star Trek 5 every single time we're on here because, well, you like to brag that you love the movie. But this is us, Phil. This is us every time we hear about it.
know this ship like the back of my hand.
The best. It has the best.
We're willing to
comedy
knock
lines
ourselves
of
out.
all Star Trek.
Yes.
Give it to it. It has the best lines of all comedy in Star Trek. Jim,
Because it is a
ask the
comedy.
Almighty for an ID.
What?
What did you just say?
What?
Jim, you do not ask the Almighty for an ID.
All right. So when they say how many assholes we have in here, I'm gonna just count 1.
when we talk about
Gosh, you're starting to get to know me real well. That's scary.
we all,
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
you didn't notice the guy
With
in
the exception
front?
of Phil, the rest of us are saints.
Yeah, okay. But you did notice the guy in the left when you watch that clip? The guy in the left corner, he stays seated. He's not
Yeah,
an
that's you. That's you.
asshole. I'm not an asshole, so
At this point, I feel like we should just
You-
have a panel of Pop Talk on Sundays, and then just bring some new people in.
I'm all for that. I mean, I even mentioned it last night, and Gap already knows this. that for the October monthly Saturday stream, even though there's not going to be one this month because we did the Star Trek stream on Thursday,
Right.
that it's going to be a get to know us stream.
Oh,
Meaning, if you have a channel and you want to promote your channel, come on that Saturday night and we can promote your channel. We can talk about your channel. We can also talk about your likes, your hobbies, your dislikes.
all right.
That leaves you out, Phil.
That's out.
Okay.
Yeah, Phil, you're
Well,
out.
well,
Dude.
I'm not going to attempt to try
The
the channel
gap is too
because we
big.
already know YouTube would cancel it within a second. So why should I bother even putting it up? Right?
Wow,
Right.
with an attitude like that.
What can I say?
Jeez. Yeah.
I thought nobody would watch this channel. I thought I would only get 2 subscribers. Look where I am now. And I didn't do it alone.
Over
I did it
300.
because of panels like this. Game streams, episode reviews,
I'm
movie
glad
reviews.
Because the only exception to that rule is Cash Money because, he has to be canceled. The hooligans are the root of all evil. That channel shall not and could not go on. And I petition YouTube to cancel.
Yeah.
Don't give
Because
Mama Susan
I'm
any
gonna tell you,
ideas.
I'm telling you right now, since Phil brought it up, Gap, I hope you do find your way over to the Phantom Hooligans because I'd love to see
Don't
you
go
in chat.
there. Don't go there. You don't
Yeah,
want to go there.
definitely. Just you look me up on. I'm afraid to put my Twitter on there because Phil might get a hold of it.
I know.
I don't do Twitter. I don't.
He
do
doesn't
Twitter.
do it, so you're safe.
I don't do Twitter or Facebook, but I do Discord, and unfortunately, I'm over there in the hooligans. Somebody dragged me over there. Dragged me with bodily harm.
We didn't know how crazy Phil was going to be. Found out all
threatened
about
to drag me
the
to
ice cream
California stand if I didn't join this Discord.
Yeah, that never happened.
Yep, I do know this. There's could be a day you're gonna get a message in your DM on Twitter, and
the time has come. Execute Order 66.
I'll be ready.
Gap, are you only on Twitter or are you actually on Discord as well?
Just Twit.
Okay.
I don't have a Facebook. I can't
Alrighty.
stand Facebook.
Yeah, it's a.
But
they're all
Pacific,
of them are pretty
Mike
much
can
dumpster
give
fires.
you my Twitter, not
Alright.
in private, but
Mhm.
I don't want no.
I'm
cracking.
not putting it out there in public. I know you don't want it out there.
Yeah,
I
you don't want
think-
Phil to get a hold of some of this stuff.
You have no worries. You can guys can rule on Facebook and Twitter and all you want. That's not my thing. But thank you to my person in chat that stood up for the amazing Star Trek 5. This
We
is
got 2
why I
now.
come on here. This is why
you
I
got
come
2
on
now, Phil. I mean,
People-
you're bringing them in like rats.
and I'm bringing more. I'm converting left and
Starting
right.
this Star Trek 5
I'm
cult.
preaching the gospel of Star Trek 5.
The cult of Phil. Everybody, run.
It's all going to hell, man. Game
And-
over,
and-
bro.
and-
Game
and-
over. Yeah.
When you join the Star Trek 5 community, I will personally send you strawberry Dr. Pepper.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
You're stuck in my head, Mike. You got to get out of it, man.
Might as well just close down the stream, go home, take the Tonka trucks, go home.
Well, in our cases, we be taking our GoBots just to get under Phil McCracken's skin.
Well, Phil's
No.
going to take his GoBots in a rainbow bag.
Oh, in a ring.
Dude, I cannot.
That's where the
even-
unicorn throws up on him and
That's
then
right.
there's a big giant
Your
rainbow.
kids, we're going to the park to play some Transformers. You tell your friends,
Oh.
bring your Transformers. We're all going to play. And here comes this kid skipping along, sits down, and busts out his bag. What? GoBots.
You're bots.
You know what, Phil?
You're bots.
You know what? I like GoBots.
You don't like other bots that
I had
aren't
some
called
GoBots
Transformers.
growing up.
No, I don't. And I
What
would
do you-
look at that kid and say, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm
Botaphobe.
here to play with the GoBots. And I say, "You see
was
them girls
harassing
over there
kids
underneath
who
the
had
slide?
GoBots
You go over
in the
there to
park."
play."
Botaphobe.
He's GoBot phobic.
Autophobe.
It doesn't surprise me that Phil McCracken's the bully.
Well, look, it's like you playing with cowboys and Indians. You know, you used to have the little plastic soldier cowboys and Indians, and someone brings army men.
Please
It's cowboys and Indians. They're no army men.
Okay, Phil, stop.
Can I say one thing? Phil, please don't tell me that you go out to the park now at age 50 and
Oh,
play
no.
with your friends.
No.
Out there policing for GoBots.
Unless it's for some kid playing GoBots and I would yell at them.
Kids.
Get them GoBots off my yard.
You probably have a
Real
GoBot gnome.
Transformers you're playing with.
GoBot gnome.
And we also know another thing about you, Phil. You hear the ice cream truck, you're gonna go pay for your ice cream. Then a kid who might be a quarter short to get his ice cream might ask to borrow some money, and you're just gonna look at him and say no.
Yeah.
And walk
It's
away.
not my fault that he's short. Buy a pack of gum from the ice cream man if you can't afford the ice cream. How's that my fault?
How hard is it to be nice on occasion, Phil?
Okay.
It's
Then when
not
you
that
go to
hard.
the ice
What
cream
are you
man,
asking?
you ask your parents for $1. You ask for $1. You don't ask for 50 cents and pray that you can get the other quarter from your friends. You ask your parents for $1.
Let's guess you're single and you're the last of your line.
Yes.
Nope.
Oh, well.
You have kids?
Receipts are just not
Yes,
true.
I'm a
Phil.
grandfather, believe it or not. Yeah. I'm a grandfather.
Yeah, but have you ever been married and have kids?
Yes.
So the next time we see Phil, we send him pictures of GoBots. Got it.
Yeah, that's his baby's
no,
GoBot.
I'm not waiting till next time. I'm not waiting till
okay.
next time.
Can we
You know
play
what?
the?
You know what?
Can we
You guys
play
are
the
preaching
theme song?
GoBots,
The theme song
but you
is
know
cool.
what? I want each of you to name 3 GoBots, starting with Gap. Name me 3 GoBots.
Phil,
Because you know, just like I do, they were a knockoff of the Transformers.
Philbot 1 and Philbot 2.
Phil, how many times have there been knockoffs of something else? I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? If they know it sells, the company is going to latch onto it.
Psykill, Tank, and Cop Tour. How about that?
Okay, Cash, name 3 GoBots.
I can't, man. I just played with them when I was younger. That's it.
That's
I had
your
like 1 or
excuse.
2.
I don't think.
I
I
had
think
one
you
that
played.
looked. I had a plane. I can't remember what it's called. but I
You
had a
played with
plane.
Transformers, but you just
I
didn't
did.
know the name,
I
and
played-
now you're trying to say they're GoBots.
I played with both. Oh, here we go. Ha-ha!
How
Go
hard
Bots.
they look.
Are we allowed to play the theme song? I'm sure it's on.
Maybe a
Sunday.
little bit of it.
Oh, okay, maybe not. I don't want to get copyright strike on here.
I got a claim on the Star Trek stream, but
Yeah,
it says
whatever.
that the owner is allowing it to stay in the video and not punish me. So
I would hope so. My goodness, dude, it's respect. It's also free advertising. My gosh, do people understand? It's my property. Okay, I get it, but free advertising. That's what it is. Give me a break. You can't buy that.
I may not be able to play it very loud.
Okay.
Just
Phil,
It's for Phil. It's for Phil because he's so excited about GoBots. So yeah, we got to play the theme
I'll
song.
play the first few seconds. That'll
Okay.
make Phil very happy.
Yes. he
I
loves
can't
it.
believe we're doing this.
Phil can't afford real Transformers. Phil can't afford real Transformers.
I can afford Transformers. I just didn't want. I didn't want to be given GoBots.
Unfortunately, the speaking of robots, the there it is. That's the one I had. I had that plane. That plane somewhere. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Serious
Leader
knockoff
one.
of Transformers.
Leader one, Turbo, Scooter.
Oh,
Serious knockoff.
Use a better
They're
Star
playing
Stream.
Yeah, let's hear it for the GoBots.
man. GoBots. Yep.
I love getting under your skin,
It just
Mr.
seeing that.
McCracken.
You know, I saw that that cartoon one time, and the horror of the opening was enough to say no.
Phil
And
got
then you
you
went back
also
to-
no damage.
I did get enough.
Then you went back to watching Toxic Avengers. They're gross, but they still get girls. Just remember.
Yeah.
They
Can
Lorenzo's
you
right.
define a woman? Can you define a woman, Phil?
I have a girlfriend. Thank you very much.
I know. Do you have to go to the gas station and put $1.25 to keep her?
Oh, really?
He's got to run down to the tire inflator every
There's
once
been
in
a
while.
couple times hanging out with people on YouTube, Cash Money and calling them, that she's come down and said enough's enough, and then I have to leave the
Enough's enough.
Yeah, enough's enough. There's enough.
She
with
told
them
you to
crazy
stop
people.
playing with your GoBots, man.
So
I mean,
she's
it's fine.
cracking the whip. Is that
Wait a
what
minute.
you're
Let me be. She's a gamer. She plays more games and gaming than me. She puts people to gamer. She put average gamers to shame.
Canasta doesn't count. Phil.
She doesn't play Canasta, but she doesn't play Canasta online.
She plays bridge. That's cool on the weekends.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Not with the elderly abuse. I'm not in the convalescent home yet, people.
Well,
did she play the
bad.
shuffleboard?
It's my program. There you go, Phil.
God.
Hey, I had that one too. The one in the
That
front,
is fuel for
the
fire.
ambulance one. I don't know which one. I had that one as well. Yeah, that's cool.
Hey, Mom, look, I'm playing
GoBots.
with
I had
Transformers.
Transformers
Sorry,
and
son,
GoBots.
you're really
You guys
playing with the
also
cheap
were
knockoff
talking about
GoBots.
this. The Playmobil, man. The Indians, the Union soldiers, the medieval, the like the knights and the dude, that's cool.
Yeah,
You know, people used to fight to get the Transformers because particular ones. GoBots never had that problem. Their section there will always fill
Look,
with
dude,
plenty of
it's
GoBots.
all right, Phil. If you have
Phil,
nightmares about GoBots,
listen.
it's fine.
Where did Leader Wanted or Psykill harm you? Come on, dude. What did they ever do to you? Did you have a friend who had GoBots and you wanted to play with the GoBots and they would never let you play with the GoBots?
Let's look at the IMDb review of GoBots.
The
I'm sure
GoBots and the
it's on there.
Transformers
IMDb.
never should coexist.
Let's look at the user
Well,
review.
too
of
late.
GoBots.
Hasbro bought the name and the names of the characters.
And like Lorenzo said, GoBots came before Transformers.
No, I'll disagree with that because it depends on what area of the country. Not all the time back then. What was aired in California was aired the same time, like in New York.
Oh my gosh, it was there at the same time.
California,
Floaties.
yeah, leftist
There's a
California
storm
does not
coming,
count.
and his name is Phil McCracken.
There you go. Don't you talk back to me that way.
Here we splitting
Respect your
GoBot
elders.
hairs.
Damn,
I
with the
haven't played
snapper.
any of the sound bites in a while, but today this has been you.
Just so you know, everybody was a baby at one time. We all sounded that way.
Yep.
Except for some of
Yeah,
us grew out
have
of
you
it.
you heard of Toxic Avengers, right? Or do you remember that show?
I do.
at
I
all?
do.
You do? Did you like that one? That one was pretty good, I guess.
It
I had
was pretty
Toxic
good.
Avengers too. Yeah, I had some toys of those.
Okay,
I
you
still
guys
have
wanna
the
hate
toys from the Toxic Avengers.
The
Nice.
one that I hate the most, and
Oh,
you guys
boy.
might hate me, Thundercats.
Thundercats. Now, if you're
What?
talking about Thundercats Go, that horrible, lazy animation on Cartoon Network, fine. But if you're talking about the 2011
The original.
series, the original, come on, dude.
I wasn't a Thundercat fan.
You weren't Thundercats. Come on,
No.
dude. No.
I wish
No.
I could say something right now, but I
Sword of
won't.
Omens. Give me
I like
sight
Superman,
beyond sight.
And I really loved She-Ra, but Thundercats wasn't my cup of tea. No.
Well, She-Ra was an extension of He-Man anyway.
Yeah.
Do you remember Silverhawks at all, Phil?
Oh my God, Silverhawk.
Yes, do Silverhawks.
You know who I also used to like was Thundar, the Barbarian.
Thundar.
Yes, I love Thundar. Area, Ukla, Ride. I used to love that.
Phil, you probably had Easy Bake Oven and She-Ra's tiara. I'm
Look,
sure.
let me
It's all
explain
right,
something
dude.
to
If you were making
And
that
you put your
food,
GoBots
you'd
in
make
the
it oven.
You're going to get here's the deal. Yes, I had to play with girls that love to play with their Easy Bake
See,
Oven.
I knew it. He had a Easy
Because
Bake
here's
Oven.
the deal: if we didn't have enough people to play football, in order to get the girls to play to sub for the boys, since they weren't all didn't have enough to pull out a full team, the boys had to agree to play some house. So-
Wait, Phil,
Sure,
are you
Phil.
telling us you were hurting girls in football? That's terrible.
No, We didn't hurt girls. We let the girls play on the team, but girls tackle
So you
girls.
told them that if they played on the team, then they can play with their easy bake oven?
No, it didn't work that way. Girls were smart. We played house and then played that.
Oh, you played
played
house?
house?
Okay. Did
Oh,
you
house.
play?
And they
Did
loved to
you
do it all.
get a wig on and play the
No.
female role? I mean,
No,
it's fine.
he was-
dude.
Kiss the baby.
No. He was
baby.
Hugh Laurie's character, House.
Yeah, you played house different than the way I played house.
He was Archie Bunkerhouse.
And but sometimes if you're lucky when you're slightly 12, 13, you might get a good looking one, nice kiss here, nice kiss there, and everything is fine. You forget
You
about
still
the
playing
heart.
with her easy bake oven?
And look, when they did their easy bake ovens, they really did work. They were not the cupcakes.
Look how excited he is about it.
No, I bet when Phil played House, it was more like, with Ralph from the Honeymooners.
One of these
you
days.
mean one of these days I'm gonna knock you to the moon? Yeah. Are you trying to say Bill McCracken was in the same line like Ike Turner? Come on, guys. I never hit a girl.
We didn't even
Unless
bring
you
up
deserved
Ike
it.
Turner, man.
Letting you know,
Oh
I have never hit a girl, but I did rub a girl's face in grass one time when she was a little too, let's say, violent towards me. So yeah.
I wonder what brought that on.
Was it your hate for
No,
non-Transformers?
Did you put down her GoBots?
No, because I agreed to play with her, but I didn't agree that I was doing, kissing of any kind. No, I'm not kissing her. I didn't like her.
So every girl you played with wanted to kiss you?
No,
what you're telling me?
I didn't say everybody.
So you stole her
I had no
GoBots,
problems
and then
there.
you said, "If I'll give them back if you give me a kiss." Is that how it went?
Yeah, I didn't
And
play
you
that
stole
type
her
of
easy
game,
bake
no.
oven too. That's terrible, Phil.
But I did do their easy bake oven, and some girls were able to make some good cupcakes out of the easy bake oven, and some girls.
That's what you're calling them. That's what you're calling them.
Cupcakes.
But some of them should not be making anything whatsoever because what they try to pass as a cupcake, even though they had the same ingredients as the other girls, yeah, they couldn't follow directions if they're like dependent on it. So yeah,
you're more like
let me guess. Every time they had the recipe correct, you go, no, you did it wrong. You got to put this in.
damn
And that's
right.
why the
If you were
recipe was
making chocolate
ruined.
chip cookies and there were no chocolate chips, this was wrong. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
What if they just wanted plain cookies, Phil? What if they
Did you
didn't want
tell
the
these
chocolate
young
chip?
girls when you're that age? You're not doing the
call me the
baking right.
breaker of hearts because they didn't put their chocolate chips in their cookies. But don't say, "Oh,
no, you got it all wrong." Phil had imaginary girlfriends, and he had his own oven bake oven.
Yeah, right. In my neighborhood, if you were a guy and you were doing an easy bake oven, yeah, you probably.
I guess you were doing it. You were doing it.
Data.
I love that scene. That is the second best Data scene when he had feelings. The best one that's in the movie when he goes and he sees they're getting ready to crash into the planet, and Data goes, "Oh shit!" That was wonderful. Data
was that in Star Trek
with real
5?
feelings was awesome.
I think it was better without emotions. I think Tim having emotions kind of took something away from the character.
Mm-hmm.
He was abused. We'll never forget what's her name did to him.
Tasha Yar.
Tasha Yar. Well, he liked her, so she liked him.
How can you know?
She asked him. She asked him the question. She asked him the question. Are you functional?
Fully functional.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Multiple techniques.
And she violated
even
him.
if she was drunk, still,
He took advantage.
Space world.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a debate. Who took advantage of who?
Do you wish you were
Tasha
fully
Yar took
functional,
advantage
Phil?
of Data.
No, really? Or was
Yes.
he taking advantage of her because she was drunk?
Mm-hmm.
Again, he's void of all feelings. So even if she
He wasn't in that episode. He suffered the effects.
Yeah, he had the same. And I still don't understand how that happened, but whatever.
Well, I guess if a toaster could speak, she probably would have took the toaster. But she took data. What can I say?
You just wish you were fully functional, Phil.
I'm fully functional. My girlfriend doesn't have any problems.
Well, of course not, because she can't talk.
She can talk.
She ain't blowing up right now.
Yeah.
Cash heard her talk when she yelled at me one time. I was on a stream before.
Maybe.
I had to go.
It was kind of a
deny, but
kind of a psycho sort of
I'm
situation.
going to say this. I've learned to coexist. I coexist with the female's other half and learned it's better to comply than be nagged for the rest of your life. So,
well, you know what? You just, cobots. That's it.
Then Phil thinks he's going to defend the United States.
I don't. I am not
better to comply. Look at he's a complier.
I am not going to defend the United States. The only place I would ever defend is my home state. But if it's my home state decides to defend the United States, then I'll defend it.
Oh, you will not. You'll comply.
Comply.
You're gonna be, unless they have GoBots, then you'll be like, nope.
Look, I haven't. Look, to me, I never liked the knockoff. I'm sorry. If you went into a store back then, like I said, people were fighting over the Transformers. If you could,
nobody. Phil,
yes.
Maybe at your school, but nobody at my school was making fun of the other kids for having GoBots over Transformers. We all played.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? There was only like 3 kids in my entire school who could afford a Transformer. So,
I went to a...
Well, I'll be blamed for that somehow because other people couldn't afford. I was supposed to give up my toys.
It was all...
Nobody asked you to...
charity going stream of...
Dude, you never shared your toys with anyone. Shut up.
No. I let people play with my toys when I'm present.
No,
I didn't borrow it. No.
You were saying if you touch this, like, I'll break your arms. I know what happened.
I would not threaten bodily harm to anybody.
Sure. That was the time you're talking about how great Caddyshack 2 was and Conan the Destroyer. It was awesome.
Caddyshack 2 is a great movie. What can I say?
Yeah, but I know you're lying, so it doesn't matter.
Caddyshack 2 should never have been made, and whoever the person that pushed that and approved the production of that should be hanged, drawn, and quartered.
That's like saying the people who made Mission to Mars is a great film, or something X versus Sever is a great movie, or Reindeer Games is a great movie.
I want you to take that Mission to Mars comment back. That was an okay movie. It wasn't great, but it was okay.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Brick killed a guy.
Kill him with the trident. You better lay low for a while.
Yeah, with the trident. Yeah, that movie has so many funny lines in it. It works. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I love doing the Ron Burgundy thing. The impression.
Stay classy, San Diego.
Great. It's great. Yeah. I lift my arms because I couldn't. I did too many. Oh, it's just so many great lines in that movie.
Ooh.
That's my haul.
Wait, we see arms of Anonymous.
You know what?
Yeah, I enjoyed both
Blu-ray
those
Complexion.
I like the first one a little bit better, but I like 2 a lot. Yeah.
Animal House.
Oh, Animal House is a
House.
classic. It's a classic, dude.
Yep.
Even my own college put it as one of the greatest comic movies of all time.
It should never be remade, rehashed, or done.
No,
over.
I don't think it won't be. That's one
They
of those
can't.
things. It's just it's like Citizen Kane. They could probably try to attempt it, but they would fail miserably.
No,
actually,
no.
I don't even give them ideas. No. Somebody might be listening. You didn't hear that.
Okay. But the problem is with Animal House is they could never Never make that today. And they can't even wokeify it. It wouldn't even be an Animal House. It
Could they make meatballs? I don't think so either.
No,
they can't make any of the raunchier comedies that we got back in the
They're too afraid.
70s, 80s, and
afraid.
90s.
I
Can't make
demand
stuff like
a up to date with the original cast. Call it a sequel, if you will. Porky's.
Hell, they'll all be in wheelchairs.
Porky's was a classic. I love Porky's.
Hey, what movie are we watching, guys?
Hey man, watching the
Porky's.
I lost my teeth.
Hey, here comes Ball Breaker.
Miss
Porky's.
Ball breaker. I'll never forget that one scene.
Porky's, we had pork chops last night.
I think Kim Cattrall might come back for doing Lassie. She might do
Well,
that.
I hope her legs are working because sometimes you got to oil them according to Family Guy. So,
And GMC's saying, I like Star Trek. Yes, he has actually done a video on Star Trek too. I don't know if he's done any other Star Trek related videos, but I do remember seeing one with Nigel talking about Star Trek 2.
Let's do a Star Trek 5 clip with Phil's head on it.
I love Star Trek 5. It's
release the Shatner cut. Like
release
he's like that one guy out there outside of Paramount or something.
Wow.
Release the Shatner cut. Come on. You know you want
He's
guy out there.
protesting with his sign, release the Shatner cut.
Hey, Star Trek 5. A lot of the lines and one-liners they got out for that movie. You have to.
The only good part of that movie, Phil, is the brotherhood between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
Yep. And
Look
I
at us.
totally 100% agree.
We spend all that time out in space, and what do we do when shore leave comes up? We spend it together.
Wait, you said now you agree? That
Oh,
was the
I
only
agree.
part? You
It's
just
a,
said
it is
Guys,
a
you did not hear it.
purely McCoy, Kirk, and Spock movie. It's really the other cast.
So
shouldn't
you're
really been
agreeing
there.
with Pacific that was the only good part of Star Trek 5,
I say
right?
that's the best part of the movie. I'm not
Uh-huh.
saying the only part.
See how
I
he's
said the
twisting
best
his
part.
words?
Yeah. The other three, not that I don't like the other original cast, but yeah, they could have been there, not been there.
My best part was the end credits.
There you go. Exactly. Yep.
What? Row your boat?
Hey, they did that knockoff on the Big Bang Theory, so what can I say?
Ooh.
Oh no, not the Big Bang.
Yeah.
I like
So,
certain
Phil,
Big Bang.
have you ever roasted a marshmallow?
Never a marshmallow, but I did a marshmallow, and I do like s'mores.
You just fell into it. For a big fan of Star Trek 5, you should know that Spock says marshmallow in it, not marshmallow.
Oh.
Yes.
Yep.
Bing bong.
I got a clip play for that. It might be appropriate. It might not be appropriate.
Whoa! History. And Bryce Harper wants a piece of Hunter Strickland. Here they go. Strickland lands a punch. Harper lands a punch. Bench is empty.
You know, the batter made one mistake in that is when he's running up to the pitcher and he takes the hat. He shouldn't have thrown it to the side. He should have thrown the hat at him and then tackled him and then get into the fight. See, that's where baseball players don't think like hockey players.
A hat, Phil? No, they wear helmets when they're at the plate now. They don't
Well,
wear
whatever
hats at
they're
the
wearing.
plate anymore.
I would have thrown my batting helmet at him and then ran and then tackled him and then start the fight.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, but the only time they wear hats is when they're on the field.
Yes.
On
You wouldn't have
defense.
done any of that, Phil. Stop lying to yourself.
I played baseball.
It's Bryce Harper
I
for crying
played
out loud.
baseball. Did you
You
play
didn't play baseball. You
Did
had a
play
dream about
baseball
playing
as a kid
baseball.
there, Cash Money?
Field
Were you
to
in Little
Phil.
League? Did you
Field to
play
Phil.
Little League?
Okay.
Or were
No,
you one of
field to
them
Phil.
kids that, hey, you don't want to get hurt and I don't want to go out there. Don't make me go out there. They're going to make fun of me if I strike out.
No, Phil. It was a field of Phil, and you said if we complain, they will come.
They never complain. They never complain. Yes, I played plenty of sports when I was a kid. I played soccer, football, baseball.
Instead of Transformers.
But yes, if you played with GoBots, don't come near me.
So you got that Olympic Easy Bake Oven medal on your wall,
That's
right?
right, you did. You were playing with it.
But here's the thing: I might
made the best cupcakes for all the
playing
girls in the
house with the girls.
Best cupcake,
I
in
at
show.
least got a kiss here and there from one of them, or more than one of them if you want my drift. Can you guys say the same?
That never even happened, dude. We haven't even seen video of it. So how are we supposed to believe it? We're just
Just because you don't see it doesn't mean you don't have to believe
We're taking your word for it.
Okay.
Just like you tell us Star Trek 5 is an enjoyable film.
Half the panel or 3/4 of the panel. How many here have children or grandchildren?
Me.
Only animals. So the rest of you, I'm questioning your ability to even have kissed a girl.
Oh.
Look, just because you kissed a Barbie girl,
Look, dude.
because you kissed a Barbie girl doesn't qualify, Phil.
No, dude. Look, how do we? Oh yeah. Well, then how do we know
And
you
dude,
didn't kiss your easy
what does that have to do with anything?
Don't you start, Mike. Don't you start.
What? No, don't I start. This is my show. I can start and stop when I want.
Why do you think, dude,
you
everyone
guys
on this
dance,
panel
you
has
guys
kissed
actually
a
have a
woman
girl
or
going
a
with you,
girl
or did you
in
go
break?
to the dance praying that you would have a girl to dance with?
Every person on this panel, I'm sure, has kissed a girl, Phil.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Kissing your mom does not count as
No,
kissing a
that's
girl.
not what I mean.
No.
Hey,
no,
a girl asked me out to the prom, Phil. Hey, how about that?
Oh, I'll give it to you then. I'll give it to you. Cash money? I don't know. Some redhead come up to him. He's probably like, no. And thank you for the video. I love that image. Release the
She was redhead, though.
Yeah, see.
Release the Shatner cut.
There's all traffic stopped there to show their appreciation.
They're zooming by, Phil.
Just trying to take pictures. Look at the moron out there.
Phil, I imagine going, Star Trek 5 sucks.
Phil, it's all right. You wanted she
I
wanted to
haven't
kiss
seen
that girl when
anybody
you were
in
younger.
the chat
but you
make a
kissed
comment
the
that Star
GoBots
Trek
instead.
5
It's
sucks.
okay.
But
You kissed the GoBots.
I did see
The
somebody
reason you
recently
hate the
say they love
GoBots
Star
so
Trek 5.
much is because you used to kiss them at night when you were younger. It's okay. It's all right. You don't want to tell us, but it's okay.
It's okay.
So
It's
instead
okay,
of you
Cash.
kissing those young women, you kiss those GoBots at night.
Girls, I hate to tell you, girls don't like anything like GoBots or Transformers. They weren't really into that. No, they weren't into it.
You were running around with your onesie of GoBots. And
Here we go, onesies. What do you know about onesies?
Yeah,
I
Cass,
know
what do
they're
you know about
Come on,
onesies?
tell me, what do you know
I
about
know
onesies?
they're ridiculous.
Do you have
You
children?
got real quiet on that one.
Yeah, you shouldn't even be bringing up.
No, I know it was.
Single person.
Cash
no
is
kids,
wearing a onesie
no
now.
onesies.
I'm wearing one now. It says Phil McCracken.
Don't get me started, Cash Money.
It says release the
Don't get me
Shatner
started.
Okay, real quick to shift gears before we go ahead and end the show. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. If you haven't voted on the poll yet, the options for the poll and the question for the poll was, would you watch PACIFIC414 Pop Talk 4? Choice number 1 was 1 hour. No pop-ins. Choice number 2 was an hour and a half with pop-ins. Choice number 3 was 2 hours with pop-ins. And choice number 4 was 3 hours with pop-ins.
And choice number 5 was, would you watch Phil and Pacific for 4 hours on a stream doing Pop Talk? Just the two of them.
Oh, no. Even better, even though it's not an option.
Release the poll.
Would you watch Pop Talk with only Phil on it, and I'm
No.
backstage running everything else?
So you're going to run me like in this day and age? Are you going to technically use me as an indentured servant? By
You have a good time talking already on Pop Talk, Phil.
Behind the scenes,
He's
like
going
the
to
Wizard
give
of
you
Oz.
your moment, your spotlight, and you're going to talk about your easy bake oven and how you kiss GoBots. Whatever, it's gonna be amazing.
Don't start because you already put yourself out there and you haven't explained. What do you know about onesies?
I know they exist. That's about it. I know I've never worn one.
We all wore one. I'm just saying we're wearing an age.
Well, I mean, when we were little kids, I guess. Yes,
what do you know about onesies?
How would I remember wearing a onesies when I was a little child?
Okay, that makes your answer of knowing about onesies even more. Again,
let's get Phil a pink onesie that says
we're gonna
release
get
the
you a
Shatner
onesie.
cut.
Yeah, that's right.
With a rainbow on the back.
That also says "I love Conan the Destroyer." Yes.
And what's wrong with
Right, so
the hatred of Grace Jones comes out again. Here we go. It never fails.
I like Grace Jones in View to a Kill. I just don't. Grace Jones isn't the problem with Conan the Destroyer.
Okay, you don't like.
All right, I'm ending the poll.
Yeah. All right.
Ending the poll.
Yes.
Okay, so we actually do have a tie between number 1 and number 2, but in last place is a 1-hour edition of Pop Talk with no pop-ins. Actually, no, that's in third place, but in fourth place was actually the 3 hours with no pop-ins, but they're both tied, so you could pretty much say they're tied for last, and then tied for first is that 1.5 and 2-hour editions of Pop Talk with pop-ins. So here's my idea as far as the results of this poll are concerned. And to be honest, I will also show you the results of the Twitter poll I had as well that ended a couple days ago. Let me just get to it. But it seems like an overwhelming, well, I shouldn't really say overwhelming, but a majority of you have the same thought process, and that's perfectly fine. It's why I asked, because I wanted to find out. I'll go ahead and bring this up on screen. Because the popular vote, both here in this edition of the Sunday Morning Pop Talk and over on Twitter, is this. Everybody would prefer a 2-hour edition of Pop Talk with pop-ins. And then on this poll, coming in second place was the hour edition of Pop Talk with no pop-ins. But if I factor in both polls, it does mean that this Wednesday, there will be a 2-hour edition of Pop Talk with pop-ins. And the way it's going to work is we're going to, talk about a few articles. I won't select the 9 articles that I have in the past. I will probably limit it to 3 or 4. But when we're talking about the articles, I want to keep the conversation going so we can get to the next article and then the next article within that 2-hour period. There might be occasions where I allow for a half-hour overtime, but that's it. Again, this will all work out. This will all, be fleshed out. But this Wednesday, we will try the 2-hour version of Pop Talk. Because I know everybody who stops by, whether it's during the live broadcast or on the replay, nobody has time to watch a 5-hour video, a 6-hour video, even times a 3-hour video. So that's one thing I'm focusing on. Yeah. And to answer any questions, because I did get this question on Wednesday when I was trying out the 1-hour edition of Pop Talk. Am I getting burned out? No. It's all about trying to trim the fat and make sure that the content on this channel is entertaining and it brings you back for more. That's what it's about. Hey, who's laughing?
I can't help. If you trim the fat, trim that bottom lower left guy with the P on.
You meant trim the fill, right? You see, Phil,
I'm only 125 pounds. How can you trim any more fat off of me?
Believe me, we can.
Oh, God bless.
Oh my!
I wouldn't
Yes.
look. Even if we all turn cannibal, I wouldn't be a dinner. I would be like a snack.
Why does this go in this direction?
Wow.
Phil?
This is why your streams are 5 hours long.
You're blaming. Okay, so now you're blaming me.
Like this one at 4 hours and 37 minutes.
I blame Anonymous because he's the evil behind the throne.
What?
Oh, come
on.
Ridiculous.
Phil,
he's a much better Anonymous when we have the song.
No. Listen, you have this uncanny ability to shoot your conversation off into 17 different directions at once.
Absolutely.
And then it gets just, you are chaos. Okay. I mean, I know
you're more chaotic than TKO.
Yeah, TKO. I know we have TKO sometimes.
Ooh, that's all right. So TKO and Phil in one Pop Talk stream.
Oh,
right? Just
dude.
the two of them. Oh man, let me
Just-
gotta watch that.
just-
Popcorn ready.
Set
Let's
them
go.
together and just
Yes.
see how long it goes.
I want to see how long it goes. Yeah.
Even Chaos would probably agree that you're more chaotic than he is, Phil.
Wow. Is that human? Wow, that's something.
I
Dude. That is a
represent
title.
order. You guys, on the other hand, sometimes are really chaotic. You're the chaotic.
No, never,
Yes.
man. We don't do that.
I don't want to hear it, Leftist California. You still ain't spoken about
Hey,
what you know about
What is that?
onesies.
He
Yeah,
just goes on.
your explanations do not fly here.
They fly just fine, man. Now go kiss your GoBots at night.
And
Come
old
on.
man, yeah, I'm with you on that. You cannot get them pregnant with a kiss. That's true.
Hey, Mike. Hey,
Lorenzo's asking a question, and I'm going to answer that. He wants to know if the back and forth banter will be eliminated.
He likes it.
How
But
can
I
we eliminate?
do-
There's going to be
You can't.
Pop Talks
Especially
where
when Crazy Phil is on. So yes.
where we may even only get through one of the 4 articles because we're having the back and forth banter.
True.
And that's fine.
But
That's fine.
I do like this thing, Pop Talk. Phil McCracken versus TKO. Yep.
Make it
Why
happen.
do you wanna-
We all stay
why
in the
do you wanna-
background.
Why do you
Just
want
let
to
these
see me
two
fight?
go
Why
at
do
it.
why do you want me
Be
to be
interesting.
violent, Cash Money? What is
It doesn't have to be violent. Some serious.
Are you
crazy
entertained by violence?
We want to see if the channel gets even crazier with just the two of you.
So
doing
you
Pop
have a
Talk.
thing for craziness. So you're really, your comment
I am from
about
California,
onesies is
dude.
not
I am
up
a bit
to
nuts.
particularly make you crazy.
I got to agree with Cash. Being from California, you get used to it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much used to the crazy here. So.
I would say it's in the water, but then again, you guys are having a drought for how many years now? And so I can't
I
say
don't
it's in the
know.
water.
Hey, it's
I don't
it's
know, the
worse now
water in
than
the
it was
tap here is
25
still
years
good
ago when I
in this
left.
area, so yeah.
All I want to know, and explain me this. This is what I have to ask you Californians.
Oh,
You
boy,
spend
here we
all
go.
that money on desalination plants, and they're not doing
You
anything.
say
right
we, as in like I had something to do
You
with
vote,
it.
you vote out there in California,
I
didn't
never
vote
voted
for
when I
this
was out in
nonsense,
California.
dude.
and
I didn't
there's the
vote for
whole
that.
problem of why California is the way it is. You have a drought, you have an ocean right there, and you made desalination plants. You made like about 50 of them.
I
Guess
don't know.
what,
You
Phil?
should go
When
over there, Phil, and check it out. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. So.
When it comes to voting,
Become an
and when I
expert.
lived out in California, I was only 18 in 96. I left California in 97, October of
18's voting age.
97.
Look,
So that would have
tell
only been 1 year where I could have voted out there.
You can do this, Phil. You can trade your Easy Bake Oven and your GoBots.
Well, at least we have the power to run our easy bake ovens. Where, if I remember correctly, you're in the middle of what they call rolling blackouts.
That's only happened once here around here.
It hasn't happened here at all.
Mike.
Yes, Cap. Yes, Cap.
Phil has to go because he's got to put his unicorn outfit on and go to a protest with his GoBots and his rainbow bag. So go ahead and send him out.
What's wrong with unicorns? What's wrong with unicorns?
He's also got a shirt of some reason of a unicorn throwing up a rainbow. So that's pretty very interesting.
Wait a minute. Don't you put unicorns and rainbows together?
Well, why can't a unicorn throw up a rainbow, Phil?
Yeah, well, maybe it can.
Exactly.
They can on
How
Skittles.
can we say what a unicorn can or cannot do?
But yeah, what if the unicorn likes Skittles? Then what?
There's nothing wrong with Skittles. I love Skittles.
Oh,
You do like the rainbow, I
The
know.
sanity of Pacific414 Pop Talk. If that's what
There
the
we
show's
go.
known for, well, I'll take what I can get.
I'll
Take what I can get.
Skittles.
But you know who brings sanity to the show? Whoopa.
God bless Whoopa. We're
Whoopa
still
Troopa.
pushing for that elimination of the Ivy and Wrigley Field to save the lives of outfielders who have been killed, maimed, hurt, and never
Okay,
hurt
Phil,
again.
you brought this upon yourself. I've already played it once, but I'm going to play it again.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
Oh my gosh!
I've had the best time today.
You know, I mean, I know I wanted to focus on 9/11 and what happened 21 years ago and the impact that it made, but this also reminds you that you just have to laugh. You know, in order to get through life, sometimes you just have to laugh. Find something to laugh at. You can't take it serious all the time. I know life sucks. There, you're back. You happy now?
I'm grateful to be back. Well, why you had to put me on a bomb next to that guy?
Because he knows how much you like redheads. And you know how much he likes redheads.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so, anyways, but like I said, if you want to find out that information, you can always trade your Easy Bake Oven and your GoBots for that info in
After
California.
you explain about what you know about onesies.
What is your obsession with onesies?
Hey, you brought it up, not me.
No, we were saying that you wear onesies that
Look,
says,
you
release the Shatner cut.
Are you
And it's
sitting in
pink.
your
That's okay.
Phil?
We're not
Phil,
judging you, Phil.
Yeah, you're sitting in your onesies with your GoBots right now, Phil.
Look, when you grow up as a baby, you do things in your diaper, in your pants. When you get to a senior age,
you still do the
things
same
in your
thing.
pants. So you're going in the same way you came. You're going out the same way you came into the world.
Well, we didn't know that's the way you're going to go out.
Yeah, we didn't know.
Convalescent homes are out there for everybody. The difference is I'll at least know who I am.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
You like
Unlike Cash Money over there, he still cannot explain. What do you know about onesies?
He's still asking me about onesies.
I'm going to find a
Just
onesie. I am going to find a onesie and put release the Shatner cut.
Mm-hmm.
Put
Thank
a
you.
big
Put
P.
letters on it, like with Photoshop or something for sure.
You know, you could get out of it. You know, it's simple. Oh, I was buying for my sister and her kids. Okay, you could have got easy out. You're out of it there. But see, you let it linger, Cash, and you still let it linger. You let the people think, what is he really up to with onesies?
Yes.
Maybe you're the only one that's thinking about that.
Yes,
Yeah, thou
Mm-hmm.
protest too
So
much.
now you're blaming me for the insanity. Hey,
You're mentioning it. You bring it here. You
do.
bring
You
the insanity here.
You brought it
You
up.
throw in the
Yes,
ingredient.
when we were really little kids, yes, we wore onesies. Do I remember wearing a onesies when I was a little kid? No. If I
No.
saw pictures, yes.
You
But
saw
I'd have to
pictures
see
of
pictures
onesies.
of myself wearing onesies.
What did your onesies have on it?
Bears,
Yeah.
planes.
Not everybody was a Cubs and Bears fan.
Oh gosh, you
I'm
automatically
joking.
assume
well,
it
youngin',
was related
time
to the
to-
Cubs.
To hit the road.
Yeah.
Phil,
So
your
message
Phil's
here when you
onesie
release
had
the
Betty
Cubs.
Crocker on it.
Phil, were you a fan of Betty Boop? Were you a fan?
You know what?
Yeah, now you get me in trouble with another YouTuber who decides to, out of all the times to call me.
He's calling all of us
You're gonna
right
get
now.
us-
He's calling all of us
What
right
the
now.
heck, man?
So now you're special that
not
you
gonna-
also got included in the call. I'm
You're gonna
somehow
get us flagged,
blamed.
Phil.
I'm blamed.
I'm sending out a distress signal.
Do that.
I can handle it. Remember, there's a difference. I can handle it.
Yeah, Mama Susan's gonna strike us for the easy bake oven.
There ain't no saving for you. Look, Paul learned not to argue with me because he always found out I'm right.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yes, we're going there, Cat.
Nonsense, dude. So we are right then. You wear that onesies of Release the Shatner cut, and it's pink. Okay, well that's fine. Cool. You said you were right about everything.
What? The Shatner cut subtitle is Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. It's pink.
Yeah, I think so.
Cash Money is just evil and hatred, just like he doesn't like Grace Jones.
You can't even prove that.
Watch Conan the Destroyer with me.
I've watched it. I don't want to watch it ever again.
Yeah, here we go. There's the excuse.
We're not going to go on this topic.
No. We're not. We're going to go ahead and end it here, ladies and gentlemen. And I do want to thank you guys for being on the panel, of course. Phil. Yeah. We need to talk.
Here we go.
Anonymous, thank you. Gap, thank you. Cash, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me on, man. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much.
In the chat, come save me, because now they're going to try to single me
Oh,
out.
good. Real quick before we end the show, he's come to save us.
Justice
McCracken's insanity.
The lead king abuse wherever they are.
West Virginia, sing with me, guys.
God, no.
Bluish rounds, Shenandoah River.
No.
Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, rolling like the breeze, country roads.
You didn't have enough.
Take me home.
Don't you start singing that.
To the place.
I can't keep it up.
West Virginia. La, la, la.
Bill
McCracken, take me home
to my easy bake oven, yo.
There's nothing wrong with the easy bake gundam oven. Girls will thank you for it.
Anyways, though, how you doing tonight or today?
Doing
guys?
good, Paul. Thank you for answering the distress call.
You're welcome.
Send it through subspace.
What was Phil doing that deserved that? I wonder, though.
I was elderly and they wouldn't abuse me, and Cash Money has a thing that for onesies that he still hasn't explained.
You're the one who keeps bringing it up all the
You're
time.
the one who said it.
Phil plays with Barbie's easy bake ovens and wears
Yes,
the pink
he does.
onesie
That's
with
okay.
Yes, he brags about playing house.
He does.
He does.
I explained.
He says he likes to play the maid.
In order his kids to play football, sometimes you didn't have enough people, so you had to turn to the girls. And their deal was you had to play house with them, and then they'll play football.
Also, Phil told us that he knows everything and he's right about everything.
Yeah, he's also a GoBotophobic.
I don't like GoBot.
Yeah.
He hates GoBots. He used to go when he was younger to the park and harass kids that had GoBots. It was very sad.
And every week he has to take his blow up girlfriend to the tire pump with the
But here's the thing, though. All that's bad enough, but there is a serious problem that Phil has. He has a serious addiction that Phil. They really brought me in because this is your intervention.
Oh God!
You have an absolutely crippling addiction to Skyrim. And we need to do something about this.
Skyrim Anonymous.
You guys can do a live stream on it, the saving of Phil McCracken from Skyrim, and I'll show up there. But you want to know what I'll be watching in the background?
You better be watching Fallout 4.
I watch Fallout 4 people playing it.
Fallout 4 I still think is a good game.
Get him off this channel right now. Blasphemy.
I invited him. I sent out the distress signal. He answered the call.
I did.
But he'll also admit, Paul, and many times have you sent me the message, I hate to say this, but Phil McCracken has been proven right again.
Oh, boy.
That is
talking
true.
to the-
I have, yes.
See? You gotta stop doing that.
Never-
You're just feeding
you got
fire, man.
don't
Now,
tell
they
Phil
can't
he's
handle
right,
the truth.
Paul. That's a no-no.
You
Okay.
can't
You
handle
gotta
the
play the
truth.
no-no song, Paul.
Thanks for coming, Paul. You're now excommunicated.
These all these other four, they just have this thing. Even if I'm right, they're still going to say I'm wrong.
But you're not always right. You
I'm
go off on
always right.
tangents. No, you're not.
Rule number one.
You're not
Phil
always
McCracken
right,
thinks he's
Phil, but
right.
when you're right, you're right.
Because sometimes when you have an issue, you do need a tissue.
Absolutely. Yeah, here
Exactly.
we go. Cash money.
That is right.
He's
So Paul, tell us about Star Trek V.
Why does God need a starship? That's really all you need to know.
Anything he
Phil?
wants. Anything he wants. Anything he wants. If he wants a starship, he gets a starship. Cap.
But
God
he's
asks you for the Escalade. You're going to give him the Escalade. You're not going to ask
Phil,
why.
you gotta understand. He is God, the Almighty.
There you go.
He doesn't need a starship.
Nor do you ask
He
him
can
for
be
an ID.
anywhere he wants at any time.
Star Trek V is a beautiful movie. It gets me teary-eyed. We even had
Yeah,
someone in the
search for a
chat
plot.
saying
It's so
the same
beautiful that they
thing
can
that I
find a
said.
plot.
It
Yeah.
brings tears. And I know Anonymous is trying to weed them out and stop them from coming, but they're out there, the believers.
Why are you throwing on us under the bus? Why are you throwing him
Yeah.
under the bus, huh?
Why are you dependent on Anonymous? Why? Tell
Why
us.
not?
Tell
I
us.
have to
Why?
defend
Why?
him.
Why?
You have to
sound
throw
like
him under the
Chris over
bus.
here, Phil.
Seriously.
There you go. You have to do that with cash money. Why don't you like Snake Eyes? Why?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Why did you put
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
How many times have I played
send me
that?
that clip, please.
I think you
Keeps
need it.
coming back.
All right. Well, we
Yeah. Thank you for coming in and answering the distress signal.
Yeah, good
call.
job,
You're welcome.
Paul.
Good job,
You're
Paul.
welcome.
Yes.
But I think at this time, we're almost to 5 hours. It's time to wrap this up. But starting Wednesday, there will be a 2-hour edition of Pop Talk with Pop-Ins, and I'll only select 3 to 4 articles, but I want to keep it flowing. And I know I have to be the one that keeps it flowing, but we'll try it out and see how it works.
I can always drop in or in the background and make sure that you stop at 2 hours.
If you have the time, I don't want anybody to feel like they have to be here.
That's okay. I told you I'd help you.
And I do appreciate it.
Also, Pacific and Cash. Once we're done with this stream, I do need to talk to you guys in our group chat.
Sure,
Yeah.
not a problem.
All right. No problem. Yeah.
Principal's office.
Yeah, I know. Definitely.
I don't know. Paul might feel like I called him to the principal's office.
No, you didn't call me
Tell
to the
that.
You didn't call me to the principal's office. You were Axl Rose saying, "You know where you are? You in the jungle, baby."
Yeah, just so everybody knows in the backstage. Justice for Phil.
Read,
Phil.
read what I
all right.
just put.
No justice for Phil, no peace.
Angel, the truth of Phil. Whatever.
The truth of Phil. Paul, that should be your next shirt. Can't
No
handle the justice.
No justice for Phil, no peace.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
peace.
feel like if people read that, they might misunderstand that, and people could get hurt.
No, I actually can't handle the truth of Phil McCracken.
Oh, can't handle the truth of Phil McCracken? We'll see.
It's not always truth, though. That's right. I said it, Phil.
I did once design a shirt for Phil, and to my knowledge, no one bought it.
Not even Phil.
Not even
Phil.
Why are you now getting blamed for that? I promoted that. I went to different streams and you even mentioned
But no one bought it, Phil.
Oh,
because
man.
the negativity. Do you see the negativity? They can't handle the truth of Phil McCracken. It's sad.
All right, you better end this soon, or he's going to go on for another hour, Mike.
So
go.
Now,
I do want to thank everybody for being
for an hour. Cash McCracken needs to make an appearance. Cash.
I want to thank Christian Phantom Geek. I also want to thank Lorenzo for being here. I also want to thank the old man for being here. I also want to thank GMC for being here. We also had JPR PH1 here. And of course, Anonymous, thank you for being on the panel as well.
Certainly.
And we also had John Pontanero or Nero. If I'm saying your last name wrong, please correct me in the comments below. Thank you very much.
Phil Kraken, disciple.
I'm sorry you guys don't have disciples, but it ain't that hard. I'll help you, and maybe you can get some.
All right.
We also had Crit here.
Just for you, Animos.
We also had Matt from Channel 66 here. And I'm going to keep scrolling up. We also had Jet Sparks here on the panel and in the chat as well. And of course, Gap, I'm not going to ignore you.
Thanks.
We also had
Gap, you did it.
Bush McFadden. Thank you very much for being here. Pleasure being on the stream this past Friday with you and Potato Revan and Janet from Another Planet and a few others. And let's see. We also had the Admiral.
Yeah, Mr. Michael Chiklis. Yes.
Kathy Skywalker, thank you very much.
That's a nice cat picture.
Yep.
And we also had a visit from
Spock. Nice. Spock. He has done what needs to be done. Yep.
And of course, the craziness did start with Phil McCracken.
I need my coupons.
Yes, that's why I'm here. I was known as McDonald's coupon. Don't you start. Don't start with your fake McDonald's coupons.
Hey, fake coupons for someone with fake opinions on what constitutes metal music.
Oh God, here we go.
Dang,
Here we
that's
go.
gonna be another hour or two.
Mike, please tell me that Paul's going to play his West Virginia song on the way out.
No.
Yes,
he can if he would like.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you, please.
God, no.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you to Brandon Looney Tunes Fans 2000, and that was everybody who was in the chat. Thank you to anyone who lurked, watched, and thought maybe we were batshit crazy or just crazy in general.
I'm sorry, people. They didn't take their medication before they came on. I'm sorry.
You're
I
the
can
only
only
one
do so
taking that
much.
weird medication. We are not taking it.
Phil took
We
too
told
much of his.
Lorenzo, if you'd like to put the link to your channel into the chat, you're more than welcome to.
As your executive producer, Paul, play us out.
Alrighty. All my memories gather round her.
The world's falling apart.
Miners, ladies, strangers who will water. Dark and dusty, painted
Yes, it
on
is
the
dark
sky.
and dusty.
Misty taste of moonshine, teardrops in Phil's eyes.
Country road, take me home
to
the place
where
I belong.
West
Virginia.
Take him back
to get some Buster Bars. I think that's the Phil McCracken didn't have any.
See, we changed it up. We changed it up to avoid the copyright claim.
No,
You are awesome, Paul. You are awesome, Paul.
Thank you, Gap.
Oh my gosh! Yep,
I'm
I like it.
disappointed in you, Paul. I am disappointed in you.
No more Skyrim for you, Philly boy.
Oh, but I never get. I always have an outlet for Skyrim. Always.
I need my Skyrim fix.
Okay, Mike. 5 hours and 1 minute.
Yep,
13
5
seconds.
hours.
I know, but I don't see Lorenzo's link yet. So,
Oh, it says it won't let him. I don't have
Oh,
a
I don't
wrench.
have a wrench.
Well, here.
Is Lorenzo in Discord? Probably is, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and give him that wrench so he can do it.
Just look up his channel.
Mm-hmm.
That song's going to be in my head all day.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, I love the song.
You know how you get that song out is you sing the Meow Mix song.
Meow Mix.
Meow
I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix. Meow mix.
Yep, that's it.
First
All
one
right.
I love too. Yeah.
Lorenzo, I have just subscribed to your channel.
Anonymous.
Hey, we're trying to be nice to Anonymous, and see, then you just.
I'm
bring
always nice.
No, you
What?
aren't. Dude. You're mean.
I'm always nice.
You're a nasty person, Phil.
Even West Virginia won't
Stealing
take you
Buster
back.
bars from people,
Wait a
stealing
minute.
little girls' easy
Your
baked oven
hatred
when you were
of Grace
younger.
Jones
Horrible.
and you're
Horrible.
calling me the nasty one.
Horrible stealing people's
This is the
GoBots.
guy.
Awful.
This is the guy Lorenzo and anybody knew who, when we were talking about the 4th of July on 4th of July weekend, still has a grudge against the Brits. Come on, dude.
It's the 4th of July. You don't talk good about the people you kicked out.
And on
That's
that
why
note,
we don't talk about you
That's
that
it.
way.
Phil also
Take
hates
care,
West
everyone.
Virginia because it's apparently to him an illegitimate state.
It is.